Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Battered Body by Ellery Adams, narrated by Karen White. The most dangerous food is wedding cake. James Thurber. Chapter 1. Chocolate Angel Food Cake. It's how much? Librarian James Henry turned pale as he glanced back at the real estate listing on his lap. The real estate agent, a prim blonde with purple-tinted lipstick and calculating blue eyes, reached over her polished mahogany desk and removed the listing from her client's soft lap. "I'm sorry," she smiled icily. "I'm sure we can find something in your price range that would suit you just perfectly." She uncapped a ballpoint pen and held it poised over a blank sheet of paper. "What would you say your price range is, Mr. Henry?" "About half of that one." James gestured at the listing that his realtor was now tucking into a blue folder. His eyes slid toward the shiny brass plaque on her desk, which proclaimed that his real estate agent, Joan Beechnut, had been the area's leader in home sales for the last 3 years. Seeing that her client had noticed her award, Joan smiled proudly. Her teeth were small and ferret-like. "I'm planning to win again this year," she said haughtily, and then she turned to her binder of house listings and began flipping pages. "It's too bad you didn't call me earlier in the fall," she said as she rejected listing after listing. "If you had, you would have had so much more to choose from. Most folks don't put their houses up for sale right after Thanksgiving. They have Christmas shopping and family visits on their minds. No one likes to move over the holidays." "I want to," James replied, rather testily. "My father is getting married on Christmas Eve, and he'd rather not carry his new bride over the threshold, only to remember that his adult son is sleeping in the bedroom down the hall." Joan's brown eyes, hidden beneath an expensive pair of aquamarine contacts, twinkled at the idea of interesting gossip. "A second marriage, eh? Are your parents divorced?" "My mother died a few years ago," James said. "That's how I ended up as Shenandoah's head librarian. I used to be a professor at William and Mary, which is why folks in Quincy's Gap call me Professor," he added with pride. Blue Ridge Realty wasn't in James's hometown of Quincy's Gap, however, and Joan was clearly unimpressed by James's title. "What about you?" She gestured at his left hand. "No wedding ring, I see. Will you be living all alone in the 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house you'd like to purchase?" James squirmed in his chair. He didn't appreciate the all Joan had placed before the alone for emphasis. "Yes, it'll just be me." Joan flipped through more listings. "No pets?" "No." Then you don't need a big yard." She turned back several pages. "I like to garden," James said, before the realtor restricted him to a yard that could be mowed with barber's clippers. "In fact, I'd like an excuse to buy a riding mower, and if the house had a deck or a patio, that would be great too. Decks are perfect for growing tomatoes." "Tomatoes?" Joan stared at James for a moment, and then removed a listing from the binder and placed it in front of him with a flourish. James gazed at the image of a sad-looking ranch with a flat and treeless expanse of front lawn. Even though the photo was black and white, James could see that the roof was stained, the front stoop sagged, and the paint was peeling from the wooden siding. "It's a perfect fixer-upper for a handy guy," Joan said enthusiastically, as though the house were a valuable gemstone that only required some polishing to sparkle. "A new coat of paint, a bush planted here and there, and you're good to go." "And a new roof, stoop, and who knows what else inside." James handed the listing back to her. And I'm rather a novice with power tools, so I'd prefer not to buy something that needs this kind of overhaul." Putting the rejected listing aside, Joan laced her fingers and leaned forward on her desk. "You know, I have some lovely apartment rentals over at Mountain Valley Woods. They're just starting to lease Building F. Why don't I take you to see them? You could move into a brand-new 2-bedroom apartment and relax while waiting for the perfect house to come onto the market." James thought about living in Building F of Mountain Valley Woods. He could easily visualize the unblemished white walls, pristine carpeting, and sparkling kitchen. He could also imagine the blandness of such a dwelling. Even if he filled it with his books and bought prints to hang on the walls, he knew that an apartment would never feel like home. The decrepit ranch Joan had shown him had more character than 4 square rooms that had never witnessed a moment of human history. Besides, how could he possibly live in a place with the ridiculous title of Mountain Valley Woods? It was as though the developers had used every geographic noun they could come up with for the complex's name. All they needed was to add river, brook, or stream, and they'd have covered them all, James thought, and stood up. "I still have time, Ms. Beechnut, so I'd rather keep looking at houses. But right now, I need to get back to work." Doing her best to disguise her frown, Joan rose and pumped James's hand in farewell. "Don't worry, we'll find you something. However, even if the perfect listing fell into my lap today, it would take at least 30 days to close. So you may want to go make plans to stay somewhere else on your father's wedding night." Irked by her tone, James said, "I have friends who will welcome me for as long as I need a place to stay." "You must have generous friends," Joan replied with a little wave, and closed her office door. "They're the best," James mumbled happily to himself as he got into his old Bronco and headed back to work. At the library, James realized that he'd spent his entire lunch hour at the Realtor's and hadn't had the chance to eat anything. He dug through the staff fridge for enticing leftovers, but was disappointed to find only an assortment of condiments and a piece of string cheese that had turned hard enough to serve as a cudgel. "I come bearing dessert." Scott Fitzgerald, one of the 24-year-old twin brothers who formed James's full-time staff, breezed into the kitchen. He dumped a covered cake plate onto the counter, shoved a wave of his unkempt hair behind his ear, and removed the Tupperware lid with a flourish. "It's Mrs. Hurley's famous chocolate angel food cake. She brought it because Frances and I helped her design and print her Christmas cards using our computers. She told us we were magicians and that she was going to make us a dessert every week until Christmas." He smiled. "We have the best job, Professor." "Yes, we do." Saliva leapt into James's mouth as he inhaled the scent of rich, buttery chocolate. "Oh, my. I think it's still warm." "It sure is." Scott reached for a knife and 2 paper plates. "She said she took it out of the oven, put it in her bike basket, and pedaled over here. That's the kind of woman I'd like to marry." He cut an enormous slice of cake, slapped it onto his plate, and handed the knife to his boss. "Of course, the future Mrs. Fitzgerald also has to have a fine appreciation of sci-fi and fantasy, video games, and the Discovery Channel." Scott's front teeth sank into the moist cake. He chewed as rapidly as a rabbit munching on a lettuce leaf. Eyeing Scott's lanky frame, James cut a smaller piece of cake for himself. "What I'd give for your metabolism," he said to Scott. "Enjoy it while you can." "I will," Scott said dutifully, as he washed down his cake with a swig of Mountain Dew. "I ate a double-decker bacon ranch cheeseburger for lunch, and I'm still hungry. I should have supersized the whole meal." He glanced through the doorway. Uh-oh, Francis isn't looking happy out there. I'd better see what's up. Scott hurriedly wiped his mouth with a paper towel and dashed out of the break room. James cut himself another piece of cake as he watched Francis grab his brother's arm and gesticulate toward the children's corner. Assuming that Francis needed help with the craft project he was making with a class of kindergarten students, James finished his cake in a leisurely fashion. The twins were more than capable of handling 24 energetic 5-year-olds. Licking the last crumbs from his plastic fork, he washed the cake knife and tried to decide if he should brew a fresh pot of coffee. At that moment, however, a patron approached the circulation desk with a tower of hardcover romance novels, and James hustled from the break room to check out her books and pack them neatly into her Friends of the Shenandoah County Library tote bag. "I gotta do something to keep warm over the winter months," the elderly woman said with a sly grin. "Some steamy books, a plate of cookies, and a tumbler of whiskey. That's the trick to surviving the long, cold nights when you live by yourself." Watching the old woman shuffle away, James thought of his own plans for the winter months. First and foremost, he wanted to buy a house. Second, he had to take care of Jackson and Milla's wedding gift. He wanted to treat them to an unforgettable honeymoon, and since they didn't want to leave until after the new year, James had 4 weeks to come up with the perfect trip. And just as soon as his father's wedding was over and the newlyweds were out of town, James wanted to focus his attention on rekindling his romance with Sheriff's Deputy Lucy Hanover. "Professor!" Francis approached the desk, wearing a worried frown and carrying a basket brimming with cotton balls. "He's gone! Glowstar's gone!" Searching his memory bank for the name Glowstar, James came up blank. "Who?" "Our elf," Francis answered impatiently. "The elf on the shelf? You know, the stuffed elf we take out every year who magically moves around the library and watches the kids to make sure they're being good. And he reports their behavior to Santa Claus after every library visit," James grinned. "I hadn't realized his name was Glowstar." Francis's frown deepened. "This is serious, Professor. The younger kids always get pretty wild this close to Christmas vacation, and Glowstar's the only way we can keep them in line. The whole 'You better watch out' chorus Scott and I like to sing will lose its power without that elf." Francis cast a frantic look over his shoulder. "For example, I have 24 kindergartners back there who are supposed to be gluing cotton balls together to make Santa's beard. Instead, they're gluing them to their fingers, the chairs, the carpet, their hair." James could see that this was no laughing matter. He hated when the library became untidy. "You're not using glitter with this project, I hope?" Francis glanced away. It's supposed to create the twinkle in Santa's eye." James walked around the circulation desk. "And what other uses have the children found for it, may I ask?" Francis removed his glasses and began rubbing them vigorously on his plaid shirt. "Well, one kid doused his side of the table with a magical silver snowfall. There's glitter everywhere but on Santa's face. We need to distract them before things get worse." James took Francis by the elbow. "Announce a reward. The first kid to clean up his or her space will be given the opportunity to find Glowstar and win a prize. I'm sure the elf's just hiding in the stacks somewhere." "And their reward?" Francis asked. "Kids today don't lift a finger without the promise of instant gratification, so I'll need to tell them ahead of time what to expect." James's gaze swept around the library. All he had were bookmarks and tote bags. He doubted the average 5-year-old would work too hard for literary paraphernalia. "I bought a box of candy canes at Food Lion," he said. "I was going to put them out on the circulation desk for our patrons to take as they exited. Do you think that will suffice?" Francis nodded. "Kids will do anything for sugar. I'll go make the announcement before all the picture books get covered with glue and glitter." As Francis jogged back to the chaotic children's corner, James decided to empty the reshelving cart while conducting his own search for Glowstar. By the time the cart was empty, a gang of mischievous kindergartners had pulled books from a dozen lower shelves. The kids discovered dust bunnies, old Band-Aids, and a few pieces of hardened chewing gum, but there was no trace of a 6-inch elf dressed in red and green felt. An hour later, the twins had finally finished picking up the trails of sticky cotton balls and vacuuming up most of the silver glitter from the carpet. James was just replacing the last stray, a picture book entitled Everybody Poops, which was one of the library's most popular titles, and not just with the juvenile crowd, when Bennett Marshall walked in. "What brings you here?" James asked his friend. "Did you finish your route early?" Bennett reached into his mail satchel and withdrew a thick pile of letters and catalogs held together by a rubber band. "Larry got bit by a dog this morning, so I'm helping with his route. The United States Postal Service doesn't care what kind of evil canines are running loose in this world. The mail must be delivered come rain, snow, hurricane-force winds, or vicious attacks from hounds of hell." Larry never mentioned a threatening dog on his route. James waved at Bennett to follow him into the break room. "That's because there aren't any. He has the easiest route in the whole valley. He was actually bit while taking his cat to the vet this morning. That crazy feline of his tried to ride a pit bull like it was a rodeo cowboy. Larry was attacked while pulling his cat off the back of a very irritated young dog. That pup had just gotten a whole mess of shots and was in a foul mood even before Larry's cat treated him like a pincushion." Bennett shrugged. "Guess animals get just as agitated as we do about visits to the doctor." James chuckled. "And they don't get lollipops either. Doc Spratt has given me a green lollipop ever since I was in diapers. Would you like some chocolate angel food cake? It's homemade." Bennett cast a longing glance at the cake and then shook his head. "Can't do it, man. I got some bad news when I was at the doc's office last week." Concerned, James closed the break room door and motioned at the table. "Sit down and tell me about it." "It's nothing major, my man. I don't have cancer or anything." Bennett pointed at the cake. "I have to watch my sugar intake. Being in the over 40 age group seems to come with a mess of possible ailments, and it would appear that I have one." "Which one?" Bennett sighed. "Mature onset diabetes. I don't need any pills or anything. For now, I can control it by hitting the gym and watching what I eat. And truth be told, James, I've only been watching food leave my plate and disappear into my mouth. Ever since we got back from the barbecue contest this summer, I've been overindulging." Relieved to hear that his friend wasn't seriously ill, James scooped grounds into the coffee machine and pushed the brew button. "I know what you mean. I tried on the suit I'm planning to wear to my father's wedding, and I looked like a big gray whale. I'd better hope there's no fog that night or someone might harpoon me." Bennett threw his head back and laughed. "You always know how to cheer me up." He shifted to one hip and removed his wallet from his back pocket. "Take this," he said, handing James a business card. "She's my nutritionist. I'm meeting with her once a week until I get on track. My doc recommended her. I did not want to go, but she's just as nice as she can be. Ruth Wilkins, eh?" James put down the card and poured coffee into 2 mugs. "What is she counseling you to do?" "Keep a journal of everything I eat and what kind of exercise I'm doing." Bennett took a sip of coffee. I'll have to add this to my list. James grimaced. Sounds like a hassle. Maybe, Bennett shrugged, but I only have one body. I need to start taking care of it. Well, I like making lists, so keeping a food log can't be too taxing, though my to-do list is already miles long. Bennett carried his coffee cup to the sink. What's on it? James ticked the items off on his fingers. Find an amazing honeymoon trip for Milla and my father. Buy a house. Locate Glowstar, the library Christmas elf who's gone missing. And make an appointment with your nutritionist so I can fit into my suit. Digging around in his mailbag, Bennett said, You have another thing to add to that list, my friend. That's true. James was surprised that Bennett had guessed that he'd omitted an item. I want to take Lucy on a truly memorable date. I want to prove to her that I never stopped caring about her, even though I dated Murphy over the summer. She's the other item I was going to mention. Bennett grunted unhappily. Murphy Alastair, editor of the Shenandoah Star-Ledger and destroyer of life as we know it. He unfolded a glossy postcard and held it out with a flourish. Read it and weep, my friend. Then go to your calendar and circle January 1st, because that's the day your ex-girlfriend's fictional account about our lives hits the shelves. Put that on your list so you can flee town with the rest of us. James paled. It wasn't supposed to be released until February. He unfolded the postcard and gazed at the colorful graphics with horror. Oh, Lord, he muttered miserably. Yes, sir. Unhappy New Year to us all. At least you have chocolate cake to comfort you. Bennett clapped him on the back. You'd better take Lucy on that date before Murphy's book comes out. Now that Lucy carries a service revolver and a nightstick, I'd be mighty nervous about being around her when she gets her hands on Murphy's novel. Bennett zipped his coat. Shoot, we may just have another murder on our hands. Don't even joke about that, James called as Bennett left the break room. Returning his attention to the postcard, James stared at Murphy's book cover and shook his head in disgust. The image showed the interior of a bakery. The shelves overflowed with plump croissants, golden loaves of bread, and delectable pies, tarts, and cakes. Splayed out on the black and white tiled floor was the body of a man wearing a varsity letter jacket. A pool of blood had formed under his head and shoulders, and a red rivulet ran to the postcard's edge. Oh, brother, James mumbled crossly as he looked at the two women standing over the dead body. They both wore white aprons bearing the word cravings in crimson cursive and were clutching each other in fear. One of the women was older, and James assumed that she was meant to represent Megan Flowers. Megan owned the Sweet Tooth, the only bakery in Quincy's Gap. The younger woman, with the shapely legs, was undoubtedly meant to be Megan's teenage daughter, Amelia. I don't think Megan will approve of Amelia's likeness, James said aloud. Flipping over the card in annoyance, he read the blurb on the back. Small towns are full of secrets, and Quimby's Pass is no exception. It seems that the isolated highlands of Virginia are not as bucolic as its residents believe, and when a former high school football hero is fatally poisoned, neighbor will turn against neighbor in the pursuit of justice. When the authorities are stumped by the wily killer, the true heroes of the body in the bakery arise. These average citizens, a librarian, a teacher, a mailman, a secretary, and a dog groomer, join together to solve the murder. Can they stop the ruthless killer in time, or will another corpse show up somewhere on Main Street? Based on an astonishing true story. Publishers Weekly calls The Body in the Bakery the first must-read book of the new year, and Kirkus hails it as a fast-paced thriller that unveils the chilly truth not only about Quimby's Pass, but about the deceptions lurking beneath the surface in small towns throughout America. A fantastic read. The Body in the Bakery by Murphy Alastair. Pre-order your copy today. James reread the blurb and then examined the graphic on the front one more time before dropping the postcard in the garbage can. He stomped into his office and gathered his briefcase and coat. He said goodbye to the twins and paused in the lobby to slip into his wool coat. As he was fastening the buttons, Bennett reappeared from inside the library, brandishing 2 audiobooks. "You're wearing a scowl deep as a dried riverbed," Bennett said. "You can't be surprised." James roughly pulled on his gloves. "Where did you get that postcard, anyway?" "A man on my route tossed it into his recycling basket, and the picture caught my eye. That card went to everyone in town, James. You probably have one in your mailbox." "That means Lindy, Jillian, and Lucy got one, too." Bennett nodded unhappily. "I'm afraid so." James wound his plaid scarf around his neck 3 times, and then squared his shoulders. "I'm not ready for Murphy's book to make waves. I have so many other things on my plate." "Well, you'd better move that date with Lucy to the top of your list. In fact, I think you should run right over to the sheriff's department, pick her up, and take her out for a candlelit dinner tonight. Maybe you can get that postcard out of her mailbox on the sly." Taking his keys from his right coat pocket, James looked at Bennett. "What harm could a postcard do? I'm far more concerned about what's in the actual book." "It's your call," Bennett said, opening the door. A blast of December air caused them both to hesitate before stepping outside. "But I'm telling you, man, Lucy is going to be mighty sore that Murphy called her a secretary." James groaned. "You're right. She's going to hate that. And somehow I feel like she's going to blame me for everything. Well, you did get in bed with the enemy." Bennett nudged James with his elbow. No pun intended. "Thanks, Bennett." James frowned at his friend. "You go on ahead. I forgot something inside." "A book?" Bennett asked as he opened the door to his mail truck, revealing plastic bins filled with tidy rows of letters and catalogs. "No," James said. "I'm going back for the rest of that cake." As he turned toward the library's familiar warmth, James eyed the Santa cutout Francis had taped to the front door. He studied the cheery man's soft paunch and round cheeks. Seeing that his own reflection in the glass door bore a close resemblance to St. Nick's physique, James grumbled, "Bah, humbug." Chapter 2. Blueberry Candy Cane. James entered his childhood home. He closed the door behind him and felt a whoosh of air next to his left ear as a magazine smacked against the wall. "Watch it, Pop." "Sorry, I didn't realize you were coming in," Jackson muttered darkly from his seat at the kitchen table. "But if I gotta look at one more flower arrangement or answer one more question about menus, tablecloths, dance music, or church programs, then Milla's gonna have to get married without me." After picking up the magazine from the floor, James set it on the table and sat down across from his father. "You don't mean that, Pop. You love Milla." He offered Jackson a sympathetic smile. "But I can see why you'd rather not spend your time reading this stuff." Jackson grunted and gestured at piles of colorful clippings of wedding cakes, floral centerpieces, tuxedos, stationery, and limousines. "When your mama and I got married, we met some folks down at the church, said a word or two, and then had a little lunch here at the house. Sandwiches and tea and beer. I wore my best suit and your mama wore a dress she borrowed from her best friend. Whole thing cost us about $300. He pushed the clippings away. I remember every second of that day. It didn't cost much, but it was perfect. James nodded. I can imagine how overwhelming all of these choices must be. Have you talked to Milla about why she wants so many trimmings? Guess her first wedding was a courthouse deal. Her man was being sent overseas for some kind of military training, and it's all they had time for. So now she wants the church, the party, a fancy white dress, all of it. Are you worried about the cost? James asked. Pfft, no, Jackson waved off the suggestion. I'd buy that woman whatever she wanted, but I think it's foolish to spend such a pile on one day out of our lives, at our age and all, to be getting trussed up like a pair of Thanksgiving turkeys. Never mind dancing or riding in cars that can seat 20 and have television sets inside. It's damn silly. Part of James agreed with his father, but he knew better than to take sides. At that moment, the bride-to-be walked through the door, her arms laden with grocery bags. James rushed forward to relieve Milla of 2 of the 4 paper sacks she carried. "Hello, boys," she trilled merrily. Her cheeks were flushed with the cold, and her eyes glittered. "I found the most beautiful lamb chops when I was Christmas shopping in Harrisonburg today. You 2 are going to eat like kings this evening." She plopped the bags on the granite countertop, placed some milk and eggs in the fridge, and then swung around. Observing the downcast eyes of her fiancé and the manner in which James averted his glance, she asked, "Why the long faces?" Jackson turned to his son with a rare look of appeal. James mouthed a silent "no way," but Milla read his lips. Pointing at the magazine photos, she took a step toward Jackson. "You're squirming like a mouse in a python's grip with all these wedding decisions, aren't you?" "Well," Jackson began. "Pop's not stressed about the actual ceremony, Milla," James said. "I think the complexities of a modern wedding are leaving him feeling a tad overwhelmed." "Thank you, James." Milla took Jackson's hand. "Darling, we don't need to have anything fancy. I just want our wedding to be beautiful. I'd like some greenery in the church and a nice dinner with champagne with our closest friends. And I'd like to have you hold me in your arms for one slow dance. That's all." "When you put it like that, it sounds reasonable. But Milla, I gotta take a break from looking at these bride magazines." Jackson stood and placed the entire pile into one of the emptied food bags. "I can't remember the last time I read the paper from end to end, or watched a solid hour of game shows on TV. "Oh, my!" Milla's shoulders shook with laughter. "I vow to never keep you from The Price is Right again, my love." She began to put away the rest of the groceries. "And we don't need to worry about the cake anymore anyway. My little sister is coming into town this weekend to make it. She also offered to bake the dinner rolls for our main meal and create a gorgeous dessert bar for our friends. Isn't that good news?" "Your sister? The famous one?" Jackson was clearly surprised. "I thought you 2 got along about as well as wolves and sheep." "We're not that bad." Milla chuckled as she pulled a large mixing bowl from inside one of the lower cabinets. "We don't hate each other. We're just different creatures, that's all. Now, Wheezy, my older sister, can't even breathe the same air as Patty. I don't think those 2 have spoken a civil word in 20 years. But that's not a tale to be told when I need to be making my men some succulent chops." She added a few pinches of herbs to the heaping tablespoons of Dijon mustard settled at the bottom of the mixing bowl. "Wheezy's an interesting name," James said. "It's really Louisa, but I called her Wheezy when I was a toddler, and it just stuck. And speaking of names, I need to remember that I'm not supposed to call my baby sister Patty anymore. It's Paulette Martine now, the diva of dough." "Seriously?" James asked. "Even I know who that is. There isn't a culinary magazine in the library that hasn't run an article on her this year. And she wrote that cake book, too, right? The one all the moms and church ladies check out so they can outbake their friends?" Milla spread the mustard mixture onto the surface of the lamb chops. "The diva of all cake books. I believe it sold 1 million copies. Patty's been quite successful," she added, and James thought he caught a trace of ire in Milla's voice. "I don't act or look a lick like her. Never did. Wheezy and I take after our mama, but the diva always favored Daddy's side of the family." Jackson seemed troubled. Without a word, he set off for the den, and James suspected he was in search of a bottle of Cutty Sark. A few minutes later, he could see that his guess was correct. Jackson set a tumbler on the kitchen table and resumed his seat. "Now, what's eating you, Jackson?" Milla put her hands on her hips. "Is it Patty? Call me a fool if you want, but won't your famous jet-setting sister find our little country town mighty dull?" And under his breath, he muttered, "Not to mention the man you plan to marry." "Quincy's Gap is absolutely charming," Milla declared defensively, and Paulette said she's looking forward to taking a break from her busy life. She says she gets no privacy and is looking forward to slowing down. Milla retrieved a plump tomato and a small cucumber from the fridge, wiped her hands on the dish towel, and then knelt down beside Jackson. Taking his hands in hers, she looked up at him with one of her illuminating smiles. "This is my chance to reconnect with my sister, dear, and that means so much to me. We're not getting any younger, and our time on this earth is best spent with those we love. If we all welcome my sister with open arms, I know she'll come to adore our town and the man I chose to marry." She turned moist eyes upon James. "Will you both help me to make her feel at home?" "Of course we will," James said. Satisfied, Milla began chopping the cucumber into paper-thin slices. James never grew tired of watching her work her magic in the kitchen. He'd first met Milla when he and the other supper club members had enrolled in one of her cooking classes. He'd been instantly impressed by her ability to teach the tricks of her trade, but he never imagined that Jackson would fall in love with her. James was thrilled that his father had someone in his life, for Jackson had inched out of his shell more and more each day. The only negative about his father's engagement was that Milla cooked for the Henry men every night, and James had had a difficult time exercising away the results of Milla's rich meals. Rubbing a hand across his soft belly, he resolved to be more disciplined with his diet once he lived on his own. "James," Milla glanced away from the salad dressing she was making, using tomato juice, balsamic vinegar, an envelope of Italian salad dressing mix, and a spoonful of sugar. "I wanted to ask you for a big favor." "Sure, Milla. What is it?" "Would you mind picking up Paulette from the airport this Saturday? Jackson and I have some wedding errands to run, and we need to buy more canvases, too. His paintings are flying out of that D.C. gallery." Milla squeezed Jackson affectionately on the shoulder. "I'm happy to help," James said. Milla turned back to the salad dressing. "This favor comes with a catch. Actually, 2 catches." James raised his eyebrows. And they are? My sister would only fly to Dulles, so your trip is going to take half the day, what with going there and back. The other issue is that Milla wound a dish towel around her hand as she tried to find the right words. Paulette can be a tad prickly, especially toward strangers. Imagine that, being that she calls herself a diva and all, Jackson mumbled. She could rent a car if you're busy, Milla hurriedly said. It's just that it would be awfully expensive from Dulles to my house, and she's already incurring enough expense to fly here and make all this food for us. I'd at least like her to be driven by a friendly, trustworthy, and kind-hearted person. No one fits that description better than you, my dear. As Milla spoke, Jackson began to sort through the mail. James could see the familiar graphics of the postcard announcing Murphy's book peeking out from beneath Jackson's Reader's Digest. Lunging forward, James snatched up the postcard and stuffed it into the pocket of his pants. To distract Milla from asking what he was doing, he gave her a hug and said, "You can count on me. I'd do anything for you, Milla." "Thank you, James. Her flight comes in at 10, so your airport run shouldn't interfere with the Christmas cavalcade. I know you and your friends have plans to watch it Saturday night. I'm too old to stand out in the cold, even though I love all those lights and how excited the kids get." Milla gently pushed James away. "Now let go of me, honey, so I can get those chops into the oven." As he climbed the stairs to change from his work khakis into jeans, James heard Milla say, "Jackson, I love that boy of yours." "He's all right," Jackson huffed, "but he's gone and crumpled both my Reader's Digest and my Star Ledger." Shaking his head at his father's customary gruffness, James continued down the hall to the room he had occupied since the day his parents had brought him home from the hospital. Kicking his shoes off, he laid back on his bed and picked up Pillars of the Earth, a book he made a point of rereading every 5 years or so. Before he could get too absorbed in Follett's prose, he heard Jackson shake the newspaper and exclaim, "Look here, Milla. If my eyes are working right, James's ex-girlfriend has written a book about our town. It's one of those murder mysteries. Look at the blood on the cover." "Oh, dear," Milla said, after a few moments of silence. "According to this article, one of the characters is an intelligent, overweight librarian. I sure hope that librarian isn't our sweet James." "I bet it is," Jackson said disapprovingly. "James might have finally found a book that he'll want to ban from his library." James woke up at 7 o'clock Saturday morning and stumbled downstairs in search of coffee. Jackson had already emptied half the pot and was probably out in his shed working on a new painting. He would expect breakfast before James left for the airport, but luckily Milla had a sausage and cheese casserole in the freezer that only required defrosting. After turning on the oven, James finished his first cup of coffee, took a warm shower, and dressed in a gray wool sweater and a pair of jeans. He then walked out to the shed, his breath pluming into the sharp air like smoke from a steam engine. "I'm coming in." James knocked twice on the shed door. He opened it just in time to see Jackson throw a drop cloth over his latest work. "Isn't that going to smudge the paint?" James asked. Jackson waved a dry brush near James's face. "There's no paint on it yet. Come inside for breakfast casserole. It'll get your creative juices flowing." Jackson frowned. "My juices are just fine. I decided to paint Milla's sister. Only problem is, I don't know what a diva's hands look like close up, so I need to wait to watch her making one of her famous cakes. James checked his watch. Well, in a few hours, a celebrity will be in Quincy's Gap. That'll make 2 of them, including you, Jackson murmured as he closed the shed door behind him. What's that, pup? James asked. Nothing. You'd best leave. It's supposed to snow today, and the mountain roads will be a mess. Glancing up at the thin clouds in an otherwise blue sky, James eyed his father in disbelief. You think we're getting snow today? The hound down the road hollered at the moon all night long. That mutt's been alive for 12 years, and every time he sets up that kind of racket during a cold night, we get snow the next day. And not a dustin' either. At least an inch. Jackson's mouth curved into a grin. Damn dog's never been wrong. James decided to humor his father. I'd better hit the road, then. After a quick breakfast, James headed out. Milla had left her sister's flight information on the kitchen table, along with a note warning that Paulette might not be traveling alone. James tossed the paper on the Bronco's passenger seat, cranked up the heat, popped in a Clive Cussler audiobook, and spent the next 2 hours contentedly lost in one of Dirk Pitt's adventures. 5 miles from the airport, James began to wish he possessed Pitt's inventiveness and daring. If so, he might have discovered a way to circumvent the standstill traffic looming ahead. After spending 10 agonizing minutes bathed in the spotlight of a blinking arrow sign set up by the Virginia Department of Transportation, James knew that he was going to be late meeting Paulette's flight. Over the next 30 minutes, the traffic inched forward as 3 lanes were forced to converge into one. James tried to ignore the forward progression of his clock radio as he craned his neck to see if there was any end to the clogged roadway. As James's anxiety mounted, he longed for something to chew on, but all he had stored inside the center console was a blue and purple candy cane presented to him by the Salvation Army volunteer outside of the grocery store. Peeling back the wrapper, James sniffed the candy cane suspiciously. What happened to red and white? He asked the confection, and then took a small bite. He tasted sugared blueberries and tart raspberries, coated with a smooth layer of cream. The sweetness immediately alleviated some of his tension, but when he pulled up to the curb outside of the Continental Airlines gate and saw a slim woman in her late 60s with white hair cut in a blunt bob, pacing angrily back and forth, his agitation was renewed. James stopped the Bronco, leapt from the car, and waved at Paulette. Surrounded by a small mountain of Louis Vuitton luggage, Paulette bore a striking resemblance to Meryl Streep's character in the movie The Devil Wears Prada. Paulette? James extended his hand as the older woman bared a row of rather pointy teeth. "Where the hell have you been?" she snarled. "I've been standing here for 20 minutes. She gestured at her shoes. "Do these heels look comfortable?" James didn't know whether he was more surprised by her hostility or the fact that Milla's sister wore black stiletto boots and a fur coat. As Paulette swiveled to bark orders at a pale, reed-thin young woman with white blonde hair, James noticed the flattened fox head on Paulette's left shoulder and the bushy tail draped across her right. "Willow!" Paulette shouted. "Get the luggage into this heap on wheels and let's get going. My hair is already a wreck from standing out here. I hope no one recognizes me." And with that, the diva of dough wrenched open the Bronco's rear door and settled herself inside. James turned to the young woman, his mouth agape. "Is she for real?" "I'm afraid so. I'm Willow Singletary, Ms. Martine's assistant." She smiled weakly. "Don't mind her. She always gets strung out when she travels. She thinks New York City is the center of the world, and that the second she leaves it, she'll be forced to live in a mud hut and scavenge for her own food. Lowering her voice, she added, "She's why I smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day." Relieved that there would be at least one friendly passenger in his truck, James helped Willow load the suitcases into his Bronco. From her position in the back seat, Paulette directed the stacking of her luggage, and then, apparently satisfied that everything had been stowed to her specifications, took out her cell phone and began to talk with her producer. Her loud and animated chatter lasted for over an hour and a half. Unused to such a consistent barrage of noise, James longed to drown out Paulette's nasal voice with a dose of Clive Cussler. Instead, James made quiet small talk with Willow. He learned that she'd been Paulette's assistant for the past 3 years, and that her job requirements included, but were not limited to, seeing to the diva's travel arrangements, answering fan mail, editing her cookbooks, handling all the phone calls Paulette deemed unimportant, and fetching non-fat, no-foam vanilla lattes from Starbucks several times a day. "Though these days she prefers eggnog lattes," Willow whispered. "The diva's an eggnog junkie." James felt especially grateful that he had such a wonderful job. "I hope you get paid well for all you do." "For being Paulette's slave, you mean?" Willow murmured, and then uttered a humorless laugh. "I haven't had a raise since I started, but I'm planning to ask for one on this trip. After all, weddings are supposed to bring out the best in people." James had no idea whether Willow was being sarcastic or not, but he didn't have the opportunity to ask her, for at that moment, Paulette shoved her phone into a handbag large enough to hold a small goat and tapped James on the shoulder. "Is there a logical explanation for the unpleasant shade of your tongue?" "I ate a blue candy cane on the way to the airport," James said sheepishly. When he met Paulette's judgmental stare in the rearview mirror, his embarrassment quickly morphed into irritation. "The Charlottesville airport is much closer than Dulles. You could have saved time by flying there." "And subject myself to one of those tin cans with wings? Those things are death traps." The diva removed a compact from her purse and touched up her flawless makeup. "Are we almost there? This seat is most uncomfortable." James rubbed his steering wheel as though to ward off Paulette's last remark. As the Bronco climbed a steep hill, Willow whistled at the sight of a dramatic slope covered in green-topped pine trees and leafless hardwoods. "I bet this looks lovely in the snow," she said. "The Shenandoah Valley is the most beautiful place on earth," James boasted. "I'd rather be here than on a beach in Hawaii or a Parisian cafe." Paulette snorted. "You'd hardly be at home in Paris. I went to culinary school there, and the dirtiest alley in France has more grandeur than these blue hills. I detest the country. How on earth could my sister be living in such a state of crudeness?" Annoyed beyond measure, James switched on the radio. Jingle bells burst from the speakers as James sped through the town of Grove Hill. "Is your town like this?" Paulette asked with a trace of anxiety. "I haven't seen a single Starbucks, let alone a decent hotel or restaurant." She leaned forward and jabbed Willow in the shoulder. "I told you we should have had cooking supplies FedExed down here. How am I supposed to make my sister's wedding cake using materials from a store called Food Lion?" James couldn't take it any longer. "We're actually still using the barter system round these parts," he drawled. "But I'm right sure you could find something to trade for a dozen eggs and some fresh milled flour. Someone might fancy that fur coat of yours. Now, sugar's mighty dear, what with the recession, and I sure hope you brought your own toilet paper for the outhouse." "Very droll, young man," Paulette replied acerbically. But James thought he caught a glimmer of amusement in her cool gray eyes. Having been instructed to take Paulette directly to the only inn near Quincy's Gap, a quaint bed and breakfast called the Widow's Peak, James was greatly relieved when he turned off the main road and made the steady but gentle climb up the winding driveway to the restored 1800s farmhouse. "Oh, my," Paulette muttered as James turned off the engine. "Willow, you'd better have bought out all the rooms for the next 2 weeks. I don't want to have our work interrupted by couples on romantic getaways. Also, I was assured that we'd have full use of the kitchen. Make sure they're aware that I will not stand for any interruptions when I'm baking, no matter what time it is." After a moment's pause, the diva of dough added, "Why are you still standing there, you fool of a girl? No wonder you can't find yourself a husband. You're as slow and stupid as a grazing cow." After Willow scurried away, James marched to the rear of the Bronco, opened the door with an angry jerk, and blocked Paulette's exit from his truck. "Miss Martine, your sister is about to marry my father. For that reason, and that reason alone, I'm going to be cordial to you, no matter how you act in return. However, people in this part of the country are polite as a rule, and no one's going to accept the kind of treatment your assistant does." Paulette smiled a slow, deliberate smile. "That's exactly why I employ Willow. She'll put up with anything, especially since I caught her." She trailed off, straightened the fox head on her shoulder, and then said, "I'm weary, so if you'll excuse me." And without a thank you or goodbye, the diva of dough strode into the inn as though she were the Queen of England. From the safety of his Bronco, James frowned as he watched her disappear inside. It was going to be a long 2 weeks with Paulette Martine in residence a few miles down the road from the Henry home. Sighing over the certain loss of the harmonious existence he'd enjoyed prior to the news of Murphy's book release and the arrival of the diva of dough, he turned the key in the ignition. As he drove slowly down the driveway, James glanced at the sky. It was thick with pewter-colored clouds that embraced the surrounding mountains. James was suddenly seized by an uneasy feeling. This sky does not bode well for tonight's Christmas cavalcade, he murmured to himself as he headed north toward home. But if it snows really hard, he thought with a sudden surge of hopefulness, Paulette might be forced to stay inside the inn for a few days. Heaven help those innkeepers, he said, and turned on the main road. He picked up his speed, eager to put distance between himself and the diva of dough. Chapter 3. Hot Buttered Rum. At 5 o'clock that same Saturday, the supper club members gathered on Jillian's front porch. They were all bundled in layers of shirts, sweaters, and outerwear, but a cold wind seemed intent on making them shiver. "This is the downside of living between 2 mountain chains," James said. "The wind just attacks you." "I know. My lips are peeling like pieces of old wallpaper. Still, I hope we get snow," Lindy Perez, the cheerful high school art teacher, declared. "Everything's beautiful when it's covered by a layer of white." She stretched out her arms. "Reminds me of the feeling I get whenever I stare at a new canvas or a block of clay. I get tingly all over just thinking of the possibilities." Jillian emerged from inside her large Victorian house, carrying a silver plate tray loaded with a teapot and 5 pottery mugs. "The winter solstice is almost upon us, so I've made us some soul-warming herbal tea." She set the tray down on one of the wicker side tables. "While you sip, be grateful that we're not looking at the winter as the famine months, as our ancestors would have done. When it comes to your tea, I might prefer going without." Bennett took the top off the teapot and sniffed. "What are you trying to sneak down our throats, woman? Mulch tea? Ugh, this stuff smells like my backyard." "Excellent olfactory observation," Jillian exclaimed. "This is pine needle tea. It's very high in vitamin C and helps relieve congestion. You sound a bit stuffy to me, Bennett. However, if you lack the courage to taste an unfamiliar flavor, then I'll give you some leaves to take home. You can take a nice pine needle tea bath to soothe your aching joints." "How'd you know my joints were sore?" Bennett looked at Jillian in surprise. "I'm very intuitive," Jillian replied. "I once took yoga classes with a very spiritual woman. She told me that I was deeply in tune with my inner—" "I brought something to warm us up, too," Lucy interrupted, gesturing at a large metal thermos. "Hot buttered rum. It's a recipe my folks have used for years to make it through the cavalcade without turning into human ice sculptures. It'll send a shot of heat right through you." "That's more like it. I'll take a cup of that brew." Bennett pointed at the thermos and then glanced out at the road. "Hey, I think our first vehicle is coming." The 5 friends moved to the edge of Jillian's porch and clapped at the sight of a Shenandoah County recycling truck. The Christmas cavalcade was established 15 years ago to encourage hometown pride. Each of the Quincy's Gap municipal departments decorated a vehicle with Christmas lights, garlands, ornaments, plastic statues, stuffed animals, and anything else that would spread holiday cheer. Department members hung out windows or perched on top of the roof of cars, trucks, vans, or buses and tossed goodies to the multitude of children who flocked to Quincy's Gap in hopes of acquiring a bag full of holiday treats. Jillian's house was perfectly situated for viewing the cavalcade. She lived in the heart of the downtown historic area, and all the parade vehicles would begin their journey at the old courthouse, which was 2 blocks north of her 3-story pink and green home. Jillian ducked back inside her house and returned with a plate of cookies. Her friends hated her vegan, gluten-free cookies, but were unwilling to offend their hostess by leaving them uneaten. James took 2 cookies from Jillian's multicultural holiday platter, which showed a rainbow of children's faces around the border and a dove carrying a holly branch in the center, and stuffed them into a snack-sized plastic bag he'd put in his coat pocket earlier that evening. James thought that he had slipped the cookies into his jacket undetected, but Lucy sidled up to him and said, "Got room for mine?" She unfolded her fist in order to reveal a pair of crumbling cookies. "Sure. Come closer and drop them into my pocket. I'll throw them out later." "This is just your way of getting me near you," Lucy teased. "But I'm glad you came prepared. You ever heard the term meadow muffins? That's what Jillian's cookies taste like." James laughed until Lucy placed her hand in his coat pocket. "Actually," he whispered, "I did want to talk to you about the 2 of us starting over." He leaned his head closer to hers as the garbage truck roared by. "I'd like to take you out on a date. Not like the dates we had before." He trailed off. Before I got obsessed with Sully and drove you into the arms of Murphy Alastair? Lucy asked. Exactly, James said. I know we've been taking it slow, that we've been working our way into trusting each other again, but I'm ready for more, Lucy. He turned to her, blocking her view of the green pickup truck from the Shenandoah Parks Department, which carried an enormous fir tree decorated with garlands of red berries and strings of glowing pine cones. That's wonderful to hear, James. There was a smile in Lucy's voice. We should find a way to celebrate, because I've been ready since this summer. A celebration. James reveled in the word. Yes, I'd like to do something really romantic. Not a simple dinner and a movie. Something unforgettable. He lowered his voice even further. Lucy, I'd really like to take you. Look! Jillian poked James in the back. They're throwing seedlings strapped to teddy bears. I didn't get one last year, and I so wanted to plant a tree near the corner of my property. She set down her teacup, and seeing that James didn't share her enthusiasm, grabbed Bennett's arm instead. Bennett, can you get one for me? When Bennett nodded, she yelled, Hurry! The truck is going to pass us by. James watched his friend sprint down the sidewalk. He pushed his way through the crowd and chased after the departing pickup. Yo! Bennett hollered at one of the Parks Department's employees. Hit me with a teddy bear, man. The lady in the pink house has to have one. A brown Smokey the Bear was hurtled through the air. Bennett dove for the plush toy, stretching out his arms and landing on the cold asphalt. The crowd cheered as Bennett clambered to his feet and shoved the bear inside his parka. Woman! Bennett stomped onto the porch and presented Jillian with her prize. Give me a little more notice next time, would you? You're my hero. Jillian hugged Bennett. Aw, there's a blue spruce sapling tied to this Smoky. I can plant it, and we can all sit outside, sipping cups of vanilla lavender tea. Bennett scowled. Does your boyfriend like vanilla lavender tea? As a matter of fact, Detective Harding likes tea, Jillian replied. He's very open to new experiences. She refilled her cup. And he's not my boyfriend. Our relationship isn't defined by conventional terms. We're just living in the now. I'm surprised he has time to drink tea, Bennett said. Sheriff Jones says that she keeps him pretty busy. Jillian frowned. I don't think the detective takes directives from your girlfriend. Bennett poured himself another tumbler of hot buttered rum. Ms. Jade Jones is not my girlfriend. She and I... He pulled at his toothbrush mustache and searched for the correct term. Lindy held out her hands. Enough! You two can argue about the romantic partners you acquired over the summer later. All this talk about boyfriends and girlfriends makes me miss Luis. Where is the dashing principal of Blue Ridge High? James asked. He went to Mexico because his mama's really sick, Lindy answered sadly. I hope she gets better soon, because I really miss him. He's promised to bring our relationship out into the open at school. I can't wait to see the looks on my colleagues' faces when they realize he's off the market. She drained her glass. Lucy, can you pour me another? These rum things are so delicious that I can almost forget about Luis, and that my feet are too numb to be cold. Exactly how much rum is in here? Lucy laughed. Enough to make me want to see what the convicts are tossing from that bus. The bus in question was crammed with inmates. The men, who wore orange jumpsuits and red Santa hats, waved as they threw penguin finger puppets into the hands of eager spectators. You're probably responsible for several of those passengers, James said to Lucy. They might throw something at you other than a penguin. They got themselves into those jumpsuits, Lucy replied. And only those with minor offenses can ride in the parade bus. All the same, I think I'll wait for the firemen. I hear they have frosted gingerbread cookies shaped like Dalmatians. That would go nicely with my hot buttered rum. Come on, Jillian. Lindy, let's go ogle the men in yellow. The three women blew kisses at the burly, handsome men poised on top of their fire truck. The fire truck was decorated with blinking chili pepper lights and towed a small trailer bearing a burning Christmas tree and a pile of smoking presents. A lone fireman sat on the edge of the trailer and held up a sign reading, "Don't forget to unplug your tree." The fire truck was followed by the county's only street cleaner. It moved at a snail's pace, while the driver tossed small bags of coal, which were really black gumdrops, and cheerfully admonished the throng to clean up after themselves. "I'm going on vacation," he yelled over the roar of his machine, "and I don't want to clean up after y'all at 5 a.m. He stepped on the street cleaner's accelerator, creating a puff of foul-smelling black smoke. When the voter registration vehicle came along and sent out voter application registrations in the form of paper airplanes, the children stuck out their black tongues until the woman in the passenger seat flung out a handful of candy canes. "Too much candy will rot your teeth," she shouted. "They're too young to vote anyhow," Bennett hollered back. After 3 glasses of hot buttered rum, James found himself laughing at everything. He even managed to choke down one of the 3 cookies left on Jillian's platter. He'd just swallowed the last bite when the snow began to fall. What began as a few flakes blown lazily about by the wind quickly morphed into a genuine snowfall. Within minutes, the flakes multiplied. Lindy clapped her mittened hands. "It's beautiful!" Everyone agreed that the first snow of the season, illuminated by the twinkling colored lights entwined around Jillian's railings, was magical. For the spectators gathered on the sidewalk, however, the snow wasn't entirely pleasant. Moist flakes wriggled under scarves and inside their jackets. "Good thing the finale's coming up," Jillian said as she pointed at the crowd. "I think those children by my front gate are turning blue." Bennett squinted at the crowd. "They're all right. Their faces are covered in cotton candy." "Speaking of sweet," Lucy pointed across the street, where a minivan had come to a stop in a parking spot reserved for event volunteers. "Isn't that Milla?" Beneath the sheen of a street lamp, it was easy to recognize the lavender hue of Milla's van, as well as her vanity plate, which read, "Live to Cook." James groaned. "Oh, no. She's brought her sister, the harpy, with her. Brace yourselves, my friends. This woman is as fork-tongued as a serpent." "You must be exaggerating." Lindy swatted James with the end of her crimson scarf. "How can anyone related to Milla be mean?" "Trust me. Paulette Martine is queen of the shrews." James shifted nervously as Milla, Paulette, and Willow headed for Jillian's house. Lucy gripped James by the hand. "You didn't tell us Milla's sister was the diva of dough. I watch her TV show all the time." She paused to lick her lips. "You know frosted cakes are my big weakness, and this woman is the world's expert when it comes to cakes. You're so lucky that she's about to join your family." "Yeah, I'm really lucky," James mumbled caustically as Milla stepped onto the porch. "Hello, my dears," she shouted merrily. "I'm sorry to barge in like this, Normally I'd be all snuggled in my nightgown with my darling Sir Charles the Corgi at my feet and a Nora Roberts novel in my hand. But my sister was dying to witness our special event, so here we are. Did we miss the whole thing? It's just about done, Lindy said regretfully. That's the Department of Finance limo, she explained to Paulette and Willow, who'd yet to speak. They tossed chocolate coins to the kids, along with little slips of paper telling them that it's never too early to open a bank account. How quaint, Paulette pursed her lips. And this is what passes for entertainment around here. You stand out in the frigid cold while vehicles decorated with items found in your dollar stores pass by distributing cheap candy. Bennett leaned over to Lucy and whispered, "Does she talk like that on her show? Like she's better than everyone?" Lucy nodded, surprisingly unruffled by Paulette's criticism of their holiday event. "The Christmas cavalcade is pretty creative," she explained to Paulette. "Here comes the sanitation department. They're one of the crowd pleasers because they throw out these little rubber frogs called mistletoads. They're stuffed with gooey chocolate, and when you squeeze their bellies, it oozes out of a tiny hole in their mouths. No one knows how the garbage men fill the frogs." "How repulsive," Paulette replied with a frown. "All I really wanted was a cup of tea with my sister, but the establishment masquerading as my hotel only carries Lipton. No Ashby, no Mariage Frere, no Tazo, not even Twinings." Paulette indicated Willow with a nod of her chin. "And my assistant was incapable of procuring a suitable rental car. So Milla agreed to pick us up in her strange van and take us to the home of someone who purportedly has good taste in tea." Jillian stood taller. "That's me. I have an entire spectrum of organic herbal teas. Would you care to come inside and select one?" Paulette nodded. "You can stay here, Willow. Perhaps one of the rubber frogs from the garbage truck will turn into a prince. Come along, Milla. No sense you're catching cold with your big day coming up." As soon as the diva of dough was gone, Willow breathed a sigh of relief. James introduced her to his friends and then offered her the last of the hot buttered rum. "I think you need this more than anyone here." "Thanks." Willow accepted the tumbler. "I used to carry a flask of vodka everywhere. Paulette likes freshly squeezed orange juice in the morning, so I'd make myself an OJ and add a splash of survival vodka. It helped me make it to lunchtime." "I'd need more than a flask if I were working with that she-devil," Bennett said. Willow looked at the floor, shame-faced. "Well, I stopped doctoring my orange juice because only alcoholics drink at work. Now I just smoke." Willow pulled a pack of cigarettes out of her coat pocket. "I'll just go out to the street for a minute. If she comes out, just tell her I went to catch one of those frogs." The four friends watched the young woman hurry toward the sidewalk. At Jillian's gate, she bent her head and cupped her cigarette, clearly determined to light it despite the wind and swirling snow. "Poor thing," Lindy said. "No one should be treated like that." "I told you what Paulette was like." James shot a nervous glance at the front door. "Now you know why she calls herself a diva." "Well, the diva's going to miss the finale," Lucy said. "Here comes Santa." An old yellow school bus, corroded by rust, lumbered down the street. The spectators in front of Jillian's house released their heartiest cheers, and the children shrieked and hopped up and down in excitement. The bus was driven by a very authentic-looking Santa Claus in denim overalls and a red flannel shirt, and contained the mayor and her staff, who were dressed as elves. The elves hung out the open bus windows, jingling bells and smiling widely in order to display their fake redneck teeth, which protruded from their mouths in crooked rows of brown and yellow. Just below the line of windows, the bus had been spray-painted with the words, "Hillbilly School Bus." A chicken coop had been erected on the roof, and several chickens, ducks, and white geese strutted about on a pile of straw. Santa held the steering wheel with one hand and an empty whiskey bottle in the other. Plush raccoons, squirrels, and rabbits hung from hooks inside the open passenger door, while the mayor's 4 basset hounds occupied the rear bucket seat. Every inch of the bus's exterior was covered in a mismatched hodgepodge of Christmas lights. James laughed as the elves began to shower the crowd with red, green, and silver Hershey's Kisses. "What's the big prize this year?" he asked Lucy. "The kids' prize is a new mountain bike, complete with helmet and knee pads," Lucy said. "I'd love to win the adult prize. It's a $1,000 Christmas shopping spree. Vendors from all over the county donated gift certificates that must be redeemed over the next 2 weeks only. How much fun would it be to spend all that money?" She rubbed her hands together excitedly. "But you're a county employee." Bennett gave Lucy a perplexed look. "You're ineligible." "A girl can dream," Lucy snapped. "And if Jillian gets out to the street in time, she might catch the Hershey's Kiss with the winning message on its tag." She glanced at the front door. "How long can it take to make a pot of tea, anyway?" "That crazy redhead is probably whispering Buddhist chants while the water boils," Bennett said. The hillbilly bus proceeded past Jillian's house just as Willow made her way back to the porch. Her face glowed beneath the porch lights, and her white blonde hair was veiled in snow. James thought that she looked quite pretty. "This parade is wonderful," she exclaimed. "Do you see how psyched all those kids are? And are those real chickens on the roof of that ancient school bus? You'd never see anything like this in New York. It's all so fun," James suggested. "Yes, but without the glitz and glam of a Macy's parade." Willow unwrapped a chocolate kiss and popped it in her mouth. "Take this candy, for example. In the city, we'd check inside this chocolate for razor blades or white powder. But here, you feel safe. Trust me, we have our share of crime," Lucy said. "But I'm glad you were able to see our hillbilly Santa. In all the years I've seen this parade, I still don't know who he is." "Maybe it's not a costume," Bennett winked at Lucy. At that moment, raised voices could be heard from inside Jillian's house. The supper club members exchanged worried glances, for one of the voices belonged to Jillian, and she rarely shouted. James was about to go inside when Willow stopped him. "I wouldn't go in there if I were you," she said. "Paulette will punish you if you interfere." "But Jillian's my friend, and Milla's my—" He paused. "Well, Milla is Paulette's sister. I guess she knows better than anyone how to handle the diva of dough." Suddenly, Jillian's door was flung open, and Paulette strode outside, clinging to the fox fur collar of her coat. James couldn't help but notice her blouse was wet. "I'm soaked to the bone," Paulette raged, and turned a pair of angry gray eyes on Willow. "Get my umbrella. I'm already in danger of coming down with pneumonia, no thanks to the liberal, tree-hugging lunatic that owns this house. Milla, I'm leaving this minute." Without another word, Paulette stomped down the stairs. Willow followed behind, holding a black umbrella covered by interlocked Chanel C's over the diva's head. "I apologize for my sister's behavior," Milla said, as she and Jillian stepped onto the porch. I know how much you love animals, and I had no idea she'd be so cruel about them." Jillian was dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. "I'm sorry, too. I should never have asked her if that fox fur on her coat was real." Milla squeezed Jillian's shoulder and then shot an embarrassed glance James's way. "I hope we didn't completely ruin your evening." James enfolded his future stepmother in a hug. "Don't worry about it, Milla. You just added more color to a colorful night." Milla smiled at him in gratitude and then trotted after her sister. "What happened?" Bennett asked Jillian. "That woman said such horrible things about the mink and fox fur farms where they get fur for coats like hers. She told me how the animals often gnaw at their own limbs." Jillian sniffed as another tear rolled down her cheek. "She told me she was proud that the fox cub used on her coat had obviously been electrocuted before he could cause any damage to his pelt." "Don't think about it anymore." Lindy put an arm around Jillian. "Let's all go inside for a bit and talk about something else, okay?" Bennett opened the door for Jillian. "Well, you must have fought back against the Wicked Witch of the North. She was pretty steamed when she left." "Steamed is right," Jillian replied. "I poured an entire cup of jasmine pearl oolong tea on her. I thought she might be able to sympathize over the plight of an electrocuted animal if she felt a little heat herself. I knew it wouldn't burn her. The water hadn't boiled yet. I just can't believe that someone who makes such beautiful cakes can be so sour." Lucy collected her thermos and went inside. James was the last one on the porch. He looked down the street, where the school bus was heading down Main Street at a steady crawl, and then blinked. For a moment he was positive that he'd seen a small red elf duct-taped to the vehicle's rear emergency exit door. "Glowstar?" James murmured, and then he shook his head. How could the library's elf have ended up on the hillbilly school bus? It can't be Glowstar. Must be another elf. Still, he couldn't help watching the small red form as it faded into the distance. Its plastic face looked very familiar. James knew that come Monday, he'd have to mention the sighting to the Fitzgerald brothers. He also knew that they wouldn't rest until the mystery of the missing elf had been solved. Chapter 4. The Diva's Beef Wellington. "I've never been thin, Dr. Ruth." James studied the kind face of Bennett's nutritionist. "I don't aspire to look like Brad Pitt. I just want to feel comfortable in the tuxedo I'm wearing to my father's wedding. In all my clothes, actually. I'd like to be healthy, but I'd rather not eat 1 or 2 food groups for the rest of my life." The nutritionist nodded. "Call me Ruth, Mr. Henry. Dr. Ruth calls to mind the famous sex therapist, and that's not my area of expertise." She tinted her fingers and smiled. "Why don't you start off by telling me what kinds of foods you like? And be honest, I'm not going to pass judgment on what you enjoy eating. I'm not here to ask you to change your tastes, but to help you achieve your goals." James released his grip on the arm of his chair, which was positioned across from Dr. Ruth's desk and next to a coffee table filled with synthetic food. Bennett had called the nutritionist doctor, so James had also come to think of her as Dr. Ruth. He picked up a piece of fake food from the table next to him, a plastic chicken drumstick, and examined it curiously. "I like meat and potatoes," he said, as he replaced the chicken leg and scooped up a pile of peas, which felt like hardened Play-Doh. "I'm not a big fan of seafood, but I do like green vegetables, as well as fruit." He paused. I love salty stuff, like cheese puffs, peanuts, buttered popcorn, and Doritos. I also have a powerful sweet tooth. I feel like my meal isn't really done until I've had something sugary, especially after supper. That's not uncommon. Many people need dessert to provide a sense of closure to their meal. Dr. Ruth took a few notes. It sounds like you eat a nice variety of foods. That makes my job easier. It's also encouraging that you have a specific aim, such as fitting more comfortably into your clothes. When is your father's wedding? In less than 2 weeks. On Christmas Eve, James said. Dr. Ruth tapped her pen thoughtfully. Healthy weight loss is gradual, Mr. Henry. You might lose 4 or 5 pounds by the wedding, but not 15 or 20. I don't want you to go into this with unrealistic expectations. James nodded. Oh, I know. The wedding just gave me the motivation I needed to make an appointment with you. I probably won't lose any weight now that my stepmother's sister is in town. She's a famous baker, and she's going to make the wedding cake. Somehow I promised to sample all of her favorite cakes and say which one I think should be served at the wedding. That's quite an honor, Dr. Ruth said. You could still lose weight while being the official cake taster. 2 or 3 bites aren't going to make a difference as long as you're not combining those high-calorie samples with other unhealthy treats. She turned to a wooden letter tray near her right elbow and pulled out a sheet of computer paper. Sliding on a pair of reading glasses, she looked at James and asked, The baker wouldn't happen to be Paulette Martine, would it? That's her, the diva of dough, James replied, with a hint of bitterness. I'm doing a television show with her this Thursday. The crew from the CBS affiliate in Charlottesville is driving up to interview us about how we handle holiday feasts. I'm supposed to talk about practicing moderation in order to avoid weight gain, and Paulette is going to illustrate examples of decadent foods that are worth blowing one's diet for. It should be an interesting show. She picked up a framed photograph on her desk and showed it to James. Channel 19 plans to run clips from the show on their evening news program as well. I'm hoping to gain a few more clients from the experience so that I can keep up with the cost of tuition. As James examined the photograph of Dr. Ruth's 3 sons, who all resembled NFL linebackers, he wondered if he should warn her about Paulette's waspish manner. The nutritionist was markedly gentle and soft-spoken in comparison to Paulette Martine. James hated the idea that Paulette might browbeat Dr. Ruth in front of thousands of television viewers. Well, I'll definitely tune in, he said. But look out for Paulette. She has a rather venomous tongue. Dr. Ruth replaced her family photo and nodded. I've seen her Diva of Dough show several times. I'll be focusing on the nutritional content of her beautiful cakes, but like I told you, I don't recommend depriving oneself of treats, so she and I shouldn't be at odds. Confident that Dr. Ruth could hold her own, James asked, So what do I do now? I'd like you to start a food log. You should write down everything you eat over the course of the day and the calorie amount in each food. Then write a total for all the calories at the bottom of the page. I've written down the best websites to help you find the calorie content in the most common foods. She handed him a piece of paper. I'd also like you to add any exercise you've done per day, including walking, weight training, or other cardiac activities. You can deduct the calories burned from your food total. What about drinks? I have several cups of coffee every day. Do you add cream or sugar? Dr. Ruth asked. James nodded. Both. You'll need to write those down because there are calories in your coffee, Dr. Ruth said. The log is for me to take a look at your eating preferences. Just be as thorough and honest as you can. Remember, I'm not here to judge you. Can I do more to lose some weight while keeping this log? Absolutely, Dr. Ruth declared. Try to restrict your daily caloric intake to around 22 to 2,500 calories. Bennett and I can support each other, James said. If I get stressed about the wedding or he gets stressed about his upcoming taping for Jeopardy, then we can talk things through together. Having a friend with similar goals is certainly a plus. Dr. Ruth glanced at her watch. Unfortunately, our time is up. Let's make an appointment for next week. We'll start our session by weighing you and seeing what your body fat percentage is, and then we'll look over your food log and take things from there. Sound good? She smiled warmly. In spite of the mention of the words body fat, James felt a tingle of excitement. He was absolutely sure that this woman could help him improve his eating habits. Dr. Ruth wasn't going to guilt him into changing his eating habits. Instead, she'd act as a guide on his journey to a healthier future. The nutritionist was so sincere and encouraging that James wanted to please her. Thank you. He stood and shook her outstretched hand. I'm really glad I came today. I think this is exactly what I need. Dr. Ruth grinned. I think you're going to be one of my success stories, Mr. Henry. James whistled as he walked down the hallway of the medical office building housing Dr. Ruth and a dozen other professionals. As he passed a vending machine stuffed with Fritos, Hostess cupcakes, and candy bars illuminated by soft lights, his stomach issued a loud rumble. It's almost supper time, he said to himself. I'd better have a big one, too, since this is the last meal I'll be eating that Dr. Ruth won't know about. Something smells delicious, James said, as he entered his house through the back door leading into the kitchen. He stopped short when he saw Paulette bent over the kitchen counter, working a rolling pin over a circle of dough. Jackson sat at the table, watching Paulette's every move. James looked around in confusion. Where's Milla, Pop? She drove to Harrisonburg to buy meat, but she should be walking through that door any second now, Jackson said. Paulette is gonna fix us a dinner that'll make our bellies stick out for miles. I've got that down pat already. James turned to Paulette. What are you treating us to, if you don't mind me asking? A divine beef Wellington, made with succulent filet mignon, liver pâté, portobello mushrooms, and my homemade puff pastry. James was impressed. Wow. And I thought your specialty was cakes. It is, Paulette replied, but I'm quite adept in all areas of the culinary arts. She paused in her work and turned to Jackson. Can you see me well enough? Sure can. I'm sketching in my mind. Jackson tapped a gnarled finger against his wrinkled temple. By the end of the evening, I'll know your hands as well as you do. Paulette seemed quite pleased by the attention. She gave Jackson an indulgent smile and then gestured at the plastic tumbler sitting next to a frying pan, filled with sautéed onions and mushrooms. I'm ready for a refill, please. 3 fingers coming right up. Jackson jumped out of his chair and poured some of his favorite Cutty Sark into her glass. I didn't reckon you for a gal who could knock back the hard stuff. Figured you'd like those drinks with paper umbrellas. I'm tougher than I look, Paulette grinned. Besides, Milla and I grew up in Mississippi. We practically bleed Scotch whiskey. James couldn't believe his ears. Paulette and his father were getting along. Not only that, but they were apparently intent on getting drunk together. As he headed upstairs to change clothes, he heard the sound of Milla's van on the gravel driveway. I wonder if Milla and her sister have patched things up since Saturday, James thought, recalling Paulette's behavior at Jillian's. When he re-entered the kitchen a few minutes later, the room was filled with Milla's tinkling laughter and the bass rumble of Jackson's chuckle. Paulette placed each portion of the pastry-wrapped meat into a casserole dish while doing a perfect imitation of Martha Stewart. Everyone thinks I'm jealous of her because she has her own exclusive cookware and bedding line with Macy's. She rubbed her hands vigorously with a red and green plaid dish towel. Please, Macy's is so colloquial. I've been approached by Nordstrom's to come up with the desserts for their cafe menu. Milla slid the baking dish into the oven. How lovely, dear. And Willow tells me that you're going to be on one of our local shows on Thursday. That's very exciting. Paulette shrugged. It's just a morning show with a few thousand viewers. But there's a new cake recipe I'd like to try out before I film it for my show. I was going to make it for you and Jackson to sample, so why not prepare it on air? Yummy. Milla poured herself a glass of Merlot, and then filled a second glass and handed it to James. She clinked the rim of her glass against his and sighed contentedly. I'm so glad to have you all gathered here together. My old family and my new family. Perfect. Settling regally in a kitchen chair, Paulette picked up the knife and fork laid out on the table and began cleaning spots from their surfaces with a paper napkin covered with snowmen. You were always disgustingly sentimental, Milla. I'm surprised you managed to muster up enough gumption to run your own business. You're not the only one who knows their way around pots and pans, Milla retorted, and my classes have been quite successful. She sat down opposite her sister, but her posture was much less rigid than Paulette's stiff-backed carriage. I have to say, though, I'm getting tired of teaching all those classes up in Newmarket and then driving down here to be with my man. Jackson and I have decided to live in this house after we're married. My place is too small for the both of us, and I know Sir Charles will be tickled to death to run loose in the backyard. So what are you going to do? Please tell me that you're not going to return to being a cloistered housewife. Paulette cast a judgmental stare at Jackson. Don't give me the hairy eyeball, woman, Jackson grumbled. Milla's the master of her own mind. Milla covered his weathered hand with hers. I've decided to open a gourmet gift shop right here in Quincy's Gap. We get lots of tourists passing through, and the local folks are always complaining about having to drive to the big malls to buy anything unique. So I figure I'll get plenty of business. James topped off Milla's wineglass. That sounds great. What kind of things will you carry? Quincy's Whimsies will be filled with gourmet food. I plan to make things that neither the bakery nor our grocery stores carry. Milla pointed at Paulette. And I'll stock all of your cookbooks, of course. Plus, I thought I'd feature products by our local artisans. I've already talked to a woman who makes the most gorgeous pottery, a gentleman who can fix me up with beeswax candles and fresh jars of honey, and a young man who makes goat's milk soaps and lotions. I took a goat's milk bubble bath the other night, and my skin felt just like a 20-year-old's. Lord, the stuff is pure magic. Paulette eyed her sister curiously. I'd like to sample his products. We can visit the goat farm tomorrow. I'm thinking of giving out his wares as wedding favors. Milla got up, reduced the temperature of the oven, and turned on the front stove burner. She poured beef stock and some red wine into the meat drippings collected in a frying pan and began to stir the concoction. "I don't have suitable attire for mucking through fields of goat droppings." Paulette's expression turned sour. "Relax," Milla said. "The young man sells his merchandise from a shed next to the house." "Just don't wear that fur coat of yours anymore," Jackson ordered. "And there's no reason to be picking fights with my son's friends. They're good people, so behave yourself, you hear?" He turned to Milla and winked. "I'm done speech-making. Are we ready to eat?" "Yes, dear heart. I just needed to reduce this sauce until it was ready to pour over the beef. And now it is. Voila!" Milla placed a serving of Paulette's beef Wellington in front of Jackson. "See, I know French, too." James eyed the golden brown pastry and inhaled the scents of wine, meat, mushrooms, onion, and butter. "This entree isn't low-calorie, is it?" he asked. "Not even the teeniest bit," she said happily, putting a dish of steamed asparagus in the center of the table. "None of the world's best foods are completely low-calorie." Paulette opened her napkin with a flourish and stared at James's paunch. "Are you concerned about the caloric content for a particular reason?" James speared a piece of succulent meat with his fork and swirled it around in the fragrant drippings coating his plate. "Starting tomorrow, I'm going to keep track of everything I eat. This is the last meal I can eat without paying attention to the food's nutritional content." He put the meat in his mouth, reveling in its flavor. Milla poured more wine into James's glass. "If this is your final supper, then it's a good thing my sister made the dessert." The next morning, James turned on the shower, and while waiting the 3 full minutes it took for the water to turn from piercingly cold to marginally hot, he reluctantly took off his flannel pajamas, tube socks, and leather slippers, and prepared to weigh himself. Shivering, he paused for a second to consider how much he'd eaten the night before. 3 glasses of wine, beef Wellington, steamed asparagus, and 2 pieces of Paulette's 10-layer fudge cake. "I wonder if the scale can even compute all that," he thought anxiously, and then stepped onto the chilly surface of the metal scale. When the numbers surfaced in their silver window, James groaned. His weight was higher than he'd expected by a whopping 11 pounds. "I probably gained 5 of those last night." He got off the scale, and then, after waiting for the screen to return to 0, stepped back on, hoping there might have been an error in the previous reading. The scale added another 0.3 of a pound. "Damn it," James muttered, snatching the shower curtain aside and stepping under the stream of hot water. The heat immediately eased some of his tension, and as he lathered his hair with shampoo, he gave himself a pep talk. "It's okay. Today is a fresh start." After rinsing his hair, he opened his eyes and glowered at the scale. "This isn't over, buddy." After getting dressed, James packed his lunch, poured coffee into a travel mug, and tried to ignore the covered cake plate on the kitchen table. "I don't see you. I do not see you," James said to the white ceramic dome. "I'm not even thinking about that incredibly smooth chocolate icing or that moist and springy cake. Nope, I'm not interested in the least." "Who you talking to, boy?" Jackson asked as he entered the kitchen in an old bathrobe. James started guiltily. "No one. I'm off to the library. Are you planning to work on a painting of Paulette's hands today?" "Yep. Soon as I polish off that leftover cake for breakfast." He patted his flat stomach. I reckon it'll help inspire me, because I'm gonna paint her frosting this very cake." James wished his father luck, and after gazing longingly once more at the cake plate, he left for work. Instead of driving to the library, however, he headed to the Sweet Tooth, the town's bakery. Megan and Amelia Flowers, the mother-daughter team who kept the townsfolk's bellies filled with homemade breads, cookies, and pastries, were busy in the display window, smoothing a sheet of red velvet fabric across the bottom ledge. "Good morning, Professor." Megan stood up and put her hands on her narrow hips. "I had the pleasure of meeting your newest family member yesterday." "Uh-oh," James moaned softly. "Why would Paulette come in here? She does her own baking." "For a croissant to go with her latte," Amelia said, mimicking Paulette's haughty tone. "But she told my mom that our croissant wasn't flaky enough and bought a baguette instead. She didn't like that either. Said it was only supposed to be crusty on the outside, not inside and out." "I'm sorry." James tugged on his scarf, which suddenly felt too tight. "Paulette can be really impolite, and she seems determined to offend everyone in Quincy's Gap." Megan picked up a large box wrapped in red and green foil and stuffed with wax paper, and began to fill it with candy cane-shaped loaves of egg bread. Megan had ingeniously dyed half the dough red and left the other its natural shade of whitish yellow, so that when braided, the bread looked striped, just like the sugary version of a candy cane. "She didn't stop her criticism with my bread, either," Megan added crossly. "She made her shrinking violet of an assistant buy 3 of my cakes, whole ones, mind you, and then they left. I thought I was rid of them, but 20 minutes later they came back. That TV cake baker was chock full of suggestions on how I could improve my recipes." Megan furiously sifted powdered sugar over the candy cane bread. "They weren't suggestions." Amelia placed another gift box filled with iced gingerbread animals in the window. "That witch came in looking to pick a fight. She told my mom that her cakes were dry and her icing was as crunchy as kitty litter. I'd have liked to pull her white hair out strand by strand when she said that." Megan smiled at her daughter. "Honey, you get to your studying now. I know you have exams tomorrow, and I can handle things here." She watched her daughter leave. "I can't believe she'll be a college graduate soon. She's dying to move to New York, but how could I let her go there if the city is populated by people like Paulette Martine?" "Oh, I wouldn't judge all of Manhattan based on her," James cautioned. "In fact, I hear New Yorkers are pretty friendly." Megan looked unconvinced. "I'll really miss Amelia's artistic touch when she leaves me to pursue her fashion design career. Just look at this candy house she made for the window." She gestured at an enormous gingerbread house built in the style of a southern plantation. "It looks like Tara from Gone with the Wind." James marveled at the immense 2-story structure. It had a vanilla wafer roof, 2 chimneys crafted of colored sugar cubes, graham cracker shutters, icing railings with green gumdrop garlands, marzipan shrubs, and a split-rail fence made of chocolate-covered pretzel sticks. It even had a marshmallow snowman with a black licorice hat positioned on the front veranda. "Can you help me carry this masterpiece to the window?" Megan asked. As they lifted the house, Megan's mouth deepened into a frown. "That Paulette actually had the nerve to tell me that I should run out and buy her cake-baking book. I was so mad I could have shoved her into the oven. She's mighty lucky it was turned off. For what it's worth, I love your cakes." James eyed one of his favorites. Megan's butterscotch cake. Dusting off her hands, Megan touched James on the sleeve. "It wasn't my intention to take my ire out on you, Professor. You're one of my best customers, and I'll never stop being grateful to you for sticking up for Amelia and me when our reputation was on the line." Looking at her colorful window display, Megan's frown dissipated. "Enough of my yammering. What can I get for you today?" "I think I'll take my employees a box of hot cross buns. Scott and Francis are still up in arms over our missing library elf." The bells hanging from the front door tinkled as another customer entered the bakery. James continued speaking without turning around. "I might have to take out an ad in the Star, imploring the thief to return the elf before the twins conduct a house-to-house search." "It so happens we're offering a holiday discount to all our advertisers," a familiar voice said. James pivoted slowly on his heel, reluctant to come face-to-face with Murphy Alastair, editor of the Star, author of the upcoming novel about his town and his friends, and his former girlfriend. Murphy gave James a thin smile. "How are you?" "Fine," he answered tersely. "I saw the postcard promoting your book." "Cool cover, don't you think?" Her face glowed. "Advanced sales are great, too. My agent says there are 2 movie studios expressing interest in the rights. Can you believe that?" Megan placed a white bakery box tied with green striped string on the counter. Along with most people in Quincy's Gap, she knew that James had broken up with Murphy because she'd neglected to tell him that she'd written a novel loosely based on James and his supper club friends. "Anything else, Professor?" Megan asked with exaggerated cheerfulness. "No, thank you." James paid for his buns and then brushed past Murphy. "Have a nice holiday," he added in a tone of polite formality he reserved for strangers. Murphy's enthusiasm vanished. "You have to face the fact that this book is coming out. It might actually do some good for the town. Tourism might increase if people come here to see where the murders took place." She glanced at Megan. "Your business might triple. Same with Dolly's Diner. Couldn't everybody use a bit more money in the bank?" "So that's why you wrote the book?" James asked in a dangerously soft voice. "Out of altruism?" Squirming, Murphy focused on an arrangement of custard-filled donuts covered with white icing and red and green sprinkles. "No, I wrote it because it was a good story and I wanted to publish a book. But it could end up being a boon for Quincy's Gap." "Maybe." James opened the door. "But I can think of 5 of your neighbors who are seeing it as a bane, not a boon." "Have a Merry Christmas, Murphy," he said. As the door closed behind him, he thought he heard Murphy whisper, "It won't be merry without you." Chapter 5. Bennett's Breakfast Casserole. "I love having breakfast for supper," Lindy exclaimed, as she settled on the floor in front of Bennett's leather couch and kicked off her fleece-lined boots. She wiggled her toes, which were encased in black socks stitched with poinsettias, and issued a contented sigh. "I feel like I'm getting ready for a sleepover party." Bennett gestured at his red cotton sweatpants. "I feel like I'm already in my pajamas. You can go on home and change into yours if you want." Lindy pretended to be insulted. "I happen to sleep in a pink satin nightie from Victoria's Secret. Thank you very much." "No satin for me," Jillian said. "I wear an organic cotton nightgown. I feel closer to Mother Earth in such a planet-friendly fabric." She took a spoonful of apples from a Pyrex baking dish. "Are these baked, Lucy?" Following Lindy's example, Lucy had removed her boots and was warming her feet in front of the fire, her dinner plate balanced on her lap. "No, they're raw gala apples, but I soaked them overnight in a marinade of orange juice and cinnamon. I figured they'd offset the salty taste of Bennett's breakfast casserole." "And my cucumber and red onion vinegar salad," James added. "I'm relieved to discover that it's actually possible to have a healthy meal that doesn't taste like cardboard. I've got a full plate here containing less than 500 calories. Amazing." He took a bite of Bennett's casserole. He said, toasting his friend with his empty fork. "Well done." "Thank you, my man. And now, before we watch Dr. Ruth and the Diva of Dough go at it, let's get the Jeopardy board game set up. I only have a few weeks before the real show tapes, and I want to be one of the few African-American men to win a big pile of money from those rich TV folks." Bennett placed the game board on the floor, and the supper club members gathered around it, enjoying the crackling fire, the delicious food, and one another's company. As usual, Bennett answered every question correctly. "I think this one might actually stump you." Lucy held up a card with a triumphant flourish. "Here it is. After June, this month is the most popular for wedding ceremonies." "Pah, easy," Bennett snorted. "What is August? And Las Vegas is the top destination for weddings, followed by Hawaii and then the Bahamas. The average honeymoon lasts for 1 week. Care to hear more?" "Have you memorized all these questions?" Lucy asked in awe. "Not yet," Bennett said, "but I've stored all the answers from the DVD version in my noggin, as well as those from several of the Trivial Pursuit games. Personally, I think they exaggerated the title of that Genius edition." He looked at James. "I could tell you lots of wedding statistics in case you'd like to pass them on to your daddy." "Sure. Maybe it'll make him feel better to know that weddings make all women go completely nuts," James said, and received scowls from the 3 females in the room. "Most couples invite about 175 people to their wedding," Bennett said hurriedly, to deflect attention from James. "I don't even know that many people," Lindy cried. "Well, according to statistics, I should have been married at least twice by now," Lucy said sourly. "Statistics can be misleading. I believe that it's never too late to find your soulmate, the yin to your yang, our kindred spirit," Jillian gushed. "Look at Jackson and Milla." She gave Bennett's hand a squeeze. "Perhaps you and Jade are meant to entwine your lives like 2 climbing roses stretching toward the sun." Reaching her arms into the air above her head, Jillian exhaled loudly as Bennett cocked his head to one side in bewilderment. "Speaking of roses," he began, "I can tell you the names of a dozen climbing roses from Baltimore Belle to Dublin Bay to Silver Moon. But if I don't get a handle on more pop culture facts, I'll lose. Without a doubt, it's my Achilles heel." His expression turned grim. "How am I supposed to know the name of Paris Hilton's dog, for crying out loud? I think it's already pretty damned impressive that I know she lugs around a chihuahua like it was a handbag." "She has 2, actually," Lindy said. "How do you know?" Bennett asked. "Do you watch Entertainment Tonight? Because I don't have time for that." "I read People. If you want to be up on all that's going on in the world of celebrity gossip, get that magazine and start studying. You need to know who's going out with who's pregnant, who's lost 20 pounds on the leek soup diet, who's won an Oscar, an Emmy, a Grammy." "You could come to the library if you need a copy," James said, "though you can't get near it when Mrs. Turner and her mom's morning out girlfriends are in the building. And come to think of it, once school lets out, The junior high and high school girls hog all those kinds of magazines. He frowned. If only my patrons got that excited about literature. He picked up a question card and turned to Jillian. This environmental group was founded in Vancouver in 1971 and was originally known as the Don't Make a Wave Committee. That's an easy one. Jillian fluffed her cloud of red and blonde streaked hair. What is Greenpeace? Bennett clapped her on the shoulder. Well done. As they played on, James told his friends about his visit to Dr. Ruth. She is such a nice woman. Even though it's a hassle keeping this food log, I already feel more optimistic about getting fit since I saw her on Monday. He pointed at the television. I just hope she got a word in edgewise on Good Morning Virginia, since she had to share the spotlight with Paulette. The diva's been quite busy making enemies since she got to town, hasn't she? Lindy said, packing up the game pieces. I hear she raised quite a ruckus at Food Lion because they don't carry superfine sugar. James nodded. You can add Megan and Amelia Flowers to the growing list of folks who will be happy to see her go back to New York. And I'm not exactly a fan either. I'll be quite relieved to drop her off at Dulles after the wedding. Okay, folks, it's time for the news. Bennett returned his playing piece to the game box and turned on his small television set with the rather grainy screen. There's sugar-free caramel pudding and Cool Whip for dessert, so grab a spoon. By the time you've heard Dr. Ruth speak, you'll all want to become her clients. The image on the television screen morphed from an orange tabby cat gulping down a bowl of meow mix to an image of a somber-faced anchorman. The news anchor, who had shellacked hair and a subtle tan, related the details of a convenience store robbery that had occurred shortly after dark that same day in the outskirts of Charlottesville. Tony Kim, the clerk on duty this evening, the anchorman intoned, did not possess keys to the safe and could only offer the assailant the cash from his register. Apparently, $200 was not enough to appease the armed robber, and he demanded wallets and jewelry from each of the store's customers. The camera switched from the anchorman's face to a scene of police cars with flashing lights parked helter-skelter around the perimeter of the small gas station. Members of Charlottesville's police force conversed with deputies from the local sheriff's department. After providing a teaser on the weekend weather, as well as the outcome of the men's basketball game between rivals Virginia and Virginia Tech, the camera zoomed out in order to show a wide-angle view of the entire news desk. The anchor woman arched her eyebrows and said, "And things heated up in the town of New Market today. The life of a well-known chef, television star, and author was threatened after she appeared on our own CBS morning show. Stay tuned for the surprising events that were captured on film by one of our crew members." As James and his friends sat in stunned silence, the Aflac duck flew on screen and jumped in the driver's seat of a taxicab, promising to take over the injured driver's fares and save his family from certain starvation. "I can't stand it!" Lucy grabbed James's arm, causing him to overturn his spoonful of caramel pudding onto the front of his sweater. "What happened this morning? Don't leave us hanging like this." James shook his head dumbly. "Honestly, I have no idea. No one called me at work, and the house was empty when I came home after lifting weights, so I'm as mystified as the rest of you." He flexed his arm and poked his sore bicep, hoping Lucy would be impressed, but she had already returned her attention to the TV. The Aflac commercial was followed by a lengthy ad expounding the myriad virtues of Chrysler's new minivan. A pair of shiny-haired children sat in the back seat, laughing as they watched the Cartoon Network on their Sirius satellite television system, while an unusually happy-looking teenage boy played video games using the screen above the third row of seats. In the front, the smug, slim, and casually dressed parents gazed proudly at their progeny in the rearview mirror and exchanged contented grins. "The parents are dropping the kids off at Grandma's," Lindy said. "That's why they're smiling." "I thought it was because all of their cup holders were filled with little bottles of whiskey," Bennett joked, and then groaned as a commercial featuring Special K cereal droned on and on. "If that woman in the red dress pivots in front of that mirror one more time, I'm going to bludgeon her with the cereal box. I'm tired of all these damn ads." "Me too," Jillian agreed. "Our culture is simply barraged with capitalistic messages. That's why I prefer to record my favorite shows. I feel empowered when I can skip the commercials." "Shh," Lucy hissed. "They're finally coming back on." Earlier today on CBS's Good Morning Virginia show, there was a face-off between area nutritionist Ruth Wilkins and celebrity chef Madame Paulette Martine, also known as the Diva of Dough. The anchorwoman adopted a stoic expression. The focus of this morning's show was on opposing positions regarding Americans' tendency to overindulge on rich foods between Thanksgiving and New Year's. Ms. Wilkins began the Good Morning segment by providing pointers on how to avoid holiday weight gain. Then Madame Martine allowed several members of our studio audience to sample her famous cakes. Here's a taste of what those lucky few experienced. The screen switched to a setting familiar to all of the Supper Club members. The segment had been filmed at Milla's Culinary School. Paulette, wearing an apron covered with green fleur-de-lis, stood proudly behind 3 gorgeous cakes on glass pedestals. "These cakes are the perfect accompaniments for the season," Paulette began, her voice clear and authoritative, yet strangely soft and melodic as well. "The first is a praline pecan bundt cake. This is an easy cake to make, and it's a wonderful gift to take to a neighbor who's feeling unwell, to a holiday potluck party, or even to the school bake sale. The cake's buttery center is delectably moist, and the praline icing simply cascades over the hills and ridges created by the mold. Lastly, the rim is covered by toasted and candied pecans." The host, a tall woman wearing a red suit, took a small bite of the praline pecan cake. "Delicious!" she exclaimed, and then asked Ruth, "In your opinion, how many calories are in a single slice?" "About 1,000, Ruth said. 1,000 is nothing." Paulette flicked a dish towel in dismissal. "A slice of this cake is worth every calorie. Remember, my fellow food lovers, real food tastes like real food. It might contain fat and calories and butter and cream, but you shouldn't put anything less into your mouth." Paulette threw her arms out wide. "This is a season of celebration. We should be enjoying this special time with our loved ones, and part of that tradition is sharing homemade foods. I ask you," she pointed a spatula at the men and women seated on the other side of the counter, "would you rather eat this lemon meringue layer cake filled with cream and strawberries, or a rubber chicken from Lean Cuisine? Would you rather count calories or gather around the table cut into this cake and make some Christmas memories." Someone in the audience shouted, "I'd like some of that cake right this minute." Paulette issued a tinkling laugh and pointed at the lemon meringue cake. "People often reserve meringue cakes for the warmer months, but I love this cake in the winter because the stiff peaks of meringue remind me of mountains covered with a layer of fresh snow." She pivoted the cake so that the camera could zoom in on the slice she was cutting. "Look at the interior of this gorgeous confection. The lemon cake is so moist that it will feel like a cloud inside of your mouth. Next, the tart sweetness of the strawberries will make you moan. This cake is like mistletoe. The object of your desire cannot resist you if you offer them a piece of this heaven." She handed the cake wedge to the show's host. "You find me a person who would rather eat a bran muffin, and I'll show you someone who is quite simply afraid of experiencing pleasure." Ruth shook her head. "That's an unfair. And if you'd rather your dessert packed a little punch, then I recommend my eggnog cake with butter rum frosting." Paulette ignored the nutritionist's protest, and unfortunately so did the show's host. "And I don't use rum extract. I use the rum that comes from a large bottle with a handle." The audience tittered appreciatively. Paulette began to cut slices of the eggnog cake, while emphasizing that it could be made at any time of the year, as the batter didn't actually contain any eggnog. "Eggnog happens to be my secret vice," Paulette whispered into the microphone attached to her apron. "I can drink gallons of the stuff, especially when I'm whipping up one of my triple-tiered chocolate mousse cakes. If I'm drinking eggnog, then I won't eat all the cake batter." The audience laughed harder and issued a hearty round of applause. "She really knows how to work a crowd." James couldn't help but be impressed. Lucy nodded. "That's why I was excited to meet her. She's very charismatic on her television show. And just look at those cakes. I'd love to get my hands on them." James eyed his pudding cup. "I know this is a healthy dessert, but I'd much rather have a slice of that 10-layer chocolate fudge cake Paulette made for us a few nights ago. She's a nasty piece of work, but she's almost tolerable when she's baking." Paulette described the smooth, buttery frosting, while deftly stepping directly in front of Ruth's more diminutive figure. As she watched the camera zoom in toward the nutmeg-flecked icing, Jillian asked, "How does one create 10 layers? They must be thin as a butterfly wing." "It's pretty incredible, actually," James said. "I saw her remove 3 cake pans from the oven. After they'd cooled, she overturned the cakes from the pans and stacked all 3 layers on top of one another. Then she started measuring from the bottom to the top with a ruler. She'd stick a toothpick into the cooked cake every half-inch or so, and then swivel it around and repeat the process." He gestured at the screen. "The cake was about the same height as that eggnog cake on TV, but it looked like a porcupine with all the toothpicks sticking out of it." "Let me guess," Lindy said. "The diva then cut the cake layers using a serrated knife, right?" James shook his head. "No, she used dental floss. It slid right through the cake, and each layer was absolutely even." "Clever." Bennett cast an admiring glance at the television. As the 5 friends watched, the camera focused on Paulette as she took a bite of her cake and smiled in satisfaction. "Scrumptious! Now why would you want to live a life that doesn't include cakes like this? Forget about spending your money on diet food or weight loss centers. Enjoy life. Buy my latest release, Holidays with the Diva of Dough, And forget about the gym and the nutritionist. Do you want to be skinny and miserable, or do you want to be happy and eat cake? The audience burst into spontaneous applause, and the camera returned to the studio anchor desk. Following the conclusion of the Good Morning segment, Madame Martine signed copies of her new cookbook and then left the studio, the anchor woman said. In the parking lot, adjacent to the Fix-N-Freeze location where the show took place, Ms. Martine was cornered and, according to witnesses, harassed by Ruth Wilkins's 3 sons. The camera switched to a street scene, and James recognized the lavender front door of Milla's cooking school. A woman clutching 2 of Paulette's books against her chest stood on the threshold, doing her best to look appropriately shocked and outraged. "They blocked her path," the woman cried, as though a grievous crime had been committed. "Those 3 boys, and they were yelling all sorts of off-color stuff at Madame Martine. I'm a God-fearing woman, so I won't repeat any of the ugly words they said, but one of them told the diva she should get out of town. They were definitely threatening her." "She's telling the truth." A man standing nearby raised his voice in agreement. "The biggest one, the Wilkins boy who plays nose tackle for the Hokies, he told Miss Paulette that she was going to pay for messing with his mama's business. Said it'd be her fault if they couldn't finish school, 'cause no one was going to want to make appointments after the word got round that it's okay to eat cake." The man shrugged. "Shoot. That Paulette woman just said what we all want to hear anyhow." "Poor Dr. Ruth," James murmured, as photographs of her 3 sons wearing football pads, numbered jerseys, and fierce scowls were displayed for the viewing audience. "Those pictures make them look like thugs," Lindy exclaimed. "This is silly. Boys always try to look all sorts of tough for their sports photos. The media is trying to influence public opinion against the Wilkins family." "Welcome to the 21st century," Bennett muttered darkly. The final video clip showed 2 of the Wilkins brothers pounding on the passenger window of Paulette's rental car. The third had his arm around his mother as she shouted at her other sons to stop, Ruth's normally radiant face etched with anxiety. The members of the supper club watched with growing dismay as the largest brother abruptly shoved his handsome face, twisted by anger and humiliation, against the glass separating him from Paulette. As the footage had been captured from behind the car, it was impossible to see how the diva of dough reacted to the young man's wrath. But when he dragged his index finger slowly against the exposed skin of his throat, the supper club members gasped in unison. "Oh, my," Jillian panted. "That young man needs to learn how to control his baser emotions." "It's too late for that," Bennett said. "Those boys are in a whole heap of trouble." Chapter 6. Grilled Chicken and Portobello Sandwich. "I have a surprise for you," Milla told Paulette over breakfast. "2 surprises, actually. The first is this." She handed her sister a tumbler of eggnog. "I made it myself." James poured himself a cup of coffee and watched Paulette raise the glass to her nose and sniff. "You remembered the nutmeg," she said. "Of course I did." Milla handed James the creamer. "After yesterday's turn of events, I figured you could use a treat." "I'm not at all upset. After all, I couldn't have paid for that kind of publicity." Paulette took a delicate sip of eggnog. "That story will be picked up on the national level by tonight. I'm quite pleased." She looked at James. "You're up and ready rather early for a weekend. Don't librarians lounge around reading or organizing their spice cabinets during their free time?" Milla replied before James had the chance. Our spices are already in alphabetical order, and James is going to see a house that's just come on the market. His realtor called last night to tell him. She's probably foaming at the mouth, James mumbled. As for us, we're heading over to the Holiday Inn to visit with some special guests, Milla said, and then we're all going out to lunch. Paulette's eyes narrowed. I've barely recovered from our visit to that disgusting goat farm. Who would these special people be? Oh, just your children, Milla replied casually. Truly? Paulette was clearly stunned. Chase is here? And Chloe. Milla smiled. I thought it would be nice to spend some time together before the wedding. Folding her napkin into a neat square, she hastily added, Wheezy's here, too. Her face instantly darkening, Paulette scraped back her chair and placed her hands on her hips. You invited Louise? How could you do that to me? She pulled her cell phone from her purse. You should have known better. I'm calling Willow and telling her to book us on the next flight home. I did not agree to participate in one of your hallmark moments. Milla clasped her sister's hand. In case you didn't notice, we're getting old, my dear. Do you want to reach the end of your days without seeing your own sister again? She's your flesh and blood, Patty. She looked out for you when we were little, keeping the Howell boys from picking on you, baking you special treats, patching your dresses, and what? Paulette spat. I ruined her life in return. Is that what you're going to say next? That I rewarded all those kindnesses by destroying her dreams? Grabbing Paulette's other hand, Milla stared fixedly into her sister's eyes. It is time for guilt and pride and blame to be set aside. What went on between the two of you happened a long time ago. If Wheezy was willing to come to make peace with you, then you should be willing to hold your arms out to your eldest sister and embrace her. James had never seen such a fierce expression on Milla's face. You owe her that much, Patty. Paulette pulled away, but did not reach for her cell phone. James hurriedly finished his breakfast of low-sugar oatmeal and put his bowl, spoon, and coffee cup in the dishwasher. He could feel both women watching him as he wrapped a scarf around his neck and zipped up his parka. You've always been such a sentimental fool, Milla, Paulette said, finally breaking the silence. After this charming family reunion, will I be allowed some time alone to bake your wedding cake samples? Certainly. Milla cleared the breakfast dishes, and James will be ready to taste them all this evening. Right, my dear? James hesitated. Just a bite of each. He then opened his pocket journal and recorded the calories he'd just consumed. Cinnamon and spice oatmeal, 120 calories. Banana, 110 calories. Coffee with cream, 40 calories. Not bad, James thought, and stepped out into the cold morning. He preferred the sharp air to Paulette's hostile stares. Joan had suggested they meet at her office and drive to the house in one vehicle, but James had politely declined. He knew that the realtor would use that opportunity to tout the property's good qualities while de-emphasizing its flaws. She'd already mentioned that the owner was being relocated and was highly motivated to sell. The owner got a promotion, Joan had said to James over the phone the night before, so he doesn't need to focus too much on profit. Apparently, his new house in Nashville has twice the square footage, which is a good thing, too, because his wife is expecting twins. I think this house is perfect for you, a bachelor, or for a couple with only one child, but it's a tight fit for a family of 4. Do you need directions? James had driven by the house as soon as he'd gotten off the phone. and he desperately hoped the interior was in good repair, because he liked the property at 27 Hickory Hill Lane at first sight. A 2-story cottage with a front porch and a fenced-in yard, the little yellow house seemed cozy and welcoming. Even in winter, when the trees and shrubs in the yard were bare, and the lawn was brown-tinged in its dormancy, the white icicle lights dripping from the porch eaves illuminated the home's appealing facade. The buttery paint color, the curls of white smoke escaping from the chimney, and the tidy yard seemed so warm and inviting, so like home to James, and he feared someone else would snap up this gem before he had the chance to get inside. "I hope you haven't been waiting long," Joan trilled when James joined her at the house. She shook a set of keys and beamed. "Isn't this a charmer?" "I like it so far," James said cautiously. "Wait until you see how darling it is inside." Joan unlocked the front door. James followed her through a spacious living room, a brightly lit kitchen, and 3 small but comfortable bedrooms. "Both bathrooms have been renovated, and the appliances in the kitchen are new as of this year," Joan enthused. "You'll have to buy your own washer and dryer, but aside from that, you could move right in." She frowned as they stood in the center of the 3rd bedroom, which obviously belonged to a young boy. "I guess you'd have to remove all those glow-in-the-dark stickers on the ceiling and repaint that. I really wish people wouldn't use those things." She looked at James. "Do you want me to ask the seller to handle that repair? It could be one of the terms of your offer." James shook his head. "That's okay. I'd like to walk around the backyard." "Of course. I'll wait in the kitchen and give you time to think." The real estate agent pointed at a copse of trees lining the right-hand corner of the property. "And don't worry about that swing set or the tree house back there. You could always get rid of those by putting an ad in the Star. People love getting something for free." "I'm sure you're right," James said. Exiting through the 1-car garage, he was again impressed by the tidiness of the house. There wasn't so much as an oil spot in the garage, and the flower beds in the backyard had been cleared of leaves and covered in a fresh layer of mulch. Then he spotted a raised square of earth surrounded by a wire mesh fence at the rear of the property. "A vegetable garden!" he exclaimed in delight, and he walked around its perimeter. Glancing up at the trees, he smiled as he took in the sturdy tree fort, which had been built to resemble a little castle, complete with turrets and a trapdoor. A stout rope ladder offered access to the aerial kingdom, and a toy telescope had been attached to one of the walls to allow for the scouting of enemies. "I couldn't tear that down," James thought, wishing that he were still small enough to scamper up the ladder and spend a summer afternoon reading inside the leafy escape. When he returned to the kitchen, he found Joan examining the contents of the refrigerator. "Looks like they're having chicken for dinner," she said, as though it were perfectly acceptable to poke through someone else's fridge. "So, should we go back to the office and draw up an offer?" "Yes." James's heart tripped in excitement as he gazed around the room. "I love this house. It already feels like home." Joan smiled with sincerity. "I recognize the look on your face. I've seen it 1,000 times before, and I never get tired of it." James spent the next hour signing documents and rereading the legalese written in a minute font on a stack of pre-approval papers drawn up by Shenandoah Savings and Loan. "I commend you for having your financial ducks in a row," Joan said. "If only all of my clients were this prepared. I can't tell you how many times I've worked my tail off to get to the offer stage, only to discover they don't have enough money in the bank to pay for a single mortgage payment. It's not easy to come up with the down payment most banks require these days. James felt he needed to defend those struggling to become homeowners for the first time. In my parents' day, it was easier to purchase a house. Now people have to wait longer and longer to save enough money, which they could do by not maxing out their credit cards or by living with their parents. Joan shot James a meaningful glance. However, I fear this trend only helps foster dependency in our children. My own sons, for example, will find their bedrooms transformed into exercise and craft rooms as soon as they graduate college. They're welcome to come home for visits, but that's it. She stacked a sheaf of papers with violent decisiveness. You might end up needing them around more than you'd originally planned, James said. That's why I moved in with my father. I wasn't trying to leech off him, but to care for him. My financial situation wasn't part of the equation. I quit my job in Williamsburg to be with him. Joan quickly backpedaled. That's so sweet of you. But now he has a new wife to take care of him, and you can get busy finding a wife of your own. Maybe you won't need to take down that treehouse after all. Ignoring the realtor's tactlessness, James asked that she call him as soon as the owners responded to the offer, and left the office. Even though it was only 11, his stomach was rumbling. He took out his cell phone and called Lucy. "Are you free for lunch?" he asked. "I'm craving a diner meal." "I sure am," she answered. "I have one of those awful split shifts this weekend, and am on the clock at 1, so I'll have to meet you at Dolly's, armed and dangerous." James thought of how attractive Lucy looked in her brown and beige uniform. "That's just how I like you. You know where to find me." Yeah, your island booth. Why do you always sit there, James?" Reflecting on the vacation poster with its pristine white sand and cerulean ocean, he replied, "Because I dream of going to a place like that someday. I'd like to put a lounge chair in the shade and just read. For once, I'd catch up on all those books piled up on my nightstand that I never seem to have time for." "Seems pretty antisocial," Lucy said. "Oh, it'd be great if you were there with me. I'd rather talk to you than read a book anyway." He pictured the two of them sipping cocktails served in hulled-out pineapples as the ocean breeze whispered through the palm fronds above their double hammock. "Hopefully I'll be too short on cash to go this year, and I'll tell you why over lunch." Dolly welcomed James as though he'd been gone for 6 months. "Where have you been?" the red-cheeked proprietor demanded, as she pulled him into her cushioned bosom. "You're not going into hiding already because of Murphy's book, are you?" Several diners instantly stopped eating in order to listen to his response. James glanced at a couple to his left and eyed their fried chicken and mashed potato platters with longing. "I've been working and helping Milla with the wedding preparations. Don't worry, I won't allow the body in the bakery to change my life. My only hope is that the book is good for the town." "Oh, it will be," Dolly cried. "I've already had calls from newspapers, magazines, and even the TV people about doing a story on our diner. If they're hounding me, they must be nearly breaking down the door of the Sweet Tooth to see where somebody was murdered." James frowned. "That wasn't fictional. A real person died there, remember?" "How could I forget?" Dolly led him to his usual booth. "You want sweet tea, hon?" Unsweetened, please." James removed his food diary from his coat pocket. "I'm keeping a food log," he explained before Dolly could ask. "Even with artificial sweetener, tea costs me no calories, but I have to write everything down in order to show the nutritionist what I like to eat. I won't order lunch just yet. Lucy's joining me." Dolly's eyes glimmered. There was nothing she enjoyed more than a fresh piece of gossip. "You two gonna rekindle the fire?" She gave his arm a playful pinch. "And what nutritionist? Not the lady whose sons went after the diva of dough?" "One and the same." James spoke loud enough for the eager ears of his fellow diners to hear him defend Dr. Ruth. "Dr. Wilkins is a lovely person. Her sons were only standing up for her because Paulette Martine made a fool of their mother. Could you imagine having to pay for 3 college tuitions at once? Dr. Ruth can't afford to lose clients because that New York diva chose to mock one of our own." He knew that this statement would resonate with the diners. He heard a man seated nearby whisper, "Damn right. That Yankee's gonna make our local gal go broke," while a woman said, "Poor Dr. Ruth. Her boys were raised proper. See how they did their best to look after their mama." Dolly's diner was the epicenter of Quincy's Gap. James was confident that within the hour, public opinion on Dr. Ruth Wilkins would change dramatically. Dolly would do her best to see that her customers viewed the nutritionist with sympathy. To reward her for her loyalty, James told her about the offer he'd made on the house, and then asked for her advice on where to send Milla and his father on their honeymoon. "Aren't you making plans at the midnight hour? Isn't their wedding next Wednesday, on Christmas Eve?" James nodded. "And your daddy won't like an airplane trip, being that he's so shy and all. So you've got to find some place they can get to in their own car." Dolly tapped a finger on her chin in thought. "Let me ask Clint what he thinks. That man of mine can't put his socks in the hamper, but he knows how to surprise me with a romantic getaway when he sets his mind to it." As Dolly bustled off, Lucy walked in, her hips swaying attractively as she held on to her jiggling nightstick with her right hand and her overloaded purse with the other. "That uniform certainly shows off your fit physique," James said appreciatively. Lucy gestured toward the hostess station. "Peggy says you bought a house today. Why didn't you tell me?" James quickly explained that, at this point, he'd only made an offer. "I hope to be buying a house today, and if the sellers accept the offer, I'd like you to be the first person to see it." Mollified, Lucy perused the menu and decided on the grilled chicken and portobello sandwich with a side of fruit salad. When Dolly arrived to take their orders, James reluctantly asked for the same meal. "But can you make mine on a whole wheat bun instead of the sourdough? And may I have mustard on the side?" he asked, hoping that a good dose of spicy brown mustard would liven up his potentially dull meal. "It's too bad you have to work tonight," he told Lucy, once Dolly headed for the kitchen. "Paulette is coming over with cake samples. I could save you some if you'd like." Her blue eyes wistful, Lucy waited a moment before shaking her head no. "I'd better not. Can't chase after the bad guys if my thighs chafe from rubbing together. And now that I've been partnered with Donovan, I've got to prove myself as fast and tough as he is. Last time we had to chase some teenagers vandalizing the walls of the laundromat, I was left in the dust while he chased 2 of them down. Not a day goes by that he doesn't remind me of how I couldn't keep up." "Well, even if you're not as fleet of foot, you're a hell of a lot smarter. James tried to assure her. He knew that working alongside the close-minded, obnoxious, red-headed deputy was bound to be a challenge for any man, but as Donovan was also incredibly chauvinistic, Lucy faced an even greater struggle having him as her partner. As Lucy relayed a series of anecdotes featuring Donovan's attempts to make her look foolish in front of Sheriff Huckabee, Dolly appeared with their grilled chicken sandwiches. "James, I've got the answer to your problem. Clint reckons you should give your folks a weekend at a cottage in Asheville. It's a fun city to walk around, and there's lots of art galleries. He thought your daddy might like that." Dolly removed a plastic bottle of mustard from her apron pocket and placed it on the table. "He knows about a real nice hotel that has cottages for rent, where they offer meals and housekeeping services." James was touched that Clint had come up with such an appropriate locale for his reclusive father. "Tell your husband that he's brilliant. It sounds like the ideal gift." Dolly beamed and gave his shoulder a maternal pat. "I took the liberty of melting a slice of mozzarella on your sandwich." She pointed at the tomato slices on his plate. "Slip a few of those sweet, juicy tomatoes under your bun, and you won't even realize that you're eating a vegetable." She smiled at Lucy. "You're looking right good, Deputy Hanover. Guess keeping the peace has made you trim. But don't go getting too skinny. A man likes something to hold on to." With a wink, Dolly nudged James with her fleshy hip, and then moved on to cajole, tease, and gossip with her other customers. Lucy raised her glass of iced tea in a toast. "Here's to your offer being accepted." "And to going out to celebrate tomorrow night if it does." James clinked her glass with his. "This might be one of the most exciting weekends of my life, Lucy. If only I could find that damned elf, then all would be well." Lucy frowned. "His name wouldn't be Glowstar, would it?" James nearly choked on a bite of chicken. "How'd you know?" Smiling, she said, "Because we received a ransom note about a certain part-time, green-skinned employee of the Shenandoah County Library. I know the twins love sci-fi, but they don't usually paint their faces until Halloween, so I figured the letter was a joke." "A ransom note?" James was flabbergasted. "Yeah, it's actually pieced together using sentences from the Star. The ransomer wants $1 million in unmarked bills to be placed next to the library's book drop bin at midnight on Christmas Eve." "The night of the wedding," James said. "I wonder if the timing is deliberate." "Come on, James. It's not like this is for real. Donovan put the note in the shredder." Lucy seemed unconcerned. "It's just some kids messing around. The whole thing's a harmless joke." "Not to Scott and Francis, it isn't," James said, and spent the rest of his meal in relative silence, mulling over what sort of person would take the time to create a ransom note for a stuffed elf. That evening, as James, Milla, and Jackson awaited the arrival of the cake samples, Joan phoned to tell James that his offer had been accepted. After giving him a moment to absorb the wonderful news, she asked him to look at his calendar, and together they scheduled a closing date for the 3rd week of January. By 3 o'clock on January 23rd, the Yellow House on Hickory Hill Lane would be his. The joy in James's voice as he thanked Joan alerted Milla and Jackson that his offer had been accepted. Before he'd even hung up the phone, Milla had pulled a bottle of champagne from the fridge. "So we're finally getting rid of you?" Jackson smirked playfully as he popped the cork. Holding the bottle in one hand, he placed his free one on his son's arm. "You could have stayed, son. We wouldn't have minded. Not too much. I'll only be 10 minutes away, Pop." James was moved by the rare demonstration of physical affection. "We'll see one another all the time." Jackson seemed pleased by this statement. "Good. That's far enough to keep you out of my shed and close enough to get you over here for chores." Milla snatched the champagne from her fiancé's hand. "You're going to talk until all the bubbles go flat." She poured 3 glasses, paying no attention to the stray splashes on the countertop. "To your first home, my dear. May you fill each room with many happy memories. Look out, boy. She's gonna want grandkids now." Jackson drained his glass in a single gulp. "You'd best be walking down the aisle after we're done, though no bride could ever be as purty as mine." James busied himself refilling their glasses, while Milla gave Jackson a grateful kiss. "Where's your sister?" Jackson barked, embarrassed into gruffness. "The woman's always late." "No need to lose hair over a few minutes," Milla scolded, and then took a swallow of champagne. "After all the arrows slung today, I sure needed this drink." "I take it the family reunion didn't go so well?" James asked, noting the pinched look on Milla's face. Milla shook her head, but clearly didn't feel like elaborating any further. The trio drank champagne and waited. They passed the time by talking about the wedding, James's house, the bitterness of the December wind, Glowstar, Dr. Ruth, and Bennett's Jeopardy preparations. After Jackson tapped on his wristwatch for the 3rd time, Milla picked up the phone and called over to the widow's peak. "Willow, have you seen my sister?" As she listened to Paulette's assistant, Milla began to frown. Finally, she said, "I understand, and no, I don't want you to get into any hot water. We'll see her when we see her, and you as well, my dear." Jackson scowled. "She's not coming, right? What are we supposed to have for dessert without those cakes?" Milla opened the freezer door and began to sort through packages of frozen waffles and bags of vegetables. "We'll have to settle for ice cream. Willow says my sister is locked in the kitchen and is never to be bothered when she's baking. Paulette told her that if she were ever disturbed, Willow would be fired on the spot. The innkeepers have given my sister the key to the kitchen door so she can lock herself in." "That's not too strange to me," Jackson said. "I don't like folks interrupting when I'm painting." He gave James a pointed look. "Sorry, James." Milla sighed as she placed a quart of Edie's mocha almond fudge on the counter. "We wasted your Friday night for nothing. If Paulette's still cooking, then we're not going to taste her cakes until morning." "That's okay, Milla." James gave his future stepmother a quick hug before turning away from the tempting carton of ice cream. "Having cake for breakfast sure beats the fiber one I was planning to eat before church." However, there was no cake for breakfast either. In fact, the phone rang shortly after 6 a.m., shattering the silence in the house. Milla had taken to spending the night whenever she didn't have classes to teach the following day, and when her shriek resonated throughout the early morning stillness, James raced downstairs without slippers or robe, fearful that his father's fiancée had sustained a terrible injury. "What is it?" he asked as he bolted into the kitchen. He saw that, though she wasn't hurt, her face was moon pale. Wordlessly, Milla handed him the telephone receiver as though it were a lethal object, and then moved to the sink. She turned on the faucet and watched, blankly as the water streamed between the divides of her trembling fingers. "Hello?" James's voice was filled with trepidation. "James?" It was Lucy. James relaxed a fraction before he suddenly recalled that he was talking to a sheriff's deputy. He also knew that she was on duty. "What's happened?" he asked, over the sound of the running water. Jackson entered the room then and tried to speak with Milla, but she wouldn't reply. She wouldn't even look at him. "It's Paulette," Lucy said softly. "She's dead. I'm here at the Widow's Peak." "I'll be right over." "No, James." Lucy's tone was firm. "We haven't determined if the death is accidental or not. I'll call you as soon as we know something." "Lucy, I'll be there in 10 minutes," James repeated, as though she hadn't spoken, and then hung up the phone. Drawing Milla toward him, he gently pushed down on the faucet until the harsh stream of water ceased. "I'll find out what happened. I promise." He then eased Milla into his father's arms, and the two men exchanged imperceptible nods. "Make her some coffee," James whispered, as he headed upstairs to put on some clothes. "And pour in a shot of Cutty Sark. I have a feeling it's going to be a long, hard day." Chapter 7. Sweet Potato Pecan Pie. When the Bronco crested the top of the hill leading to the entrance of the Widow's Peak Inn, James expected to see Sheriff's Department cruisers with their light bars flashing, but there was only one sedan parked neatly off to the side. The porch lights flanking the double front doors still burned, providing meager competition with the waking sun. Mr. Mincer, the owner of the inn, sat on one of the wicker rockers with a coffee mug cradled in his hands. He gazed at James dully and did not rise to greet him. Noting that the older man wore no coat, James guessed that the innkeeper was in shock. Touching him lightly on the arm, he said, "You must be cold, sir. Could I get you a coat?" After a long pause, Mr. Mincer answered mechanically, "You can hang your coat in the hall closet. It's just past the stairs." Since Paulette had booked every room, James felt it safe to assume that the red barn coat, gray wool hat, and thick leather gloves belonged to the innkeeper. "Can I get you anything else?" James asked, after helping Mr. Mincer into his coat. The man blinked and grabbed James's hand. "That picture will be burned into my mind for the rest of my days. The woman on the floor, her face covered like she was wearing a mud mask. It's a good thing Hattie wasn't up when I forced my way in. Ever since that first morning, when that awful woman told my wife her eggs were runny and her fruit salad wasn't ripe, Hattie's stopped cooking for her." He stared off into the distance again. "It feels awful odd to avoid your guests, but we stayed away until we were sure that woman didn't need the kitchen. Looks like we won't be going in there for a long spell anyhow." "So you found Paulette?" James asked softly. "I like to have coffee about 6, Mr. Mincer explained, his voice still flat with shock. "When you get older, you can't sleep late, even if you want to. It's like your body's trying to tell you that time is running out, and you'd best get up and live a full day. Anyhow, I collected the paper and went to fix the coffee, but the kitchen door was locked. I'd given that baker lady a spare key, but I still had mine. I knew she didn't want to be bothered when she was making cakes, but a man's got to have his coffee. Isn't that so?" "Absolutely," James agreed. wishing he had a cup that very moment. "She was in the kitchen when I went to bed last night." He creased his brow in thought. "That was around 10. I couldn't believe she was still in there. Never heard of somebody cooking all night. But then again, I've never met someone like her." He shook his head. "When she didn't answer my knock this morning, I felt in my bones that something wasn't right. So I unlocked the door, and there she was. Looked like her heart just gave out and she toppled over. It's a shame." Wondering whether Donovan or Lucy had questioned Mr. Mincer yet, James decided to satisfy his own curiosity. "Did you hear any strange noises during the night?" "Nope, but I sleep like a stuffed bear. Harriet's the one who'll wake up if the wind changes direction. But I don't know if she heard anything because I sent her straight upstairs. I didn't want her to see the dead woman, or how messy the kitchen was." James wanted to view the scene of Paulette's death, but he wasn't sure how to gain access to the kitchen. He was determined to see it, however, as he'd promised Milla that he would find out how her sister had died. As he stepped from the center hallway in search of Lucy, he ran into Deputy Keith Donovan pacing around the dining room while barking orders into his walkie-talkie. "You!" Donovan's freckled face immediately turned ruddy in anger, and he lowered his radio to his hip. "Isn't it a little early for you to be sniffing around? Are you on the hunt for a big free breakfast? Because the kitchen's closed. No cake for you, my friend." Fighting back the urge to respond to Donovan's barbs, James pointed toward the front porch instead. "Mr. Mincer is in shock. If you don't convince him to come inside, he'll end up needing medical attention." "He's a grown man," Donovan replied caustically. "But it's your scene. If something happens to him, you'll be held responsible. What if the press hears about such neglect?" After shooting James a menacing look, Donovan pushed open the swing door separating the dining room from the butler's pantry. "Hanover, get outside and see to Mr. Mincer. He's freezing his ass off out there on the porch. Bring him in here and question him before he turns into a human popsicle." "Where's Willow?" James asked casually. "I sent her to her room." Donovan smoothed his red hair and gave James a superior smirk. "Mr. Mincer told me that his wife is a really light sleeper." James sat down in a nearby chair, as though awaiting orders from the deputy. "If there was any foul play last night, she'd probably know. I'm sure Sheriff Huckabee will be very impressed that you figured everything out within an hour of being called to the scene. You might even get a commendation." Though Donovan wasn't exactly wise, he was smart enough to be suspicious of James's motives. "Don't you have some books to shelve? Go on, get out of here." "I'm just trying to help Lucy," James lied. "She's your partner, so if you tidy this up quickly, then she looks good de facto. I mean, the deceased is a celebrity. This case could make you both famous." The deputy spent a moment pondering the meaning of de facto, and then pointed at James. "You stay right here. If you move from that chair, I'll find something to charge you with. Go ahead and try me if you think I'm kidding." He made a V with his fingers and directed them at his eyes. "I'll be watching you even when you don't know it. Are we clear?" "Yes, sir." James did his best to act submissive, but as soon as he heard the heavy tread of Donovan's boots clomping up the wooden staircase, he eased open the swing door and entered the butler's pantry. The narrow, closet-like room which was painted a robin's egg blue with white trim, housed stacks of cream-colored dinnerware, glass tumblers, a variety of ceramic platters, soup tureens, and casserole dishes, as well as wine goblets and a crystal punch bowl set. The plates were so clean that they gleamed beneath the light cast by a single overhead fixture. The wooden door leading into the kitchen was slightly ajar, as though someone had meant to close it behind them, but had been in too much of a rush to pull it completely shut. Using his sleeve, James pushed on it gently, and it swung inward with a slight creak of the hinges. The sight before him was confusing at first, probably because the room seemed like it had been frozen in the midst of a flurry of activity. James's eyes fell upon the body on the floor. His reaction to it was suspended by the fact that Paulette Martine's face was so completely camouflaged that it could have been any woman in an apron splayed on the cold tile. His gaze traveled upward from her figure to the countertop above. There, a commercial-sized KitchenAid mixer had been overturned, and its contents had poured over Paulette's face and hair, covering her with a thick layer of batter. Droplets of liquid batter had splattered in an outward arc from her head and had hardened into a firm crust. Taking a hesitant step forward, James leaned closer to the dead woman. Paulette's mouth, which was ajar, was filled with batter. That was disconcerting enough, but it was the anguished tilt of her chin and the scratch marks left in the wood near her right arm that proved her death had been anything but peaceful. The fingers that had reached out, smearing batter onto the shellacked wood and digging into its surface deeply enough to remove strips of stain, were now curled into an inert claw. James had a hard time tearing his eyes from Paulette's thin, rigid fingers. "What happened to you?" he whispered in horror. The sound of muted footfalls brought him back to reality. There was no time to waste. Frantically, James scanned the room, trying to mentally catalog the cooking paraphernalia scattered about the kitchen. Cake pans, measuring cups and spoons, spice jars, egg cartons, a butter tray, pot holders. It all looked as it should, other than the overturned mixer and the dead body. The muffled sounds of voices coming from the hallway forced James to retreat to his chair in the dining room. Lucy walked in and frowned at James. "I know you went into the kitchen, so you can stop acting like you've been in that seat all along." "I had to see," James said calmly. "After all, that's Milla's sister in there." Lucy's face was unreadable. "And what's your impression of the scene?" Gathering his thoughts, James glanced around the sage-colored walls at the watercolor scenes of wildflowers and birds, framed pieces of lace, and colorful plates from Blue Ridge pottery. Gentle winter sunlight flowed through the large bay windows and fell in wide panels across the floor. James thought it must be a lovely room to sit in, sip coffee, and dine upon a hearty breakfast. One could hardly start the day off unpleasantly when it had begun with such warmth, he imagined. It looks like Paulette was using the mixer when something caused her to grab onto the counter, like she was having an attack of some kind. He spoke quietly, out of respect for the dead woman in the next room. She knocked the machine over and then fell down where she's now lying. The batter poured over the counter and onto her face, but she didn't have the strength to get out of the way. The image of her open mouth appeared in his mind, and he shuddered. Did she choke on the batter? Is that what killed her? Lucy pursed her lips in thought. It's possible, but I think something else killed her. Something quick, but painful. Those scratches on the wood. Did you see them? He nodded. They make me think she was in incredible pain. And the way her neck is arched and her chin lifted. She reminds me of one of those casts of the people who died when Mount Vesuvius erupted. They were frozen in postures of agony. It's haunting. I'm not familiar with those people, but I'll Google the eruption when I get back to the station. Lucy made a brief note on a small pad. You didn't touch anything, did you? Of course not. Good, because we're waiting for someone to bring us another camera. Mine's busted. She listened to the footsteps on the floorboards overhead. Donovan thinks she had a heart attack or brain aneurysm or something. He's planning to rule it an accidental death. James heard the doubt in her voice. But you don't agree? If there were no motives to hurt her, then I might share Donovan's opinion. But I'm going to ask Huckabee for an autopsy and a full tox screen. It'll take a while, and if everything comes out clean, then I'll look like an idiot. But think about it, James. She made plenty of people angry. No matter what the results, Milla and the rest of us will be grateful that you followed your instincts. James stood up and reached for her hand. Your senses are more fine-tuned than most people's, Lucy. Listen to what your gut is telling you. It's never been wrong. Lucy smiled with gratitude, and then immediately resumed her professional expression. You have to leave now, James. You're going to compromise my authority here, and I already have an uphill battle ahead of me. Understood. I'll tell Milla that this was an accidental death, at least for now. Skip the for now part, Lucy ordered. Over the next few days, I'm going to be interviewing her and Willow and anybody else who spent time with Paulette. And no one needs to know about my personal suspicions. James was stunned. You don't think Milla could actually hurt her own sister, do you? But Lucy had turned her back on James, as though he hadn't spoken. He watched her disappear through the swing door into the butler's pantry. The door flapped several times behind her, as though mocking him, and then fell still. After zipping up his coat, James pulled his scarf tight around his neck and left the inn. As he drove slowly down the steep driveway, he passed another brown cruiser, driven by Deputy Glenn Truitt. A man with a round face, thick neck, and curling gray mustache sat regally in the passenger seat. James glanced at the figure, which strongly reminded him of a walrus, and hoped he wouldn't be recognized. Sheriff Huckabee wouldn't be pleased to know that James had been inside the inn. With a sudden jolt of clarity, he realized that Lucy might not be forthcoming with her friends regarding information on Paulette's death. In fact, it seemed as though she'd be visiting the Henry home in the imminent future, not as a friend and potential girlfriend, but in an official capacity as a member of the Shenandoah County Sheriff's Department. We're not on the same side anymore, James murmured unhappily. Driving home, he reflected on the number of times he and Lucy and the rest of the supper club members had worked together in the name of justice. They were a good team, each person possessing unique gifts and abilities. But now, their group was no longer unified. Bennett was busy with Jade and Jeopardy. Jillian was running 2 businesses and spending time with Officer Harding. Lindy was pining for the absent Luis. Lucy was focused on her career. And what about himself? Just yesterday, he was in a celebratory mood. Not only was he going to be a homeowner, but he was also taking steps to live a healthier lifestyle, and would soon witness his father's nuptials. "The wedding!" he exclaimed, as he parked alongside Milla's lavender minivan. "I wonder if they'll still get married on Christmas Eve." With weighted steps, James walked toward his house. He'd never been so reluctant to go inside, for he knew that his words of comfort would be insufficient. The cold wind seemed to follow him through the door, and the sharp, unfeeling air immediately diminished the warmth within. The remainder of Saturday crawled by, and the Henry house was markedly silent. Shortly after James's return, Milla had driven off to the Holiday Inn to break the news to Paulette's children, and Jackson had pulled on his painter's overalls and locked himself in the shed. James phoned his friends and told them what had happened, and within 2 hours of his calls, the women of Quincy's Gap began to appear on his doorstep bearing casseroles, pies, and bottles of whiskey. "Is the wedding still on?" Dolly asked, as she popped a chicken and sausage casserole in the oven. James shrugged. "I don't know." "Word's going around that Paulette Martine's family's in town for the wedding," Mrs. Emerson, the minister's wife, chimed in as she put the kettle on for tea. "An older sister and her 2 children. You might be gathering together for a different type of church service." Mrs. Waxman, another library employee, shook her head as she unwrapped her famous sweet potato pecan pie and began to cut it into thick wedges. "A funeral instead of a wedding. Now there's a real shame." "Not necessarily," Jillian countered as she hung up her coat on a hook near the back door. "Saying a loving farewell to someone whose spirit has moved on to a place of peace shouldn't be an occasion of sorrow. There's no reason why Milla and Jackson shouldn't hold their commitment ceremony afterward. After all, both services give friends and family a chance to pay homage to love, the highest power of all." Mrs. Emerson frowned in disapproval. "But the tone of each service is quite different." Slipping from the room, James felt envious of his father. Safe within his shed, Jackson was painting in peace. With the space heater churning full force and a thermos of coffee and one of Milla's cinnamon scones close at hand, Jackson would emerge from the unsettling day with more fortitude and calm than Milla or his son. James tried to snatch a few moments of solitude in his room, but Lindy and Bennett tracked him down just as he was leaving his second message on Lucy's voicemail. "Poor Milla," Lindy said, perching on the end of James's bed. "So Paulette just collapsed in the middle of baking a cake?" James gaped at his friend. "Where did you hear that?" Bennett jerked his thumb toward the stairs. "The entire Quincy's Gap gossip network is in your kitchen, including Mrs. Mincer's cousin. By the time they leave, they'll know what kind of cereal you eat, whether you're taking any prescription medicine, your waist size, you name it. With all the food they brought, my pants will have to be sewn by hand," James mumbled gloomily. "They mean well," Lindy said, "and women comfort one another by talking. Milla's down there now, wrapped in a cocoon of prattle and laughter and tears. After she gets it all out of her system, she'll be ready to take life by the horns all over again." "I hope you're right," James sighed. but I wish Lucy would call. I keep expecting her to show up with her little notebook and interrogate us, and that would be better than not hearing from her at all." Bennett stared at him. "Why would she question you and yours? It was an accidental death." "Lucy has one of her feelings," James confessed. Lindy and Bennett exchanged anxious looks. "Good thing the women brought plenty of liquor," Bennett said as he rose to leave. "Call us if you need to bust out of here. I'll be home studying. And I have a phone date with Louise tonight, but I can put it off until tomorrow if you need to talk." James smiled at his friends. "Thanks to both of you, and thank Jillian, too. But right now, I'd like to sleep for a long time." Lindy kissed him on the cheek and then eased his door closed. However, the wood wasn't thick enough to keep her hushed words from reaching James's ears. "I wouldn't be surprised if the diva was murdered. She brought out the worst in folks." "I hope that's not the case," Bennett answered. "How the hell can I concentrate on trivia if there's a killer loose in Quincy's Gap?" James had never felt such a pull to attend the worship service at the Methodist church as he did the morning after seeing Paulette's body. Sitting across the table from Jackson, Milla looked sad, tired, and confused. But she also seemed nervous, as though she expected more bad news to arrive any moment. Jackson threw her uncertain glances, and James felt sorry for his father. After all, how could he console Milla when she'd lost the sister she'd just begun to reconnect with after so many years? When James suggested they go to church, Milla managed a small smile and covered James's hand with her own. That would be lovely. Now, as he stood beside her in the pew, his arm protectively about her shoulder, he tried not to focus on how diminished she looked. He thought back to when his mother had died, at how shrunken Jackson had appeared for many months afterward. James tried to focus on the simple beauty of the church. He drew in a deep breath, inhaling the fresh pine scent coming from the seasonal sprays adorning each windowsill. Brilliant red poinsettias were lined up around the altar, and handmade silk banners depicting scenes of trumpeting angels, a manger sheltering the Holy Family, and the word joy hung in between the stained glass windows. The chapel was filled with color and the sound of joyful singing. Milla's soprano, which was as light and pure as bird song, moved everyone seated around her. It was as if she recognized the mixture of blessing and anguish that defined her life and accepted her reality with faith and grace. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and other women smiled at her through wet eyes. To James, this expression of empathy once again showed the heart of the community he'd come to love with all his being. The congregation sang on, and James let his gaze drift around at the familiar faces. He smiled at children hiding under the pews, elderly couples leaning into each other as they shared a hymnal, a husband's hand resting on the swell of his wife's belly. He saw the passion in Reverend Emerson's flushed cheeks, watched Clint squeeze Dolly in a brief embrace, and heard the intertwining of Megan and Amelia Flowers's alto voices. Milla looked at him and smiled, and James knew that she, too, felt flooded by peace. After church let out, Milla told Dolly and several other women that the wedding would be postponed until Paulette could be laid to rest. If Jackson was surprised or disappointed by the news, he showed no sign, but bid the women a brief good morning. James was just losing the feeling in his toes when he noticed Lucy's Jeep entering the church parking lot. He told Milla he'd meet her at the van in a few moments and moved off to intercept his friend. "Why haven't you called me?" he demanded the moment she got out of her car. She scowled in return. "I've been working non-stop. No one wants to dig deeper into Paulette's death, but I fought tooth and nail to get a second opinion from the ME in Albemarle County, and I'm glad I did. This guy's the best, and he was just about to close up shop for the holidays, but as a favor he agreed to examine the victim." Mind reeling, James asked 2 questions at once. A favor to whom? And why are you calling her a victim? Lucy kicked at a loose stone in the asphalt. "The ME's a friend of Sully's. We still exchange emails every now and then, just about work stuff." James wasn't pleased by this news. "So you're communicating with the guy who came between us?" He held up his hand. "Forget I said that. Look, Milla's getting ready to leave. Are you planning on questioning her? And why did you say victim instead of deceased?" "Paulette was probably poisoned. When the ME cleaned off her face and her eyes..." Lucy trailed off, and then took a deep breath and continued. "Her eyes were open, and the pupils were really small, like little pinpoints. Her throat was really swollen, and there was a funny smell inside her mouth. It wasn't just the batter, which smelled sweet. Something sour. Rotten." James leaned against the Jeep as Lucy's words sank in. "Poison?" "It'll take time to get the lab results back. With Christmas coming this week, we're not going to hear anything soon. Maybe not until after New Year's." "What will you do until then?" Lucy's eyes hardened. "I'm going to look for the killer. Her family, her assistant, Dr. Ruth Wilkins. There are plenty of people with motive, so I need to move fast before alibis are fabricated and people practice their stories on each other." "We're heading home right now, so you'd better come over before we start collaborating," James joked. But in truth, he was worried Lucy might view Milla as a genuine suspect. "That's not funny, James." A flicker of sadness appeared in Lucy's blue eyes. "I'm just doing my job. Someone hurt Milla's sister. The best way for us to discover who did this is for me to get to know her. That means getting to know her friends and her enemies." "Sometimes it's hard to tell who's who," James muttered. Lucy touched his arm. "Truth has a way of removing people's masks. I won't give up until everything's been laid bare. Sooner or later, the facts will point to Paulette's greatest enemy, and that person will then have to face judgment. I'll be in touch, okay?" After Lucy drove off, James returned to Milla's side and offered her his arm. As they made their way to her van, the church bells began to toll. James opened Milla's door and settled her inside, then paused to listen to the peals of hope carried by the ringing bells. He then went home to dine on casseroles and a wedge of sweet potato pecan pie. That would put him over his daily caloric limit by over 500 calories. Chapter 8. Lemon Strawberry Layer Cake. Jackson stood in front of the open refrigerator in a state of befuddlement. "There's so much Tupperware in here, I can't tell what I'm looking at." Normally, Milla would have leapt up to assist Jackson, but she was in the den. She sat in front of the dark television, knitting an unidentifiable object using navy blue yarn. The frantic clicking of her needles attested to her agitation, and neither of the Henry men knew how to console her. "I'll fix you both a plate, Pop." James shooed his father out of the kitchen and microwaved a turkey tetrazzini casserole with a side of green beans mixed with butter and pecans. Carrying 2 plates into the den, he motioned for Jackson to unfold a pair of TV trays. Worriedly, he watched Milla push the food around on her plate. "I just wish those deputies would come so we could get this over with," she suddenly exclaimed. James studied her. "Are you nervous about what you might have to tell them?" When Milla didn't answer, even Jackson stopped chewing and looked at his fiancée. "It's those kids of hers, ain't it? You were acting funny after you saw them. I reckon things got nasty." "Have you met them yet?" James asked his father. Jackson shook his head. "Nope. Thought I'd let 'em do their family thing first, seeing as it's been a while since they've been together." Milla's expression was pained as she glanced at James. "You'll see all of them later today. We're meeting Chase, Chloe, and Wheezy for dinner at Dolly's." The doorbell rang, and Milla started in her chair, causing her ball of yarn to fall onto the floor and unravel across the braided rug. James rose, rewound the ball, and then placed it on Milla's palm. "Just tell the truth, even if it makes someone look bad," he cautioned. "You know Lucy won't rest until she discovers what happened to your sister." Both Lucy and Donovan were at the door, bundled up in their brown Sheriff's Department parkas. After greeting them politely, James led them into the den. He carried in the chairs from the kitchen table and positioned them on either side of Milla. Jackson vacated his recliner in order to sit on Milla's right. With James on her left, the Henry men bookended the woman they loved. Lucy removed a mini recorder from her pocket and said that she and her partner were gathering information. "Can you tell me what Paulette did yesterday? Friday, December 19th? Milla seemed relieved by the simplicity of the first question. "I don't know when she got up or anything, but she was here for breakfast by 8:30. "What did you eat?" Donovan asked. "Scrambled eggs and fried tomatoes." "Is that all?" he prompted. Milla shrugged. "We had coffee and eggnog to drink." Lucy nodded and wrote something in her notebook. "What did you do after breakfast?" "We went over the menu for the wedding supper. My sister was." She stopped and reached for the tissue dispenser. "Paulette was going to make onion rolls and our wedding cake. After breakfast, we picked up my sister's assistant, Willow, ran a few errands, and then met our family at the apple orchard truck stop for lunch." "State the names of the family members, please," Donovan said. "Chase Martin is Paulette's son. Chloe Martin Hicks is her daughter, and Louise Rowe is the eldest of us 3 sisters. My maiden name is Rowe." Donovan narrowed his eyes. "But Paulette's last name is Martine. Why are her kids Martins?" Milla snorted. "Because of marketing. My sister's real name was Patricia Rowe. Growing up, everybody called her Patty. She married Chase Martin Sr. and kept his name after their divorce. She also Frenchified herself, probably because she went to cooking school in Paris before she was married." "Any idea where the ex-husband is at the moment?" Donovan's eyes gleamed. "He's a chef in Hong Kong. He and Patty have been divorced since the kids were in grade school, and Chase Sr. has lived in Asia ever since." Milla pointed the sharp end of her needle at Donovan. "Can I ask a question now, or is this a one-sided conversation?" Lucy looked apologetic. "In a minute, if that's okay. Could you tell us about your family lunch?" Balling the yarn in her fist, Milla fell quiet. Donovan opened his mouth, undoubtedly to prod Milla, but Lucy placed a restraining hand on his arm and held her finger to her lips. James felt a rush of gratitude for the consideration Lucy was showing Milla. "It wasn't the warm and fuzzy reunion I'd hoped for," Milla said reluctantly. "Paulette was delighted to see Chase. Even though they live in the same city, they're both so busy that they rarely have face-to-face contact. They get along well, though, and they're very similar. Chase is a successful lawyer, and Paulette is real proud of him. She heaped praises on him from the moment we sat down." She sighed. "I only wish she'd been half as kind to Chloe." "The daughter?" Donovan leaned in hungrily. "So mom and daughter don't get along? What's Chloe's story?" "She saves manatees in Florida. She's also a widow. Her husband died in a boating accident 5 years ago," Milla said. "She and my sister were total opposites. Chloe's a bit of a hippie. She lives near the beach, wears her hair super long, and is passionate about animal rights." "Bet she wasn't happy to see her mama's fur coat," Jackson murmured, but Donovan overheard and exchanged a quick, predatory glance with Lucy. Luckily, she wasn't wearing it. Milla grinned briefly at her fiancé, and then continued. "Louise, who goes by Wheezy, is our oldest sister. She lives in Natchez, Mississippi. That's our hometown. She and Paulette haven't seen each other for a really long time, so things were a little strained between them." Milla held out her hands plaintively. "You know how that can be." "It sounds like things were a little uncomfortable," Lucy said. Milla nodded in agreement. "Paulette started nagging Chloe about spending all her money on useless sea cows, and the poor girl started crying. Wheezy tried to stick up for Chloe, and Chase told her to mind her own business. Considering Wheezy's his aunt, he should have shown more respect." She shook her head. "I'm afraid that's when I joined the ruckus. Wheezy deserves better than to hear fresh talk from that arrogant boy." "Were any threats made at this time?" Donovan said. "You might as well tell me now, because we're going to the Holiday Inn after we're done here." Milla's face grew stormy. "There were arguments, the kind that happen in families all the time. I doubt anyone went back to their hotel room and started plotting murder." She threw her yarn into a basket near her feet. "Now I want to know what killed my sister, and I refuse to say another word until you answer me." "We don't know," Lucy replied softly. "The test results won't be—" "Don't you give me the runaround, Lucy Hanover!" Milla pointed an angry finger at her. "Patty didn't just lie down, close her eyes, and die. If she had, you wouldn't be asking the questions you've been asking. So what did you see when you found her? Please tell me." Milla's voice broke, and she pressed a tissue over her eyes. It pained James to hear Milla's pleas. He stared at Lucy, willing her to respond to Milla, but she avoided eye contact. "You're not going to answer me, are you? In that case, I guess I'll call Chase and tell him to have a hotshot lawyer from his firm fly down here." Milla rose to her feet. "I don't see why we should spill our guts and get nothing in return." "It's possible that we're dealing with a case of poisoning," Lucy said in a low voice. Donovan hissed, "Shut your mouth, Hanover." "We won't know anything for sure until the medical examiner's report is complete. Even then, we need to wait for the lab results," Lucy continued, as if she hadn't heard her partner. "You need to give me your word that you won't mention this conversation to anyone outside this room." She looked at each of them in turn. As Donovan spluttered in indignation, James, Jackson, and Milla promised to keep the information to themselves. "I guess I can't lay her to rest then," Milla said sadly, and Lucy shook her head, her blue eyes filled with sympathy. James walked the deputies to the door, noting that the sky had turned an ominous gray, and a strong wind was blowing through the barren trees. As Lucy pulled on her leather gloves, it began to rain. She gestured for Donovan to go on ahead, and then said, "Maybe we shouldn't think about dating until this case is done." Stung by the suggestion, James said, "I remember how you acted when Jillian was under suspicion at the barbecue festival. You were loyal to your job first and your friends second. Is this going to be a repeat of that experience? Now that Milla and her family are on your radar, are all your other relationships less important?" "I'm not trying to hurt you." Lucy reached for his arm, but James backed away. "But I took an oath to uphold the law. Would you respect me if I wasn't true to my word?" "No," he admitted. "But I'll always come second with you. The law will be the forefront of your life, before a husband or children. Isn't that right?" "Who said anything about children?" Lucy folded her arms across her chest, squinting as rain ricocheted off the open screen door and onto her cheeks. "Can we talk about this later? It's cold, and Donovan's going to fillet me when I get in the car." Feeling that there wasn't much else to say, James nodded. "Sure, after the case." After closing the door, James walked into the dining room, parted the curtains, and watched the cruiser motor down the gravel drive. He stood there for a long time, a familiar ache of loss blooming within his chest. Finally, when the rain turned into a downpour, obscuring his view of the ridged pine trunks surrounding the house, he headed upstairs. As he had done so often in his life, he searched for solace in the one place he knew he'd find it, within the pages of a book. The rain persisted throughout the night. In the morning, James woke to sodden, frost-tipped ground and a cold mist that crept around the trees. The weather fit James's mood. Over a breakfast casserole, Milla informed him that it had taken so long to interview the rest of her family that they'd canceled their dinner at Dolly's. Instead, Milla's relatives retreated to their hotel rooms with Chinese takeout. James headed to work, where Scott and Francis, bundled up against the cold in bright orange ski parkas, were waiting for him at the front door. Scott had a newspaper tucked under his arm. "Is that today's Star?" James asked. Scott nodded. "We're sorry to hear about the Diva of Dough, Professor." Glancing over the cover story, James realized that Murphy had no idea that Paulette's death was being viewed as suspicious by the sheriff's department. The article focused on the diva's celebrity status, but hinted that additional information would be forthcoming following interviews with the late cake maker's family members and New York staff. "Thank you." James returned the paper to his employee. "I hope Milla's holding up okay. She's one of the nicest people we know. If Scott and I—" Francis trailed off and then began again. "I couldn't imagine not having my brother around." Embarrassed, he tapped the newspaper with his right finger. "Miss Alistair dropped the ball. I'm sure she was busy with her lead story, but she didn't print a word about Glowstar's ransom note." James froze in the act of unlocking the front door. "How did you know about that?" "Lucy told me they thought it was a hoax and shredded it." "Lottie told me," Scott replied proudly. "I think Deputy Truitt has a crush on her. He tells her everything that's going on at the sheriff's department. Guess he doesn't know that she's my girlfriend." "You find all kinds of excuses to say that word, don't you? And what good has she done us? She didn't consider the note newsworthy either. Francis stomped inside. He flicked the lights on with violent motions and then rounded on his brother. "Do you even care about Glowstar or this job or anything besides your girlfriend? You've totally left me hanging on Age of Conan, and you never read anymore." "What's Age of Conan?" James glanced at Scott. "And is that true? About the reading?" Scott looked glum. "It's a video game. Francis and I used to play online as a team. I was an assassin and Francis was a necromancer. His character got killed last night because I wasn't here to protect him." He watched his brother enter the break room. "I still love books, Professor. I just don't have as much free time as I used to." He lowered his voice. "If Francis had a girlfriend, this wouldn't be so hard. I know he wants me to be happy, but he's feeling left out." "You could always conduct a stakeout of the book return bin on Christmas Eve," James joked. "Bring some of your high-tech gear and trap Glowstar's kidnapper. That would perk Francis up." Scott's eyes widened. "Awesome idea, Professor! The note said midnight, right?" He darted into the break room, shouting, "Bro, let's powwow!" The morning passed quietly. With school closed until after New Year's, several mothers towed grade school children into the library to check out books and videos, but they were the only patrons. There were very few hold or transfer requests, and since the Fitzgerald brothers had already repaired 3 broken hardcover spines, emptied the shelving cart, cleaned the computer screens, and dusted the shelves, James had no qualms about leaving them in charge while he answered emails. At 3 o'clock, James decided to have a cup of coffee. He was just heading for the break room when Willow entered the library carrying a covered cake plate. "I baked you something," she whispered. James smiled. "There's no one here, so you don't have to whisper. I was going to make coffee. Would you like some?" Nodding, Willow followed him into the break room and sat down at the table. "I didn't know what to do today, so I baked one of Paulette's recipes. I think she was planning to make it on Friday, actually. Lots of people have served it at their weddings, but it's a bit too sweet for me." "You look tired," James said gently. "How are you holding up?" "As well as can be expected, considering I'm out of a job and will probably be arrested." James's hand jerked in the act of scooping grounds into the brew basket. "What makes you say that?" "I hated her, and I was at the inn most of the day," she said. "The cops wouldn't have questioned us so closely unless foul play was involved." James studied Willow carefully. "Did you kill her?" Willow simply shook her head. "I've been tempted to more times than I can count, but I wouldn't gain anything by it. I can hardly be an assistant to a dead woman." "True," James agreed. "But weren't you going to ask her for a raise this week?" "You have a good memory," she said with a thin smile. "I asked her on Thursday and was told to forget it." "Weren't you angry?" James asked casually. "Of course. I smoked 6 packs of cigarettes between then and Saturday night," she exclaimed. "I'm still mad." James pointed at the cake plate. "To cheer you up, I'm going to show you a magic trick. I'm going to lift the dome off this cake plate, and in less than a minute, a pair of 24-year-old men, who also happen to be identical twins as well as first-rate librarians, will appear in this room." Removing the lid with care so as not to smudge the frosting, James glanced at his watch. "Time starts now. What is this marvel, anyway?" "Lemon strawberry layer cake," Willow answered proudly. "I made the jam in New York and brought a few jars with us." So you're an accomplished cook as well? James moved the cake to the counter and rifled through the drawers for a knife. Blushing prettily, Willow nodded. My mom was an excellent cook, and she taught me how to cook and preserve fresh foods. Every summer, we made tons of jams, pies, fruit tarts, even homemade ice cream. Paulette hired me because I can make anything she can. But the food I love to create is candy. Truffles, caramels, chocolates filled with fruit purees. Did someone say chocolate? Scott poked his head into the break room. I only smell coffee. Francis lifted his nose and inhaled. No, there's something else. Something sweet. May I present Scott and Francis Fitzgerald? James pointed at his employees with paternal pride. Gentlemen, this is Willow. Your boss is a magician, Willow said to Francis, who stared at her with undisguised interest. Scott, on the other hand, only had eyes for the cake. Did you make that? He asked Willow. When she bowed slightly in assent, Francis took the knife from James's hand, quickly cut himself a slice, and stuffed a bite into his mouth. You're the magical one, he declared enthusiastically. A cake enchantress. Scott rolled his eyes in mock disgust, but Willow's face glowed with pleasure. This is delicious. Francis sat down at the table. You should open a candy shop in Quincy's Gap. If your chocolates are as amazing as this cake, you'd be a big hit. It's true. Scott pushed his glasses back onto the bridge of his nose. There's not much to do during the winter except read and eat. You'd be an instant success. That's really sweet, Willow replied, her bright smile directed solely at Francis. And I have to move, since I can hardly afford the rent on my studio apartment in Brooklyn without a job. But I may go back to Vermont. That's where I'm from. She caressed the mountain ridge on her Shenandoah County library cup. Though I really love it here, it reminds me of home, but I bet it's warmer in Quincy's Gap during the winter. As Willow chatted with the twins, the young woman cast off her downtrodden air. The more she talked, the more James felt that this quiet, overlooked person could bloom in a town like Quincy's Gap. This girl's no murderer, James thought, as he heard Willow laugh at one of Scott's jokes. He was suddenly struck by an idea. Willow, are you planning to go to Vermont for Christmas? No. Willow's smile evaporated. Paulette insisted that I stay to help her with your parents' reception, so I don't have a flight. Not only that, I get the impression that I'm supposed to stick around. In that case, James clapped a hand on her shoulder. How would you like to spend Christmas with my family? I may have come up with the perfect job for you. By 5:30 that afternoon, it was already dark. James hated how the short periods of December daylight were tinged with a grayness that eventually gave way to a deep, charcoal-colored sky. Food log in hand, James walked reluctantly up the flight of stairs leading to Ruth Wilkins's office. If I didn't have this appointment, I'd be sitting on the sofa in front of the fire with a book and a bag of cheese puffs on my lap, he thought. Dr. Ruth was burning a scented candle and had strung snowflake garlands across her window. Dozens of holiday cards were tacked to her bulletin board, and the screensaver on her computer showed a man lifting a little boy so he could place the star on top of the Christmas tree. That smells nice, James gestured at the candle. Orange and cloves? Very good. Dr. Ruth swiveled the candle and read the label, as well as sandalwood, lemon, and bergamot. It's supposed to be a type of aromatherapy appetite suppressor. It was a gift from a client. I'm already thinking about what to have for dinner, so maybe it takes a few minutes to work. James handed her his food log and then sat down in the chair across from her desk. I was doing fine until this weekend. That often happens. There's a routine about the work week that makes it easier to stay on track. She fell silent and examined his log. You did really well for the most part. I think I could offer you some substitutions for these high-calorie casseroles, and I'd like you to try to limit your dessert calories to 150 per day. We still have a dozen casseroles left, James lamented. Other than today, I don't see any cakes listed. Dr. Ruth looked at him expectantly. What happened to your role as official cake taster? James stared at her. Was it possible she didn't know about Paulette's death? Do you read the Star, Dr. Ruth? No, I read the Post online each morning, but I've been too busy getting ready for Christmas to log on lately. She caught the worried expression on her client's face. Is there something I should know? Paulette Martine is dead, James said. It happened Friday night. My goodness! Dr. Ruth covered her mouth with her hand. We must have seen her just hours before she passed. Surprised, James remained quiet and waited for Dr. Ruth to continue. I was really mortified by how my boys behaved at the television station. Hank, my oldest, told me that Ms. Martine taunted him after the cameras stopped rolling. Apparently, she said that I might need to pick up a McDonald's application, since my clients were sure to desert me after they heard how I'd floundered on the show. That certainly sounds like her. Dr. Ruth smiled wanly. No matter what she said about me, my boys were raised better than that. I'm afraid being at college, playing football, and spending all their free time hanging out at a fraternity house has allowed them to forget how to behave like Southern gentlemen. She pointed at the photograph of her sons. The younger ones were given their own penance, but since Hank behaved the worst, I wanted him to apologize to Ms. Martine in person. When did you go? James asked. Mid-afternoon. I had a client at 2, so it was after that. Dr. Ruth gazed at her desk calendar. Ms. Martine's assistant told us that her employer was in the kitchen and couldn't be disturbed. I went ahead and knocked, and Hank and I were allowed in. James tried to imagine Paulette's irritation over being disturbed. He doubted that she received Hank Wilkins's apology with grace. How did it go? Dr. Ruth frowned. She listened to Hank, but wouldn't look at him because she was too busy cracking eggs into a bowl. When my son finished speaking, she dismissed us. That's really the best way to describe it. So we left. Did Willow come into the kitchen with you? No, she didn't. And we didn't see anyone on our way out. She handed James his food log. You must have had a very trying few days. If you feel the need for comfort food this week, that's completely understandable. However, you may find that other things can relax you just as well. A long hot bath, for example. She placed a blank sheet of paper in front of him. And I have more homework for you. I want you to pay attention to how hungry you are when you eat. She drew the number 5 in the center of the paper. This is your number when you're satisfied. Anything above that means that you're full. An 8, for example, means that you've stuffed yourself. So what does a 1 mean? I'm about to die of starvation? Pretty much, Dr. Ruth replied seriously. Most of us have never experienced the intense hunger at that end of the scale. When we're really hungry, we're more at a 3. 4 is the beginnings of hunger. James laughed. I think I'm at a 4 right now. Dr. Ruth checked her watch. It's getting to be dinner time, so that makes sense. Do your best with your food log, and remember to record any exercise you've done as well. Those are negative calories for your chart. I'll see you next week, after you don your tuxedo for the wedding. She cut herself off. I'm so sorry. That was insensitive of me. What are your parents' plans? The wedding's been postponed for now, James said. We're having a Christmas Eve memorial for Paulette. Seeing the sympathy in Dr. Ruth's eyes, he gave her a reassuring smile. Have a lovely Christmas. As he walked out to his car, he realized that he was now in possession of information that Lucy would need to know. It's time for an emergency supper club meeting, he murmured to himself as he reached for his cell phone. Chapter 9. Salmon with Herbs. There's only one thing for us to do. Bennett set aside his copy of the Encyclopedia on World History and brought his mug of frothy cappuccino to his lips. We have to crash your Martine family dinner party tonight. Get a first-hand look at these folks. What dinner party? Jillian asked. Milla and the rest of the clan are getting together at Mamma Mia's in Newmarket, James answered. I'm driving her there so I can check out the suspects myself. I'm not following you, James. Jillian frowned in disapproval. It seems rather judgmental to call these people suspects. The Star indicated that Paulette's death was natural. Her body and spirit have simply been returned to the ever-welcoming arms of our Mother Earth. After casting a perplexed look at Jillian, James said, Ask Lucy whether it was natural or if someone helped Paulette reach the Elysian Fields. Are you holding out on us? Lindy tugged on Lucy's sleeve. Lucy freed herself from her friend's grasp and stirred a packet of artificial sweetener into her mocha latte. Way to put me on the spot, James, she muttered crossly. At that moment, Willie, the owner of the custard cottage, appeared at their table with a tray of custard samples. I made up a new flavor, folks. He passed out plastic spoons and paper napkins. Give this a taste and tell me what you think. I'm not sure if it's ready to be added as a flavor of the week, and since y'all have been food judges before, I'm gonna leave the decision to you. Lucy spooned a bite of custard into her mouth and released a small moan. I taste chocolate, which is always a good thing, Lindy said. Bennett wiped some custard from his toothbrush mustache. Yeah, but marshmallows the main attraction in this one. Jillian closed her eyes and hummed, her hoop earrings bobbing in time to her song. There's a very subtle integration of a cake-like cookie. It tastes so familiar, like something from childhood. Nostalgically delicious. Willie beamed. All 3 of you are right. But Jillian gave the answer my ears were hoping to hear. My newest flavor is called Memories of Moon Pie. The patrons in Willie's cozy eatery burst into spontaneous applause. Smiling like a proud parent, Willie passed out samples to everyone and listened to their feedback with careful consideration. Willie was a relative newcomer to Quincy's Gap, but one would never know it. Not only did he know the name of each patron, but he also knew their favorite flavors and toppings. Most of the townsfolk viewed him as a magician and paid him weekly visits, no matter how cold it was outside, because Willie exuded enough warmth and good cheer to change a person's outlook in the twinkle of an eye. Because they had spent many happy moments at the Custard Cottage, James thought it would be the perfect place for the supper club members to come up with a plan to identify Paulette's murderer. But everything depended on Lucy's willingness to share information with her friends. All right. Lindy put her spoon down, flattened her empty custard cup, and stared daggers at Lucy. Time to level with us. We've helped out your department before, remember? We can help again. Or are we unnecessary now that you're a deputy? Lucy was clearly stunned by Lindy's vehemence. Sheathe your claws. I'm not your enemy. Lindy was instantly contrite. Sorry, I'm such a grump today. When I finally talked to Luis this weekend, he told me that his mama's fading fast, and that her last wish is for him to marry the daughter of her closest friend. Ouch! Bennett exclaimed. The dying wish of a man's mama? Man, that's heavy. He can't just ignore it. Thanks, Bennett, Lindy murmured glumly. Jillian grabbed Lindy's hand. Luis loves you, Lindy. He might be tormented by his mother's wish, but the true feelings of his heart will shine through. His sweet mother was probably trying to secure his happiness by encouraging him to marry. Lindy brightened. You think his mama's pushing him at this other woman so that he'll realize it's time to commit to me? Jillian shrugged. Fate behaves in mystifying ways. Who can tell what chain of events will draw one soul to another? The rhetorical question hung in the air as each supper club member fell silent, thinking of the person who caused their heart to beat faster. James flicked his eyes at Lucy and found that she was staring at him intently, her gaze tender and somewhat sad. Why are you doing this? She asked him. Anger clouded her features. Dividing my loyalties between my friends and my job. For Milla's sake, James answered truthfully, and because it's the right thing to do. The 5 of us make a great team. If justice is what you seek, then we're on the job with you, just like we've always been. She studied him for another moment, and then searched her friends' faces. Nodding, she seemed to come to a decision. According to the medical examiner, Paulette was poisoned. She held up a warning finger, and that fact doesn't go further than this table. Maybe she killed herself, Bennett suggested. She didn't seem too happy. Lucy shook her head. That's pretty unlikely. Unless we count her family reunion, there's no evidence to suggest she was disturbed to the point of wanting to end her life. And why would anyone choose such a painful method? Paulette experienced pure agony. The way we found her made that clear. Lucy succinctly described the scene in the kitchen. Jillian fanned herself with her hand. How terrible! Someone must have truly wanted her to suffer. Perhaps they felt they had suffered because of her. James frowned. I think Paulette antagonized everyone she met. The only person she was civil to was my father, and that's probably because he was plying her with whiskey. I suppose Willow is at the top of your suspect list, Lindy said to Lucy. That girl took more than her fair share of abuse. She was at the bed and breakfast, too, Lucy agreed. But why travel to Quincy's Gap and then kill Paulette? That would be downright stupid. Lindy stood up and approached the glass case filled with assorted custard flavors. She pointed at one and then gestured at a candy jar filled with peanut butter cups. A few moments later, she returned with one of Willie's famous concretes. in which he combined the custard and candy toppings, and in this case, a few ribbons of hot fudge, using a pair of spackling knives. James loved to watch him blend the sweet ingredients. Willie's hands were quick and deft, like the hibachi chefs juggling spatulas or pepper mills at a Japanese restaurant. Sorry for the interruption. I just think more clearly when I have chocolate in my system. Lindy sighed in contentment as she swallowed a bite of chocolate mixed with fudge and peanut butter cup. We should consider that Willow may have intentionally waited until Paulette's family was in town to act. She probably knew more about the diva's life than anyone else, so if there was a family conflict, she could use that to her advantage. Clever, James said, though I wouldn't wait around to see if the poison worked if I were a murderer. On another note, there was definitely tension between Paulette and her daughter, as well as her older sister, Wheezy. Apparently the son could do no wrong. That's how my mama feels about me. Bennett thumped his chest and grinned. As the friends sipped coffee and watched Lindy devour her frozen custard, Lucy presented character sketches of Paulette's family. She shared details from her interviews with the three relatives, stating that they'd all seemed genuinely shocked, though not overly upset by the news of Paulette's death. Frankly, Chloe acted relieved. Without Paulette around, maybe no one would criticize her. Chase got a greedy gleam in his eye, and Wheezy seemed resigned. However, I could swear she smiled once and then tried to hide it by coughing. The bottom line is that I believe each one of them is hiding something. How do you sense something like that? Jillian asked, fascinated. Lucy pondered her friend's question for a moment. When someone's keeping something from me, it's like a curtain drops over their eyes. I can't explain it better than that. Watching her, James wondered if he'd be attracted to Lucy for the rest of his days. He was suddenly struck with the realization that they got along best when they were investigating a murder. The rest of the time, they seemed at a loss over how to maintain a romantic relationship. James also became aware that he'd always been at the mercy of Lucy's whims. He'd wanted to claim Lucy as his own from the day they met, and since that time, only his relationship with Murphy had interfered with those feelings. Lucy, on the other hand, seemed only interested in him when he was dating someone else. Why does everything have to be so complicated? He thought crossly. Am I ever going to find the right person to share my life with? Because apparently it's not going to be Lucy Hanover. Seeing James's hangdog expression, Jillian covered his hand with hers. Poor Milla. What did she and your father decide to do about their wedding? It's postponed. There's going to be a memorial service for Paulette on Christmas Eve instead. James scowled. Unfortunately, it's bound to turn into a media feeding frenzy. Newspaper reporters and TV crews will descend on us any time now. You hear that, Willie? Bennett called out to the proprietor. The press is coming to Quincy's Gap. Better stock up. Willie peered into his cooler and smiled. I'd best make more coffee-flavored custard. Those journalist types go nuts for anything with so much as a whiff of caffeine. Though James was tempted to order a cinnamon cappuccino custard, he was determined to restrict his caloric intake that day, and feared that having dinner at the family-style Italian restaurant in Newmarket would challenge his resolve soon enough. Lindy raised a dark eyebrow. So how can 5 people crash a dinner party at Mamma Mia's? Easy, Bennett said, wiping a trace of whipped cream off his mustache. We act like we just happened to run into our old friend James while dining at one of our favorite hangouts. Because James is polite, he'll introduce us to Milla's kin, and then he'll ask us to join them. We protest at first, but then we sit down and order a few rounds of booze. We only pretend to drink, while encouraging the rest of them to get soused while we sit back and listen. Do you think they'll be honest and open with you sitting there? Jillian asked Lucy. No, she answered. I'll dress in plain clothes and loiter at the bar. I can't sit with the rest of you. She looked keenly disappointed. The group fell silent, recognizing that their crime-solving methods were completely altered now that Lucy had become a deputy. It doesn't matter. Lindy slung her arm around Lucy's shoulder. As long as we're together, we can do some good. She put her free hand in the center of the table. The Flab Five is back at it. Who's with me? Grinning like children, the friends piled their hands on top of hers, and James felt, at least for the meantime, that equilibrium had been restored. James had never been to Mamma Mia's before, as it had only been open for business for a month. The restaurant's decor was a strange blend of luxury and outright tackiness. While the walls were wood-paneled and the tablecloths were a pristine white, there were also dozens of Italian flag garlands crisscrossing the ceiling, and trellises of silk bougainvillea in a very unnatural shade of electric pink hung on the walls. The music was at odds, too, alternating between Frank Sinatra, Pavarotti, and the soundtrack from Moonstruck. Upon entering the eclectic restaurant, Milla introduced James to her family and then dictated the seating arrangements. James found himself sitting between Willow and Chloe. Paulette's daughter was the complete opposite of her mother. Where Paulette had been thin with sharp edges, Chloe was soft. She had a round body, wide eyes, and unfashionably long hair, which she wore in a ponytail down her back. She wore a loose t-shirt, a flowing denim skirt, and Birkenstock sandals, and greeted James with the open kindness and warmth that James had come to associate with Milla. He took an instant liking to her and fervently hoped that she had nothing to do with her mother's death. Chloe's brother Chase gripped James's hand with unnecessary firmness before smoothing an invisible wrinkle in his Brooks Brothers suit. He had Paulette's angular jaw, dark eyes, and trim figure. Like his mother, Chase seemed incapable of smiling. The hotshot attorney gazed upon the present company with a mixture of boredom and disdain. Aunt Wheezy was a sweet old lady. She embraced James, called him a handsome boy, and then clung to Milla's arm. For someone in her late 70s, Wheezy was startlingly childlike and innocent. She glanced around Mamma Mia's with the wide-eyed wonder of a young girl being offered her first carousel ride. When the waiter appeared, she giggled and ordered a Shirley Temple as though she were requesting a double shot of tequila. "I'll handle the wine," Chase announced. "I'm sure I have the most qualified palate." He's a male version of his mother, James thought, and then grinned as Jillian breezed through the restaurant's front door, wearing a purple poncho over a tangerine-colored sheath and enormous drop earrings that fell like silver waterfalls to her shoulders. Lindy was right on her heels, looking attractively chic in a red wool coat, slimming black pantsuit, and chunky necklace made of multicolored beads. Bennett wore a blue button-down and a mustard-colored tie, but had replaced his sports coat in favor of his bomber jacket. Lucy was nowhere in sight. "James! And Milla!" Lindy cried. pretending to be surprised to see them. What a coincidence! She walked over to Milla and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Without skipping a beat, she went around the table, hugging everyone in welcome. Even Chase seemed to warm to her effusive greeting. "You must join us," Milla said before James had the chance. Jillian waved off the invitation. "Oh, we couldn't intrude on an intimate family gathering." Aunt Wheezy stroked Jillian's purple poncho with delight. "You can sit next to me. I like your pretty red hair." Jillian beamed. "You have such a youthful aura. I'd love to share a meal with you." Milla looked at James. "Would you ask the waiter to push another table over here? It's almost Christmas, and your friends are like family to me. I'd love to have them join us." James bowed, feeling a prick of guilt for deceiving a woman who was the epitome of sincerity and kindness. "Anything for you, m'lady," he told her. Once everyone was settled, the waiter bustled off to the kitchen and returned with a bottle of wine. As he poured wine into Lindy's glass, she pointed at the bottle and said, "I think we're going to need 2 more of those." She turned to Chloe and clinked glasses with her. "After all, you need some cheering up, don't you?" While Lindy told Chloe about her relationship woes, Jillian asked Wheezy and Milla about their childhoods in Natchez. Chase, who guzzled his first glass of wine as though it were Gatorade, seemed slightly impressed to learn that Bennett would appear on Jeopardy in a few weeks. As he refilled his glass, he proceeded to ask Bennett questions, focusing on legal trivia. Each of the supper club members had chosen a member of the party to focus on, and James had picked Willow. He had a difficult time concentrating on small talk, however, once the waiter appeared with their appetizers. The food was served on enormous platters that were supposed to be passed around the table. There were stuffed mushrooms bathed in a 4-cheese sauce, fried zucchini sticks with marinara dip, lamb ravioli in a creamy pesto sauce, and spicy bruschetta topped with Parmesan, sun-dried tomatoes, and fresh basil. "Do you remember when I came to the library? You said that you might have an idea about a job for me?" Willow gently reminded James as he accepted a mushroom from the platter she held out to him. "Indeed I do. Excuse me." James interrupted a conversation between Jillian and Milla. "Would you mind telling Willow about Quincy's whimsies?" For the first time since receiving the news of her sister's death, Milla's face lit up. "I plan to open a gourmet gift store in the spring. I'm going to carry handmade gifts made by craftsmen right here in the Shenandoah Valley, and eatable treats. Nothing that would compete with the Sweet Tooth or the Custard Cottage, of course. I was thinking of offering some pre-made dinners and a line of jams, sauces, purees, that sort of thing." "How about gourmet chocolates and candies?" Willow asked eagerly. Milla nodded. "Those would be an excellent addition to our inventory, my dear. I was also thinking of carrying specialized kitchen tools and cookbooks, pretty tea towels and pot holders and aprons. Oh, I can see it all already." "You could make culinary gift baskets, too," Willow suggested, caught up in Milla's vision. "Instead of sending people a bouquet of flowers for Valentine's Day or Mother's Day or whatever, a customer could create a personalized gift basket stuffed with the recipient's favorite candy, jam flavor, scented candle, that kind of thing." "That's brilliant," Milla declared. "And baskets of local products to sell to the tourists. I love it." She clapped her hands. "How would you like to be the manager of Quincy's whimsies, my girl?" "Me? Really?" Willow put her hand to her chest, clearly stunned. "But you barely know me." James refilled both of their wine glasses, reveling in the glow on Milla's cheeks and the spark of hope in Willow's pale blue eyes. "I know enough," Milla said. "You're a hard worker, a creative thinker, and you can cook. James brought me a slice of that lemon strawberry layer cake, and I was licking my fingers for hours afterward." She studied Willow over the rim of her wineglass. "I bet you can bake Paulette's cakes as well as she could. Isn't that right?" "Yes." Willow looked both proud and embarrassed. "I really enjoy making things from scratch. Fresh foods are so fulfilling, and I love the look on people's faces when they taste what I've made." "I enjoy that, too." Milla smiled at Willow fondly. "I started my cooking school so that my students could share that feeling. But now I'd like to spend my time in a shop brimming over with pretty and tasty things. I want to gossip with my customers and listen to the cash register ring." Willow sighed euphorically. "That sounds lovely, and I'd be thrilled to work for you. I'll need to wrap up my life in New York and find an apartment to rent down here first." She looked at James from beneath her lashes. "Does Francis live in an apartment? Maybe there's a vacancy in his building." "He and Scott live in a converted garage, but there's a brand-new complex not too far from town you could check out. For the price of your Manhattan studio, you could probably get a 3-bedroom palace in Quincy's Gap." Willow and Milla continued to brainstorm about their future endeavor, while 2 waiters arrived with the entrees. James watched with delight as the heavy platters were placed on the table. "Beautiful!" Aunt Wheezy shouted with glee, and James felt like doing the same. Before him was an Italian feast, featuring slices of veal saltimbocca slathered in brown sauce and melted mozzarella, thin pieces of chicken piccata embellished with paper-thin slivers of lemon, mounds of fettuccine alfredo mixed with prosciutto and peas, salmon fillets flavored with lemon and herbs, and lobster tortellini in a creamy tomato basil sauce. Having already consumed a large serving of spinach salad, James was determined to make good choices during the rest of the meal, so he helped himself to a salmon fillet and half a chicken cutlet. Every bite of the rich fare was delicious, and it took an iron will to steer clear of the enticing but fattening noodle dishes. No one else was skimping, however, and James couldn't believe how much food the party was able to consume. With 2 glasses of wine and excellent food in his belly, James was having a hard time viewing his table mates with a suspicious eye. Even Chase, who'd warmed up conspicuously after drinking an entire bottle of wine, was joking around with Bennett like they were old friends. Everyone was laughing and rosy-cheeked, and it wasn't until James got up to use the restroom that he became aware of a familiar figure sitting at the bar. Lucy was wearing a baggy gray wool coat over jeans and a black turtleneck. Her head was slightly bent, and her hair partially obscured her face. A cup of coffee sat between her hands, and James realized she had been watching them in the mirror behind the bar. "How long have you been here?" he asked without looking directly at her. "Since your appetizer course." James felt a pang of pity for Lucy. She was utterly outside the circle of camaraderie, and instead sat at the bar like a brooding PI from a vintage detective story. "Did you have anything to eat?" Nodding, Lucy whispered, "Go away, James. I've heard plenty sitting here, and I can't listen if you're talking to me." Thus dismissed, James remained in the bathroom until his cheeks, which had reddened with injured pride, returned to a normal hue. By the time he returned to his seat, his fellow diners were savoring squares of tiramisu, chocolate-covered cannoli, and slices of triple berry cheesecake. James noticed that in his absence, fatigue and stuffed bellies had forced the group to grow more taciturn, and he was relieved when the waiter finally presented the check to Chase. "Just tell us what we owe you, my dear." Milla fished her wallet out of her purse. "I'm helpless with dividing up checks after a glass of wine." "There's no need," Chase replied magnanimously. "I'll take care of it." He slid a gold card on top of the check and handed the server book to the waiter. While the rest of the party thanked Chase effusively, Chloe's expression turned sulky. "He can afford to be generous," she grumbled. Willow gazed at Chloe in sympathy. "I know. It's a messed up world when lawyers make more than teachers or firemen or animal rescuers, right?" Chloe nodded, but remained petulant. "Not only does he make a huge salary from ruining people's lives, but Mother left him all her money, too. I'm totally broke, but I won't get a dime because I didn't follow the recipe she laid out for my life. Chase did everything she wanted, and that's why he gets the big payoff." "It must be a fair amount of money," James said. "Royalties from her cookbooks and product endorsements alone will allow him to buy a house in the Hamptons. Now he can set up his latest mistress in style. I wonder how his wife would feel about that." Chloe seethed, and James was taken aback by her mercurial personality. Chase, who'd overheard that last bit, colored angrily. "You and your sea cows. If you hadn't pissed Mother off at every turn and then married a loser who got so drunk that he fell off his own boat and drowned, then you'd be sitting pretty, too." He signed his credit card receipt with a violent scrawl. "Let's go, Wheezy. We'd better take you back to the Roach Motel before you fall face first into the tiramisu. Willow, I'm assuming you need a ride," he added ungraciously, all traces of his alcohol-induced gaiety gone. "We'll take her back to the Widow's Peak," James replied on Willow's behalf, and Milla gave him a grateful smile. Straightening his tie, Chase pushed back his chair, threw his napkin on the seat, and strode from the room without waiting to see whether his aunt and sister were following. "Party's over," Wheezy declared, with less energy than before. Chloe mutely helped her aunt into her coat and then left, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Willow and the supper club members stood up and gathered their coats and purses. James turned to examine the bar area and saw that Lucy was already gone. "Yes, the party's over," he said to Lindy as he helped her with her coat. "But now we have lots to talk about at the memorial service." Chapter 10. Eggnog Cake with Butter Rum Frosting. James woke on December 24th to the sound of Milla's hand blender. After showering and dressing for work, he arrived in the kitchen to find Milla baking, Jackson repairing the garbage disposal under the sink, and the coffee pot empty. "I like your tie," Milla said over the whir of the mixer. Smoothing a small crinkle in his holiday tie, which featured Santa and several reindeer reading a book in front of a fireplace, James took a clean coffee cup out of the cupboard and then paused in front of the empty coffee pot. "Oh, dear," Milla clucked. "We've left you high and dry. Let me just get these in the oven, and I'll brew you a fresh pot. Can I fix you breakfast?" James eyed the array of dirty bowls, wooden spoons, cake pans, and deflated bags of flour and sugar. "No, thanks. I think you've got enough going on here already. Are you planning to feed cake to the entire town today?" "Just those who show up to my sister's memorial service," Milla answered, as she slipped 2 cake pans into the oven. "I want everyone who is kind enough to express their sympathy to have a slice of Paulette's favorite cake." "Which one is that?" James asked, as he sniffed one of the batter bowls. Gloomily, Milla cradled an egg in her palm. She was my own sister, and I didn't even know. Willow had to tell me. But it's the eggnog cake she made for the TV show last week. That woman and her eggnog. Stepping forward, James said, I bet the time you recently spent with Paulette made a real difference to her, Milla. She flew down to Quincy's Gap to celebrate your wedding. She was over here in the morning chatting and having breakfast, and she cooked us dinner and laughed it up with Pop. I think it's safe to say that her last days were good ones. Milla kissed James on the cheek. You are a darling boy, James Henry. I'm going to come over and cook 3 times a week when you move down the road. I'm counting on it, James declared, gave his soft paunch a pat, and carried his breakfast of a kashi waffle and some fresh fruit into the den. He perused the newspaper peacefully until Jackson released a torrent of expletives. From where he sat, James was able to discern that Milla dumped a bowl of refuse down the garbage disposal, having forgotten that there was no longer a canister attached to the sink. The entire contents, including raw egg spittle and clumps of cake dough, had landed on Jackson's face. I am not a trash can, he heard his father splutter indignantly. You sure you don't want a crepe, James? Milla called from the kitchen. I could scrape enough dough off your daddy's forehead to make you one. She chuckled. Jackson, honey, you just had your first sugar facial. James hurried to finish his breakfast and put on his coat while his father was in the bathroom cleaning the muck off his face. Don't expect to see him again until it's time for church, Milla whispered, and handed James his lunch sack and a thermos of coffee. He's determined to finish that painting of my sister's hands before the service. I'll be cooking him steak every night in return for making him fix this dumb disposal when all he wanted to do was go out to his shed. That's why you're so good for him, Milla. You drag him out of that shed from time to time. Call me if you need me to buy out the rest of Food Lion's supply of flour, sugar, and eggs on my way home. I just might. Milla's eyes twinkled as she shooed him out the back door. Merry Christmas, Professor! The twins exclaimed as he alighted from his Bronco in the library parking lot. Scott held out a narrow strip of black cloth. We'll have to open 5 minutes late because we want to show you what we made you for Christmas. James pointed at the fabric. Well, if that's meant to be a belt, I'm very flattered. But I think it'll take a few more meetings with Dr. Ruth before it'll fit around this waist. This is a blindfold, Francis said with a boyish grin. Your gift was too big to wrap, so we propped it against the book return bin. May I? Leaning his head forward, James allowed Francis to fasten the blindfold. The twins took him by the arms and led him to the book bin. With a flourish, Scott removed the blindfold, and James gasped in amazement. The twins had built him a custom wooden mailbox. The box was carved to resemble a shelf of books. Each book was painted a different color, and the titles and authors had been carefully engraved on the spines. Labels representing the library's filing protocol had also been painted on each tome. Even the red flag was a miniature book, which the twins had cleverly entitled The Scarlet Letter. The mailbox post had been engraved with Cicero's famous quote on books, "A room without books is like a body without a soul." We burned the letters into the wood, Scott explained, as James touched the black script. It saves time, and it'll last forever, because we covered that post with about 40,000 layers of polyurethane. Francis noticed that their boss seemed to have gotten something in his eye. You okay, Professor?" James nodded, too moved to speak. Finally, after running both hands lovingly over the carved books on the mailbox, he turned and smiled at his employees, no longer caring that his eyes were glistening with tears. "This is a marvelous gift. I can't imagine how much time went into this." He hugged each twin and sniffed. "Bennett Marshall won't believe his eyes when he puts my first letter in here. I'll be on his route when I move, and there's no doubt in my mind that this will be the finest mailbox he, or anyone else, has ever seen." "Francis made one for that Willow girl, too," Scott whispered. "Looks like a box of chocolates. It's a wall-mount mailbox, in case she ends up moving to another apartment." He nudged his brother. "I think he's in love." "Then he won't have to ship that mailbox to New York, because Willow's relocating to Quincy's Gap after the holidays," James told the twins. "And what about you, Scott? Did you make a newspaper column mailbox for Lottie?" James teased, allowing Francis a moment of private happiness. Scott's face darkened. "My girlfriend has been acting weird lately. She wants me to stop playing video games and reading graphic novels for good. She even thinks I should—" He looked to Francis to finish for him. "Lottie wants him to get a different job," Francis muttered. "A career, she calls it." James felt as though a cold wind had pierced his heart. "But you like your job, don't you?" "Yes," Scott answered hurriedly. "I'd never leave the library. I'm happy here, and I'm happy about who I am. I know I'm a geek who could use contact lenses and a car made in this decade, but I'm fine with riding a bike and living in Widow Lamb's garage. My job is perfect, my boss is the greatest, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world to be able to work with my brother, my best friend, every day." James put his arm around Scott. "You are lucky. Some people spend their lives trying to figure out what makes them happy, and you're aware, in your mid-20s no less, of exactly what you want and who you are." "But what can I do about Lottie?" Scott was clearly distressed. "I don't want to lose her." In that moment, James had an epiphany. Lucy was basically telling him the same thing Scott wanted to tell Lottie. Lucy had made it clear that she would be devoted to upholding the law above all else, and that was simply who she was. She had left it up to James to decide whether he could accept her for who she was, or sever their romantic ties once and for all. "But she didn't let me decide," he thought ruefully. "She just assumed that I wouldn't want a life with her under those conditions. And maybe she was right. Maybe I want to be first in a woman's heart. Maybe second place isn't good enough for me anymore." "Professor?" Scott's voice brought James back to reality, and he became aware that not only were they late opening the library, but they were all shivering. The three of them had been standing on the grass, idly chatting in 40-degree weather, as several patrons gazed at them in befuddlement. Handing Francis the keys to the front door, James shouldered his beautiful new mailbox and looked at Scott with sympathy. "We can't change people, Scott, no matter how much we'd like to. We must love them as they are, or let them go." Scott scratched his tousled hair in confusion. "Professor, are we still talking about me?" "What I'm saying is that you should be loved by someone who appreciates you as is, not as you could be. If Lottie doesn't love you now, then she's not looking for a smart, caring, loyal guy named Scott Fitzgerald, and that's her loss." James smiled fondly at the young man. "It doesn't mean you guys are done for, but you have to be honest with her. Confess that you don't want to change, and see how she handles it. I have to talk to her before Francis and I go undercover tonight, Scott sighed. My poor brother. He might be on a stakeout with the Grinch. That's right. James had completely forgotten about Glowstar's kidnapping. The ransom handoff is at midnight. I hope the abductor shows up, or we'll have to buy a new elf on eBay. I won't let you and Francis face another holiday season without one. With his left hand, James pulled envelopes containing gift cards to Best Buy from his coat pocket and held them out to Scott. And I hope these will help take the bah humbug out of your day. As James headed toward the Bronco with his treasure, Scott tore open his gift card. His eyes widened in delight. He then read the inscription in his Christmas card. To Scott, fellow bibliophile, skilled librarian, and loyal friend. May your holiday be filled with barbarians wielding long swords and lovely maidens held captive by all-powerful warlocks. Merry Christmas, James Henry. Damn. Scott shut the card and blinked several times. Now I'm going to cry. The supper club members were waiting for James when he entered the church chapel that evening with Milla, Willow, and Jackson. The small group was still half-blinded after being assaulted by shouting reporters and an explosion of flashbulbs in the parking lot. Inside the warm sanctuary, the pews were filled to capacity. The townsfolk congregated in the front, while members of the media kept a respectful distance in the back of the chapel. A horde of strangers, who were probably there in hopes of getting on TV, took up the center rows. Paulette's children and Sister Wheezy were in the first row. The pew behind them had been reserved for the supper club members and Willow. James was pleasantly surprised to see Dr. Ruth and all three of her sons seated in respectful silence toward the middle of the crowd. He issued them a subtle wave and smiled at Dolly, who was likely to have a sore neck come Christmas Day from twisting this way and that in order to observe every person in the sanctuary. This is quite a showing, Milla murmured to James, as Reverend Emerson walked to the pulpit. After greeting the congregation, he asked them to rise and sing the first hymn, Abide with Me. James had spent every Sunday of his childhood at this church, so he knew the hymn well enough to sing while casting covert glances at the people standing in front of him. Chase, who chose not to sing, was staring into the distance with a blank expression, while Chloe was focused on her hymnal. She looked pale and nervous. Wheezy was bobbing her head in time to the music, and James wondered if she had dementia. Her childish innocence seemed less like a quirky personality and more like the sign of a mental illness. But since he knew nothing about the latter, he hesitated to judge Milla's sweet sister. Peering down his own row, James couldn't help but notice the new spark in Willow's eyes. Her face was shining with all the optimistic hopefulness of youth. She wore an attractive black dress with a cobalt blue scarf, and her blonde hair was fastened into a chic knot at the base of her neck. Pearl earrings glowed softly against her cheeks, which were tinged a healthy pink. At the conclusion of the hymn, Reverend Emerson led them in prayer, and then invited Milla forward for the scripture reading. Her voice was clear throughout the entire recitation of Ecclesiastes 3, but when she reached verse 12, she paused. Wiping her eyes and nose with a tissue, she spoke with a tremor while reading, "That everyone may eat and drink and find satisfaction in all his toil. This is the gift of God." Jillian, whose hair had taken on a shade akin to paprika since their dinner at Mamma Mia's, sniffed loudly. "Are you all right?" James whispered to her. "Do you think Paulette was satisfied in her work, like that verse says? Do you think she realized what gifts she was given?" Jillian whimpered tearfully. Milla finished her reading and introduced herself as the middle sister. She then proceeded to share an amusing childhood anecdote. As a young girl, Patty spent more time down the street than at our house. Our neighbor, Mrs. D, as we called her, loved to cook with Patty. Most girls my age were happy to set up lemonade stands or sell Girl Scout cookies for their taste of capitalism. But not Patty. She wanted out of Natchez. While we spent our dimes at the movies or buying banana splits at the drugstore, Patty was selling fancy cupcakes and tea cakes to all the neighborhood ladies. Milla was lost in her memories, her gaze reaching over the heads of the congregation. She did exactly what she said she was going to, and was in Paris by her 18th birthday. Some folks said she made a useful connection with one of the riverboat cooks, but regardless of how she left our hometown, she never looked back. Even Mrs. D didn't hear from her again, and that woman taught her everything she knew about baking. Milla concluded her monologue by assuring those gathered there that Paulette had died doing the thing she loved most. With a catch in her voice, she thanked everyone for coming and returned to her seat. Chase was next to take the microphone. He too extolled his mother's entrepreneurial success, but his eulogy lacked intimacy. His voice was flat and expressionless, and his speech reminded James of a professor giving a lecture on 21st century economics. "Sounds like he's given a fiscal report to a board of directors," Bennett whispered. "I think it shows poor taste to talk about how much money his mother's last book made at a memorial service," Lindy said in disgust. "Didn't she ever bake him a special cake for his birthday, or build a magical gingerbread castle at Christmas? He must have one childhood memory to share." Apparently, Chase didn't. Chloe was even worse, because she refused to speak. She made her refusal clear by shaking her head and crossing her arms like a willful child. And when the minister focused his gaze on Wheezy, she hobbled up the carpeted steps to the pulpit. "From the moment she entered this world, Patty was a bossy gal," Wheezy said. "She thought she was smarter than our whole town put together. Even Mama and Daddy were dumb hillbillies in her mind. Every day she told Mill and me how she prayed to be told she was adopted. She hated us all, and that ain't no lie." Chase began to rise to his feet, but Chloe restrained him with both arms as the church audience sat up en masse with sudden interest. The members of the media became instantly alert, mini recorders and small pads of paper held at the ready. "And though she hated her family, the folks Patty hated even more were the mulattoes. I know that's not what you're supposed to call them now, but that's what we called them then, and there were plenty of mulattoes in Natchez. I was in love with one of them, a man named Alberto Marcos. I would have married him and been happy for the rest of my days, but Patty ruined my chance. She talked about Al like he was the worst kind of scoundrel, but Patty was the only truly wicked person I've ever known." Several members of the congregation gasped. "I know it ain't right to speak ill of the dead, but I've been holding this in for too many years, and I want to tell you that I ended up happy anyhow. Patty went to Paris as some man's floozy, and then she came back and got famous. Reckon she was a richer man's kept woman." The reporters were scribbling furiously. James noticed Murphy and Lottie sitting side by side, listening with expressions bordering on rapture. James could practically sense Murphy spinning titles and headlines in her mind as Wheezy continued. I thought I could marry Al after we buried Mama and Daddy, but his heart had turned hard toward our family, and he married somebody else. He's a widower now, and I'm still sweet on him, even after all these years. I came to this town to offer Patty a chance to make things right, to tell Al she'd been wrong to lie about him, but she laughed in my face at the notion. I hope the good Lord forgives her, or I reckon she's baking cakes of hot coals for the devil right about now. That's all I've got to say. Thank you for coming. Wheezy returned to her seat, her head held high. James closed his gaping mouth and turned to Milla, who was staring at her older sister with horrified astonishment. Reverend Emerson was clearly at a loss. James was positive that the minister had never presided over a eulogy speech like Wheezy's. His eyes raked the pew of family members with a searching look until his wife, who was seated near the organist, poked the woman in the side, and the first few strains of Amazing Grace burst into the air. The hymn was played in double time, followed by a rather mechanical recitation of the Lord's Prayer and a hasty benediction. Before James knew it, he found himself in the fellowship hall, passing out slices of eggnog cake. "Do you need help?" Lucy asked in a soft voice. James nodded gratefully. "I don't know what to say to people after a service like that. I really appreciate your coming today. If I didn't have the four of you behind me in moments such as these—" Lucy brushed his cheek with her fingers. The moment was fleeting, but filled with tenderness. "I'll always care about you, James. No matter what else happens in our lives, you can depend on my friendship. That's a promise." James placed a piece of cake in her hands. "And you can depend on mine, too." Tears pooled in Lucy's blue eyes, but she blinked them away and concentrated on spearing a triangle of cake onto her fork. Slipping the morsel between her lips, she inadvertently groaned. "This is so good." Echoes of similar declarations emitted from mouths across the hall. As coffee cups were refilled and people accepted seconds on cake, Milla unveiled Jackson's painting of Paulette's hands to oohs and ahs from the crowd. James edged others aside in order to view the work of art. Once again, he was amazed by his father's ability to capture an individual's complete persona by fashioning a pair of hands through deft brush strokes and a unique blend of hues. Paulette's were strong, determined, and graceful as they gripped the handles of a wooden rolling pin. The left side of the canvas showed several petit fours decorated with perfectly formed icing rosebuds, showcasing Paulette's love of precision. Edging off the right side was a bowl of raw eggs with a collection of fractured shells that were drifted into the corner of the canvas. The jagged points and splintered bits of shell reminded the viewer of the diva's sharp tongue and harsh words. And yet, Jackson had also illustrated a fragility in Paulette's wrists. The blue and green veins traveling beneath the thin skin were a reminder of the woman's mortality. He hadn't smoothed her wrinkled knuckles or omitted the ugly mole on the back of her hand. Yet the overall feeling James experienced while staring at the picture was that even though Paulette Martine was a woman of determination, her strength and intensity had rendered her bitter and lonely. "How does your daddy do it?" Lindy whispered to James. "It's so her. A more fitting memorial than any words." "He truly has a gift," Jillian agreed. "It's like he paints souls through a pair of hands. And the energy that radiates from every work is different, as unique as the subjects themselves. No wonder Lindy's mother can't keep them in stock in her gallery." Scott and Frances plucked James on the sleeve and told him that they were leaving to prepare for their midnight stakeout. After giving Milla sympathetic hugs, the twins headed for the door. However, Frances stopped short when he crossed Willow's path, and the pair immediately fell into hushed conversation. Unfortunately for Scott, Lottie pushed him off to the side and wagged an accusatory finger at him. Murphy stood next to her protégé, smiling proudly at her, and James felt instantly protective. However, by the time he maneuvered through the throng to where Scott had been standing, the Fitzgerald twins were gone. "You're turning that girl into a shrew," James snapped at Murphy, as Lottie threaded her way back to the buffet table. "Don't you have a book to promote, some slander to spread, an ambulance to chase?" Adopting a wounded expression, Murphy gesticulated around the church. "This is my community, too, and I'm here to report on its news. Besides, I saw Paulette on TV, and I wasn't going to miss a chance to sample one of her cakes." She prattled on about Paulette until Lottie returned with another slice of cake. "This is my third serving, and I can't seem to get enough. And since you raised the topic of promotion, you'll be happy to hear that I'll be in New York for the release of The Body in the Bakery. After that, I'm going on a 12-city tour, so you won't have to watch me chase ambulances for months. I'm taking over as the Star's editor in her absence," Lottie announced with a smug smile. "Congratulations," James replied politely. "But keep in mind that the people of Quincy's Gap are more likely to share their stories with someone who is earnest, approachable, and modest. Kind of like Scott Fitzgerald. He's only in his mid-20s, and the entire town loves and admires him. At least anyone with a lick of sense, that is." He gave Lottie a stern look. "Thank you for coming, ladies." And with that, he turned his back on the two speechless journalists. Despite his determination not to succumb to temptation, seeing plate upon plate of sweet-smelling cake everywhere he turned was having an effect on him. Not only that, but conversing with Murphy and Lottie had put James on edge. Before he knew it, he'd gobbled down one slice and was carving away at a second, savoring the creamy butter-rum frosting and the sponge-like moistness of the cake. "Everything Paulette said on TV was true," he said to Bennett. "Food like this is just too good to give up." Bennett shrugged. "I'm not a big fan of eggnog." "It sounds crazy, but there isn't any in the batter," James explained. "Milla showed me the recipe. It's the nutmeg that makes people think of eggnog." Eyeing the few remaining pieces on the table, Bennett shot forward to claim one. Within minutes, all the slices were gone, the coffee urns were nearly drained, and the gathering had been reduced from well over 100 people to fewer than 20. James polished off his last bite of cake with tepid coffee, threw away his trash, and then slipped his arm around Milla. "Are you ready to go home?" "Am I ever? I can't believe Wheezy. She's not even sorry about what she said. Here, in church, she told me that she's glad that Patty's dead. She said our sister only felt joy when others were miserable or poor, that she reveled in being able to gloat about being rich and famous. Wheezy said that Patty brought darkness to the world." James knew he'd have to share that statement with the supper club members. With Wheezy so plainly satisfied by Paulette's death, she was a prime suspect. Assuming she'd found transportation to the widow's peak, she could have poisoned her sister, seeking a painful death as revenge for the hurt she'd suffered. After all, Wheezy had been denied life with the man she loved. Looking at Jackson and Milla standing shoulder to shoulder, James said, "Pop, I believe you picked the best of the Rose sisters." Jackson snorted. "I'm glad the whole lot of 'em are leaving town. I don't want to share my Christmas roast with those people." Looking at Milla's weary face, Jackson took her hand in his. "I'm sorry. I know they're your family and we don't choose our kin, but not one of them has a drop of goodness in them. Oh, I think there's good and bad in all of us, dear, but I'm ready for a break from them, too." Milla sighed heavily. "I wish we could have laid my sister to rest today. Who knows what we'll have to deal with when those lab results come back." "Don't think about that now," James said, as he covered Jackson's painting with a sheet and slipped it under his arm. "Let's go home and watch the Christmas Carol and eat ourselves sick. And instead of dreaming of sugar plums, tonight I can dream about my new shop, and you can dream about your new house." Milla smiled at James. "I'm sticking to sugar plums," Jackson declared, and the trio left the church, their arms linked, their voices lifted in laughter. Chapter 11. Jeopardy Jambalaya. Life in Quincy's Gap was remarkably uneventful after the holiday season. At long last, children returned to school, having spent most of their 2-week break playing video games, watching movies, and texting their friends. Their parents, finally relieved of hours of endless whining, bickering, and professed boredom from their progeny, welcomed the sight of the yellow school buses. James usually disliked the arrival of the cold, gray days of January, but as the first week of the new year flew by, he began to grow more and more excited about his little yellow house. He'd driven by it several times since his bid had been accepted, pausing to visualize how it would look in springtime with the dogwoods and redbud trees in bloom. He happily imagined himself pushing a lawnmower over green, velvety grass, pruning the azalea bushes nestled close to the house, and sweeping the dust and cobwebs from the porch. After tidying the yard, he'd sit on the back deck, watching purple martins flitter in and out of the multi-level birdhouse Jillian had given him for Christmas, and dream about his vegetable garden. Everyone seemed to share in his excitement over 27 Hickory Hill Lane. All of the Christmas presents he'd received were for his new home. Milla and Jackson had given him enough pots, pans, and utensils to outfit his bachelor's kitchen. Bennett had bought him a fiber doormat decorated with the letter H, and Lindy and Lucy had pooled their money and bought him a pair of rocking chairs for the front porch. And though James was itching to get the legal paperwork out of the way, he was forced to wait. He passed the time quizzing Bennett and consoling the Fitzgerald brothers over their failure to apprehend Glowstar's kidnapper. "Don't buy another elf," Frances had pleaded the day after Christmas. "We're not giving up on our little green assistant. The abductor came early, which is totally against the rules," Scott had spluttered when James asked what had happened on Christmas Eve. "We arrived just after 11 to find a note attached to the book drop and some footprints in that muddy patch near the bin. At least we know we're dealing with a female. The boots had pointy heels." This revelation had surprised James. He'd expected a teenage boy to be the perpetrator. "What did the note say?" "Grow up," Scott had answered sulkily. "That's it. And those 2 words made us pretty mad. Growing up is overrated." Francis had nodded in agreement. "After reading that, we had to go home and fight a bunch of virtual bad guys just so we could get back in the holiday spirit." "Thank goodness for Age of Conan." James had smiled fondly at the twins. "For some reason, I don't think this mystery girl is done toying with you. But the two of you are sharp and observant. You'll track her down. Just keep at it." Their confidence buoyed. The twins had spent their lunch break printing off pages of trivia questions for James to ask Bennett. Now, the day before Bennett was to leave for Philadelphia, he and James sat at Bennett's dining room table and reviewed the cards from the Trivial Pursuit Greatest Hits board game. "I'll be glad when this is over," Bennett said, after replying that Florida was the U.S. state at 345 feet above sea level. "I used to like facts and statistics, but I think my brain is finally full." He waved at a wall calendar. "All I've done for half a year is read and study. What am I trying to prove? Bennett, it's natural to be freaking out the night before you appear on Jeopardy! Especially since this is one of their rare live shows, and you're about to be on television in front of millions of people, trying to answer question after question of random trivia faster than your two competitors." James dipped a carrot stick into a small bowl of fat-free onion dip. He waved the vegetable at his friend. "We should be coming with you." "Not a chance," Bennett replied as the doorbell chimed. "I can only win if I'm as focused as an air traffic controller. No distractions allowed." He opened his door. "The distractions have arrived," Lindy called out gaily, carrying a crock-pot in her mittened hands. "I made a special Jeopardy jambalaya just for you. Try saying that 3 times fast." Stepping inside behind Lindy, Jillian attempted the tongue twister. Then she said, "I brought you tea to drink later tonight. Your mind is going to be spinning like a pinwheel, and this brew will help you find stillness." She handed Bennett a purple box covered with stars. "Not more pine bark," Bennett exclaimed. Jillian smiled and patted his cheek. "No bark. Just valerian, chamomile, St. John's wort, rose hips, lavender, raspberry, orange, spearmint, licorice, and skullcap. All organic and completely decaffeinated." "St. John's wort? Skullcap? Are those herbs or natural poisons? Couldn't I drink a 6-pack instead?" Bennett muttered. "I'd sleep like a baby. And I'm sure beer would taste better." "By Buddha's belly, you'd sleep terribly." Jillian looked alarmed. "Alcohol interrupts sleep. It makes people have fitful dreams and actually decreases effectual rest. You might wake up at 2 in the morning and not be able to go back to sleep." Frowning in concern, Bennett pried open the purple box and sniffed its contents suspiciously. "Smells nice," he admitted grudgingly. "Tomorrow you'll be glad I brought it," Jillian promised, and then proffered a yellow box covered by silver lightning bolts. "Drink this blend before the show starts. It's for mental alertness and has stimulating herbs such as ginger and a mixture of powerful antioxidants." "Geez, all I gave him was a purple rabbit's foot." James read the tea ingredients with interest. "Well, my jambalaya is lucky," Lindy added. "I made it for Luis on our first real date." "Is everything back to snuggle, snuggle, kiss, kiss with you two then?" Bennett asked. Without answering, Lindy walked into the kitchen and plugged in the crock pot. She removed the lid, inhaled deeply, and then stirred the contents with one of the wooden spoons jutting out from a pottery canister on Bennett's countertop. "He's wonderful when we're alone together, but he still doesn't want to go public with our relationship." Lindy's round face darkened with anger. "Is he ashamed of me? Am I truly just some fling he's having? Some bimbo?" "I doubt that's it," Jillian said soothingly. "Luis is no doubt wrestling with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he's celebrating his mother's miraculous return to health, and on the other hand, he's still struggling with that final wish she expressed. Marry her friend's daughter over my dead body." Lindy's Brazilian temper flared, and she pounded the jambalaya with the spoon. "He doesn't even know that girl. He says that he loves me, so why doesn't he prove it by telling everyone about us?" Bennett and James exchanged worried glances. Neither man had any idea how to pacify Lindy when she launched into one of her rare tirades. Luckily for them, someone knocked on the front door. "It's me," Lucy announced herself and entered the dining room. She placed a baking dish covered by a checkered dish towel in the center of the table. "I made cornbread." Draping her coat on the back of a chair, Lucy opened her large purse. "I have something for you, Bennett." Grinning mischievously, Bennett said, "It's not a little green elf, is it?" James poked him in the side with a celery stick. "Not funny. The twins are still hunting for that thing. Hey, keep your celery to yourself, man." Lucy dug around inside her voluminous bag. Exasperated, she pulled out balled-up receipts, gum wrappers, and tissues until she could see more clearly. "I'd tell you to just dump the contents onto the table, but I'm afraid of what might be in there," Bennett teased. "Like the rest of Peter Cottontail?" James playfully brandished the faux fur rabbit's foot. Jillian took a seat next to Lucy. "A few weapons, maybe?" Ignoring her friends, Lucy rummaged in the side pockets. "Here it is." She handed Bennett a pencil. "Keep this in your pocket. It's the luckiest thing I own." Bennett grunted. "Thanks, friend. But this is an oral quiz. We only write the answer to the final question, and I think we use special pens for that." Lucy pointed at the pencil. "That's the pencil I used to pass the written portion of the sheriff's deputy test. It was the most important test I've ever taken." She smiled affectionately. "Just put it in your pocket, because it's going to help you get all the answers right." Bennett grinned. "It'll be in my shirt pocket, right over my heart." He gazed at his friends and held out his hands, palms up. "How could a man lose with so much luck on his side? Shoot, I feel downright sorry for the other contestants. No way they're getting this first-rate send-off. I practically feel like royalty." "Half the town is gathering at Dolly's to watch you," Lindy said, as she put several heaping bowls of fragrant jambalaya on the table. Returning to the kitchen for more, she called back over her shoulder, "Clint's been looking for an excuse to buy one of those gigantic flat-screen TVs, and Dolly finally gave him the green light to drive over to Best Buy. Even if you come in last place tomorrow night, you've already made at least one of your neighbors mighty happy." As soon as Lindy set a bowl in front of James, he turned the hot rice over with his fork to allow some of the steam to escape. The spicy grains, coupled with delectable pieces of shrimp and sausage, had his mouth watering, and he was almost hungry enough to shovel a scorching spoonful into his mouth. Despite his eagerness to satisfy his appetite, James politely refused a piece of Lucy's cornbread. "It looks really good," he quickly assured her, "but I'm trying to maintain a better balance these days." balance is the key to happiness," Jillian said brightly. "But I'll be glad to take James's piece and unbalance my own meal. Bennett, would you like extra sausage? Lindy was kind enough to prepare a meatless version of her delectable dish for me." Speaking of balance, Lindy put her spoon down on a red paper napkin. "How in the world are you juggling your job, all this studying, and a relationship with Jade Jones?" It took Bennett an inordinately long time to swallow a mouthful of cornbread. He then took a deep swig of Bud Light and said, "Jade hasn't had much fun during my Jeopardy prep. She told me back in December that she wouldn't drive up here anymore unless I proved that I wanted something serious. Well, I didn't want to get serious. Our parting of ways was friendly, though. No yelling or throwing dishes." "So you're not upset?" Lucy asked. Shaking his head, Bennett reached for another piece of cornbread. James watched him carefully, but his friend truly appeared to be unperturbed to be single again. Glancing around the table, he noticed that Lindy had turned an inquisitive gaze on Jillian. "What about you and Detective Harding, Jillian? Did you spend Christmas together?" "No," Jillian pushed her bowl away. "We're engaged in a friendship, Lindy, not a romance. We like to talk about tea and yoga and spiritual matters. Detective Harding is very self-reflective, and I enjoy his company." She toyed with an orange curl. "My heart has never been deeply moved by him. Fortunately, he accepts that truth." "So you're just friends?" James asked, while shooting an accusatory look at Lucy. "Friends can fill certain voids," Jillian replied solemnly, "but not all." An awkward silence descended upon the group. Searching for a new topic of conversation, James turned to Lucy. "Any new developments regarding Paulette's death?" "The lab results came back today," she answered. "Do you want me to talk about this, Bennett? Jeopardy is about to start." Bennett waved at the television set. "We still have 10 minutes. Time enough for your news and dessert. I can't focus on anything until I sink my teeth into one of the carrot cake sandwich cookies Milla made." Taking the hint, James retrieved the platter of cookies from the kitchen and removed the plastic wrap from the dish. As soon as he exposed the cookies to the air, an aroma of cinnamon and baked oats wafted into the room. "What have we here?" Jillian helped herself to a cookie. "Are these slivers of carrots?" "Yes, but don't be fooled into thinking these treats will taste like health food. There's an inch of cream cheese frosting between 2 carrot cake cookies. Milla claims that they'll sharpen your senses. She even packed you a tin to take on the train tomorrow, Bennett." Bennett ate his first cookie in 3 bites. "God bless that woman." Lindy placed a carafe of decaf coffee on the table. "Okay, Lucy, fill us in." "For starters, the ruling that Paulette's death was accidental still stands," Lucy told James. "The lab results indicate that she suffered from a fatal dose of salmonella poisoning." James was stunned. "As in the stomach bug you get from undercooked chicken or bad eggs? That's what killed her?" Lucy nodded. "It can be fatal, especially to people with weakened immune systems, like folks who are battling cancer or have HIV. "Did Paulette have cancer?" Lindy's eyes were round. "She looked healthy to me." "She had cervical cancer," Lucy said gravely. "After researching the disease, I learned that many women don't realize they have cervical cancer until it's pretty advanced. If they go to their doctor for regular checkups, that's less likely. But with Paulette's schedule..." And it's not like anyone's in a big rush to have a pap smear, Lindy muttered. Bennett covered his ears with his hands. Woman, this is not a nail salon. There are men present. James studied the cookie on his plate. I still don't understand how eating cake batter proved to be fatal. Was her immune system that weak? It wasn't the cake batter, Lucy said solemnly. It was all the eggnog she drank throughout the day. Willow told us that Paulette never bought pre-made eggnog. She mixed her own from an old family recipe. It calls for half a dozen raw eggs per quart. Having made a gallon, Paulette ingested at least a dozen tainted eggs. Wow, Jillian breathed. I wonder what brand they were. They simply could not have been organic, and they must have been well past their expiration date. Our local farmers keep very hygienic chicken coops. I know because I've toured their farms. Lucy shifted in her seat. Wherever they came from, the ruling is still accidental death. Milla can bury her sister now, and the Martin family can move on with their lives. She smiled at James. Jackson and Milla can finally reschedule their wedding. Isn't that great? As the supper club members smiled in relief on Milla's behalf, Lucy collected several plates and carried them into the kitchen, with James trailing on her heels. Are you satisfied with those findings? He whispered as she began to wash dishes. Lucy handed him a towel and a dripping dish, indicating that he should make himself useful as they talked. I don't know, James. The factors involved are so bizarre that it raises suspicion. If someone knew how much Paulette loved eggnog, they could have deliberately poisoned her. But that's assuming the killer also knew she had cancer. It's unusual for people to die from salmonella, right? And where would a person get infected eggs? Instead of answering, Lucy frowned and began to attack a layer of hardened jambalaya residue clinging to the rim of one of Bennett's bowls. I guess I just don't like to be proved wrong, she finally murmured. But for Milla's sake, and yours, I'm glad the facts have made it clear that this isn't a murder investigation after all. Passing him the clean bowl, her sudsy fingertips lingered on his dry ones. Tell Milla to call me if she has any questions. I'm always available, she added with a smile. Thank you. James returned the smile. I'm relieved to hear that we can put this whole thing behind us and focus on more positive things. Let's leave these dishes for a commercial break. I want to watch Bennett answer every question one last time before he does it on live television tomorrow night. He pulled Lucy into the living room and sat down on the couch next to Bennett. Giving his friend an affectionate squeeze on the shoulder, James said, Not only will the whole town come together to watch their favorite postal carrier on TV, but I'm closing on my house in a few days, and Milla and my father can finally tie the knot. And here I thought January was a dreary month. When James and Milla arrived at Dolly's diner the next evening, they were alarmed to see only a handful of cars in the parking lot. It was a miserably cold evening, and a sharp wind had chased most of the townsfolk indoors. James gazed up at the clear, high stars and then kicked at a loose stone. How could people be so disloyal? It is horrible out tonight, Milla said, her breath pluming around her face. She pointed at the diner's front door. What does that orange sign say? Huddling against the wind, James walked up to the sign, scanned it quickly, and beamed. They've relocated to the firehouse. They must have gotten a bigger crowd than expected. Excitedly, James helped Milla back into the Bronco. After cranking the heater to full blast, he drove out of the parking lot and headed north. James was delighted that Milla had come along. He guessed that she would have preferred to watch Bennett from the comfort of their den, dressed in flannel pajamas and a warm cotton robe, but had decided to show her love and support for one of James's closest friends. James suddenly felt guilty for accepting her offer to accompany him. After all, she'd spent the day placing phone calls to members of her family and making funeral arrangements. "I meant to ask you how your conversations with Chase, Chloe, and Aunt Wheezy went," James said, as he stopped for a red light. Milla looked pained. Chase was less than helpful about the funeral. He said that Patty wanted to be cremated, but I already knew that. I wanted to find out where to lay her to rest, but Chase told me he was too busy to talk, and he didn't offer to pay for so much as a floral arrangement either. "What a jackass," James muttered. "And Chloe?" "She whined about the cost of airfare until I told her I'd cover it. Wheezy was the worst, I'm afraid. Claimed she'd love to dance on Patty's grave." Milla sighed heavily. "Patty and her eggnog. She's loved the stuff since we were little girls. Mrs. D gave Patty that recipe when Patty first started visiting her house. She had shoe boxes stuffed with recipes, enough to fill 100 cookbooks. I wonder what she thought of Patty becoming a famous baker." "Is Mrs. D still in Natchez?" James asked as he parked on the side of the firehouse. "Maybe you could tell her about Paulette. It might help you to talk to someone who knew her when you were both girls." Milla grew thoughtful. "I'll ask Wheezy to look her up. The whole clan will be back this weekend, Lord help us. But I don't want to think about such an unpleasant subject. Let's go in and watch your friend show the world that country folk can be sharp as tacks." James was shocked at the number of people already gathered in the fire station's garage. The engines had been relocated outside, and the volunteer firemen were scurrying around the large space, erecting folding tables and chairs, as Dolly and Clint set out enormous platters of sandwiches, condiments, a bowl of pickle spears, and snack-sized bags of potato chips. "Help yourselves," Dolly called out to them, and then paused to mop her pink cheeks with a napkin. "Clint's too busy messing with that fancy TV to even say howdy." Plucking a chicken salad sandwich from the platter, James ignored the chips and selected 2 pickle spears instead. "Did you make all of these sandwiches, Dolly?" Dolly nodded and put her hands on her wide hips, glancing at the buffet with pride. "Every soul I talked to over the last few days said they'd be coming to watch Bennett win this game show. By the end of the morning, Clint and I knew we couldn't fit that kind of crowd in the diner, so we called the chief, and he told us to move the whole circus over here. It's simple fare, I know, and I'll just pass a hat once everybody's settled to cover our costs." James and Milla had just picked a table when Jillian, Lindy, and Lucy appeared, carrying pimento cheese, tuna salad, and ham and cheddar sandwiches. The firemen distributed cups of sweet tea as Clint wheeled out his new flat-screen television on a rolling cart. Passing an extension cord to one of the firemen, Clint directed the remote control at the screen and gave his wife a flirtatious wink. The townsfolk cheered and clapped when an image of a Coca-Cola bottle materialized on the screen. "Show your appreciation to the man by giving him some money," the chief roared happily, and handed the person at the end of the row an empty boot. "If there's extra money, maybe we can buy a fine new TV for the station," he joked, before sinking his teeth into a roast beef and Swiss cheese sandwich. "Oh, I'm getting nervous," Lindy exclaimed, and dropped a $10 bill into the boot. "That's a generous contribution for a sandwich," Lucy said, after putting in half that amount. Lindy pointed at a small table near the firehouse kitchen. "I'm paying extra because I'm planning on more than one dessert. Dolly made those 2-bite apple crisp tarts I love so much, and if that wasn't tempting enough, she also baked chocolate and peanut butter brownies." "You don't say." Lucy stuffed $2 additional into the boot. "I need a sugary distraction. I've never checked my watch so many times as I have in the last 5 minutes." "We need to turn our thoughts to something else." Jillian looked at James. "What is the first thing you'll do to make your new house a home?" James described the few decorating plans he and Milla had come up with together. When he was done, he received advice from the other 3 women on which paint colors to use in each room and where to shop for furniture and accessories. Before they knew it, the Jeopardy theme music started to play. No one needed to yell for quiet. Even though the slightest sound echoed in such a huge space, a hush had fallen over the crowd. That is, until the camera's lens panned across the anxious smiles of the 3 contestants. Upon seeing their hometown mail carrier, the crowd hooted and hollered with such gusto that James felt as though he were attending a sold-out sporting event. "There must be over 200 people in here," James exclaimed to Lucy. "Isn't it wonderful?" she replied, her shining eyes never leaving the television screen. Alex Trebek introduced the contestants, beginning with a female physician from Akron, Ohio. Next, Alex recited Bennett's name and town, and the firehouse erupted in whoops and applause. The last contestant, a Harvard law professor, was the reigning champion. When the camera zoomed in on his self-satisfied countenance, the townsfolk booed. Following the introductions, Alex reviewed the categories, and the contest was afoot. The law professor, whose name was Harold, quickly took charge. After answering the first 5 questions correctly, someone from the firehouse shouted, "Come on, Bennett! You can take this guy!" As though he had heard the comment, Bennett seemed to jerk awake. He pushed his buzzer faster than Harold and swept the entire category on official state things. Barbara, the physician, rallied slightly when Bennett chose the category bird talk, but by the time the first round was over, Harold and Bennett were tied, and unless Barbara rallied in the second half, the game would be won by one of the men. During the next commercial break, the townsfolk darted to the dessert table, where they hoarded brownies and tarts and armed themselves with coffee. "He's going to do it, by golly!" the mayor declared. The crowd ate hastily and exchanged animated chatter. James found their boisterousness contagious and couldn't stop smiling. "I haven't had this much fun in ages," Lindy exclaimed. "Christmas wasn't exactly cheerful," he said. "It feels like we're having a delayed holiday tonight." With a smile, Milla hushed them and pointed at the television. The quiz show had returned, and Alex briskly turned away from the camera in order to direct the viewers' attention to the next set of categories. Seeing nothing relating to popular culture, James whispered, "He can definitely win this thing." Bennett whipped through the categories on inventors and inventions and the 1920s without interruptions. In fact, the second question of inventors and inventions was, in 1858, Hyman Lipman was granted a patent to attach an eraser to this. Bennett's contestant box lit up. "What is a pencil?" he responded, and patted his sports coat. "I bet my pencil's in his pocket," Lucy shouted happily. I knew it would bring him luck. The minutes ticked by, and Bennett's score increased, until Harold reinserted some of his previous acuity in the children's stories category. He answered every question correctly, until Alex said, "This character's sisters are Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail. Who is Peter Rabbit?" Bennett instantly replied, "That rabbit's foot you gave him is lucky, too," Lindy whispered to James. Barbara answered a few questions in the lighthouse category, but Bennett and Harold dominated government agencies and holistic healing. By the time Bennett had answered the last daily double correctly, a question on herbal tea, he was leading his competitors by $3,000. When the last series of commercials started, some of the townsfolk began to pace back and forth. James was also seized by nervous energy and offered to fetch desserts for the women at his table. He moved rapidly, fearing that the show would resume while he was at the dessert table. Armed with a fresh cup of coffee and several brownies, James returned to the table just in time for Final Jeopardy. "I missed the category." He looked at Lucy. "What was it?" "Sitcoms," she replied, accepting a brownie. "I can't stand the suspense." Lindy chewed her nail. "Lucy, pass me one of those apple tarts." Jillian gesticulated wildly. "Me too, please." Milla tugged on James's sleeve. "Can you read the question out loud? I can't see the words clearly enough. I guess I need new glasses." "The primary sponsor of this popular sitcom was Philip Morris Tobacco," James read. "Anyone know the answer?" The camera panned over the three contestants scribbling on their blue boards. The crowd in the fire station held their collective breaths as Bennett frowned, crossed something out, and then hastily scrawled a different answer. "One should always trust one's first instincts," Jillian murmured, and worriedly rubbed her palms together. When Barbara's answer was revealed as, "What is Happy Days?" and Alex kindly told her that her reply was incorrect, the people of Quincy's Gap breathed a sigh of relief. Barbara had risked half of her earnings, so she was still in the running, but only if both male contestants bet every cent and gave the wrong answer. Next, Alex informed the viewers that Harold's "What is I Love Lucy" answer was correct, and noted that Harold had risked enough to assume the lead. Finally, it was time to reveal Bennett's answer. Alex frowned as he tried to decipher the squiggles on Bennett's screen. The first four words were clear. Every single person in the fire station followed along as he read, "What is I love..." The word Lucy had been struck through 2 times and replaced by another name. James squinted at the screen, but could not make out the letters his friend had written. "I'm afraid our leader has crossed out the word Lucy, but I'm having trouble reading what he wrote instead," Alex began, and squinted. "Not I love Lucy, but I love Jillian," Bennett cried passionately, and looked straight at the camera, his dark eyes wide with surprise. "Not Lucy, not Jade, Jillian," he muttered, as though he wasn't addressing an audience of hundreds of thousands. "Son of a gun," he suddenly chuckled. "I love Jillian." Alex hurriedly explained that Bennett's wager had earned him second place. He then hustled over to shake Harold's hand, the theme music cranked up, and the credits rolled. The last glimpse James had of Bennett showed his friend pulling furiously at his mustache as he stared dumbly into space. A woman at the table behind James declared, "That was a show worth watching." Chapter 12. Key to the Town Cookies. By the time Clint had switched off the television, all eyes were fastened on Jillian. Without any warning, she jumped out of her seat and ran from the room, her bright red hair whirling around her head like an orange cyclone. The moment she was gone, tongues started wagging rapid fire, and Dolly was practically swooning in ecstasy over having witnessed one of the most dramatic events in the town's history. "Goodness gracious," Milla exhaled. "Talk about being in the spotlight. Should you go after her, James?" "Knowing Jillian, she's going to need some time alone. She's probably heading straight for her meditation space, or whatever she calls it." Lindy looked impressed. "You got the name exactly right, James. She has a small room in her house with only a few pieces of furniture and a pair of gauzy curtains. She lights candles and listens to a CD that's supposed to remind her of the Earth's natural music, birds chirping and waves crashing, that kind of stuff." "We can leave her be for tonight," Lucy said. "But I'm going over there in the morning. I don't want to find her in her meditation room 3 days from now, half-starved and dehydrated." She stared sharply at James. "Did Bennett ever tell you how he felt about Jillian?" "No, he never said a word. In fact, I don't think he knew exactly how he felt until that question came up. You saw him. He was as shocked as the rest of us." Lindy giggled. "That man won't be able to go anywhere in this town without someone asking him about his love life. The poor guy. And Dolly's going to repeat this story until no one can bear to hear it," James added, gesturing at the gleeful diner proprietor. James noticed that no one was in any hurry to leave the firehouse, which, despite having a cement floor and an old furnace, seemed incredibly warm. Even Milla, who'd seemed so tired earlier in the day, showed no inclination to depart. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, and her eyes glimmered as she pointed to the front of the room. "Here comes the mayor, and she's carrying a bullhorn." "Testing, testing." The mayor's voice burst out in a loud gargle through the mechanism. James recognized the lanky, tousled-haired figure of Scott Fitzgerald spring to the mayor's aid. He made a quick adjustment to the bullhorn, whispered some directions to the mayor, and resumed his seat. "Your sweet boys are here. I hadn't seen them earlier," Milla said with a smile. James craned his neck so he could get a better view of the Fitzgerald twins, who had been sitting just out of his visual range. Exchanging waves with Scott and Francis, he saw that the brothers were sitting with Willow and Lottie. Willow pivoted in her chair and gave James a friendly smile, but Lottie didn't acknowledge him at all. Scanning the other tables, James saw Murphy seated with a group of firemen, her head bent over a pad of paper as her pen whipped across the paper. Groaning, James pointed her out to his friend. "Guess what tomorrow's headline will read?" "That witch," Lucy mumbled. "She can never leave well enough alone." Lindy gave Lucy's hand a light slap. "She's just doing her job. You two aren't that different, you know. You're both very devoted to your careers." Squirming at the thought of his former girlfriends sharing personality traits, James was relieved when the mayor finished her brief conference with the fire chief and brought the bullhorn to her lips. "Bennett Marshall has done us proud. Wouldn't you agree?" She paused and received only a smattering of applause. "Now, I know he didn't win. We all saw that he could easily have won, but something interfered with his claiming that cash jackpot. That thing was love." She surveyed her constituents. "He's probably back in some strange hotel hanging his head in shame. But I say, Bennett Marshall has shown the world what the true nature of a man from Quincy's Gap is all about." The mayor's voice grew louder and more passionate. "He's a hero!" a woman shouted. The mayor smiled at her. "A man of integrity and courage, surely. A man who knows what's important in life, and we're going to show him our love and support by welcoming him home in style." "Let's give him a parade," a man in the front row called out. An elderly lady near James stood up and shook her cane at the previous speaker. "It's too cold to stand around outside." "That's a good point, Mrs. Chambers." The mayor nodded at the old woman. "What we need to do is gather together like we did this evening, but with a bit more pomp and circumstance. We need decorations, food, and an honorary item to present to Mr. Marshall." "If it's gonna be a party, we need some liquor," a man bellowed heartily. "And music, maybe dancing," others added. The mayor hushed the crowd. "If you'd like to volunteer, come to the front of the room. We'll divide into committee groups. Mr. Treasurer, would you be so kind as to join me on the stage? And bring your laptop. The rest of you should head on home. I'm sure we can convince Ms. Alistair to print off some sticky notes to slap on tomorrow's Star, announcing the time of our impromptu event." "Be more than glad to help spread the word, Mayor," Murphy yelled, and James couldn't help but smile at her. Several senior citizens and parents with young children called it a night, but the majority of the townspeople remained in the firehouse, eager to assist in Bennett's surprise celebration. "I hope he survives his homecoming," James murmured, as he and Milla joined the group in charge of refreshments. "There's no chance of him hiding at home now." "I'm going to make Bennett a whole sweet-tooth goodie basket, so it'll be worth his while to stand in the limelight for a spell," said Megan Flowers. "And we know where Bennett will be at this time tomorrow. But what I want to know is, will Jillian be here too?" "She'd better," Dolly declared. "I'm not going to close the diner early and cook all afternoon for nothing. I need to know how this love story ends, because whether Jillian admits it or not, that's what it is, a small-town love story." She poked James in his side. "Isn't it romantic?" Luckily for James, Milla's relatives were coming to Quincy's Gap via car service, so he didn't need to take off work to pick them up from the airport. As he was finishing up the morning's hold and transfer requests, Scott gestured at the phone behind the circulation desk. "Miss Hanover's on the line for you, Professor." "If I didn't have tonight's celebration to look forward to, I might have had to shoot somebody as a stress reliever," Lucy said by way of greeting. "Prepare yourself, James. Murphy's book came out ahead of schedule. One of the deputies showed it to me this morning." "Oh, no," James cried. "Things were just looking up around here. Did you read any of it?" "Most of the first chapter during my coffee break, and that was enough," Lucy replied angrily. "The beginning is all about us, James. We're called the Cellulite Club. Murphy made us out to be a group of fat, bumbling nitwits. I'm this aggressive, man-hating secretary. Lindy's a giggly, flighty teacher desperate for love. Bennett's a total nerd. She even has him wearing thick glasses and a pocket protector. And Jillian's just plain nuts. Murphy made her an animal psychic." James felt his stomach clench. "And what about me?" "You're kind of wishy-washy," Lucy said. She often uses the word weak to describe you. Everyone else makes decisions while you stay in the background. Murphy portrays you as someone who's been permanently destroyed by his ex-wife. As a result, You let women run all over you." "Jane wasn't that bad," James said, feeling stunned. "Our divorce hurt me because I was still in love with her, but I'm not weak. And yes, she left me for another guy, so that didn't feel great, but she didn't destroy me. We shared lots of happy times together, and those balance out the painful ending of our marriage." "Do you ever talk to her? To Jane?" Lucy seemed genuinely curious, though James suspected she was just trying to change the subject before he could work himself up into a complete tizzy. "We exchange Christmas and birthday cards and an occasional email, but I don't really know much about her life now. The Christmas card she sent didn't have a return address and was postmarked from Charlottesville, so I'm not even sure if she still lives in Williamsburg." An image of Jane smiling up at him as he slipped a platinum band on her ring finger arose unbidden in his mind, but he pushed the memory aside. "Tell me more about the book." "I only read the first chapter," Lucy reminded him. "Aren't you getting a copy?" James snorted. "I ordered 4 copies for the library, though it killed me to spend the money. Still, I know my patrons will be standing in line to get their hands on Murphy's novel, whether I like it or not, and it's contrary to the librarian's creed to censor reading choices." "Too bad," Lucy said. "This seems like a great time to have a good old-fashioned book burning." She sighed mournfully. "See you tonight." James hung up and sank onto a nearby stool. For the rest of the morning, he did his best to be his solicitous self, but as lunchtime grew closer, his anxiety over how Murphy had portrayed him in print increased. Before he was even aware of what he was doing, he purchased 2 packages of snack-sized cheese puffs from the vending machine in the lobby, went into the men's room, and locked himself in a stall. He practically inhaled the first bag, and without even pausing to lick the salty orange dust coating his fingertips, he tore into the second. He was halfway through that bag when he heard Francis's voice. "Professor? You in here?" James hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of cheese puffs. "Yes?" "Sorry to bother you, but Milla's on the phone and, well, I think she's been crying." "Be right there." James balled up the evidence of his frantic snacking and flushed the toilet for good measure. Francis was already gone when he emerged from the stall, so he shoved the cheese puff bags in the garbage can and then hastily rinsed and dried off his hands. "Everything okay?" James asked as he picked up the receiver. "I'm sorry to call you at work, dear, but I'm having a hard time dealing with Chase. He said that he didn't care about the funeral arrangements, but now he's criticizing all the choices I made, saying that I barely knew my own sister." Milla sniffed. "That hurts my feelings, James. I tried so hard to be a part of her life." "I know you did," he assured her. "And I bet that Chase is giving you plenty of opinions without offering to write a check. Am I right?" "Yes," Milla sighed. "Paulette has already been cremated. That's what she asked for in her will, so I took care of it. But Chase wants to scatter her ashes on the mountain, and I'd like to bury them in the churchyard. I know it's selfish, James, but if she were there, I could go visit her. Talk to her." Milla's voice broke, but she quickly regained control and said, "Your father has been very gallant. I had to stop him from running over to the hotel. He said he was going to teach that young man a thing or two about manners, but I'm afraid I volunteered you to plead my case for me instead." James wished he were at home so he could wrap Milla in a comforting embrace. "I'll speak to Chase over my lunch hour, But if that punk is rude to you again, I'm going to let Pop at him." More stressed than ever, James closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. He had 30 minutes until he turned the library over to the care of the Fitzgerald twins, and he knew that the fruit salad and vegetable soup he'd brought for his midday meal were not going to cut it. Visions of a double cheeseburger, large fries, and a chocolate shake filled his head. "You look like you're thinking happy thoughts," said a familiar female voice. "Dr. Ruth!" James opened his eyes and started guiltily. "It's nice to see you." Tapping her chin, the nutritionist grinned. "I think you have some cheese puff residue right there." Pulling a tissue from the plastic holder next to the barcode scanner, James swiped at his mouth and chin. "You caught me, Dr. Ruth. Not only did I eat 2 bags of cheese puffs while hiding out in the men's room, but just then, when I looked happy, I was fantasizing about having Burger King for lunch." "Oh?" Dr. Ruth placed a copy of Jodi Picoult's latest release on the counter and waited for James to continue. "It's stress-related, I know that." James scanned her book and tucked the small receipt listing the due date inside the front cover. "I also know that we're not in your office right now. But can you give me a recommendation on how to stop myself from surrendering to cravings when I feel like this?" Dr. Ruth touched him on the sleeve. "This happens to everyone. Stress eating is a big obstacle when we're trying to maintain a balanced diet. But life throws us curves, James, and sometimes you just need a happy meal." James relaxed a bit. "Can't I overcome these powerful urges?" "Absolutely. First, try to find an alternative for dealing with stress. Exercise is a wonderful solution, for example. But how about a drive through the mountains or working a jigsaw puzzle?" She grew thoughtful. "But if you get wound up on the job and can't leave, then try chewing gum, take a quick walk outside, or call a friend and vent. Try not to reach for food. Make that choice very deliberately." "That won't be easy," James mumbled. "No, it won't. But you're aware of your behavior, James, and so you've already won half the battle." Dr. Ruth smiled as James held out her library book. "And I'm glad we had a chance to speak, because I wanted to tell you that your next appointment with me will be free of charge. A little bird told me that you had something to do with the number of new clients I've had since the holidays. I'm very grateful, Mr. Henry. Thank you." As Dr. Ruth walked away, James realized that he no longer craved a Burger King lunch. "I can face Chase Martin without a double cheeseburger," he pronounced, and then marched into the break room to retrieve his low-calorie lunch. Chase sat in a club chair in the hotel lobby, with all the bored arrogance of a monarch awaiting tribute. "I know why you're here," Chase said without preamble. "But my mother was not a religious person, and she wouldn't want to be buried in the churchyard." "I understand," James answered, and took a seat next to the irksome lawyer. "However, your mother is gone, and Milla is here. It would be a comfort to her to visit Paulette's gravesite. I'm asking you to be compassionate and grant her this request." He spoke as pleasantly as possible, which was very difficult, because what he really wanted to do was grab Chase by the shoulders and shake him. Chase eased deeper into the chair and placed his right ankle on his left knee. Licking his finger, he rubbed at a faint scuff in the walnut-colored leather of his loafer. "Even Chloe agrees with my decision to release Mother outside somewhere. Of course, my sister wouldn't care if I scattered the ashes in a landfill, but with the right incentive, she'll back me on this issue. James couldn't conceal his disgust. Did you bribe your aunt, too? No need, Chase said with a satisfied smirk. She only came back to this hick town because Milla paid for the plane ticket. I suppose she'll leech off your folks until she's too infirm to go back to Natchez. How could I have believed this man had a single decent bone in his body? James thought back to their family dinner at Mamma Mia's, and how, when Chase was inebriated, he was almost likable. "Aren't you eager to return to your own family?" he asked. Chase snorted. "I expect to receive a big check once my mother's estate is settled, so the only thing I'm in a rush to do is divorce my wife, visit my spoiled daughters as little as possible, and spend a month in the Bahamas with that cute stewardess I met flying down here in December." James stood. "I can see there's no reasoning with someone lacking so much as a shred of empathy. Would you condescend to tell me where and when you plan on scattering the ashes? I'd like Milla to be included." "Tomorrow morning. Early." Chase inspected his fingernails. "After all, I have places to be and things to buy. I found a nice little scenic spot in one of the hotel's brochures on the Blue Ridge Parkway. Bluff Mountain Overlook, 8 a.m. You bring Milla, and I'll bring my charming relatives. You can inform that Willow creature about our little soiree as well. No one's speaking. There'll be no music. I'm walking to the edge of the cliff, opening the cardboard box, and tossing Mother to the four winds. After that, you'll be rid of me for good." "I can hardly wait," James muttered crossly. Chase stood, clapped James roughly on the shoulder, and then strutted through the lobby and into the hallway leading to the guest rooms. James's lunch hour was running out, so he moved toward the display of wooden shelves containing dozens of area attractions, and searched for the brochure on the Blue Ridge Parkway. He wanted to look up the milepost of their meeting place. He scanned the upper rows, and only seeing pamphlets highlighting the area's caves and caverns, squatted down to look at the lowest shelf. Just as he was reaching out to grab the brochure, showing a photograph of a 2-lane road winding through the Shenandoah Valley's beautiful blue-hued mountains, he heard the murmur of familiar voices. "She's always found us both wanting," James recognized Chloe's customary whine. "Why shouldn't we be compensated after a life filled with suffering? You lost the man you loved, and I feel more comfortable with sea mammals than I do with people. Mom ruined us both." "You're young, dear. Plenty of time left for a sunny day," Wheezy replied in a childish sing-song, which James assumed was simply an odd character trait. "Anyhow, I got what I wanted. Al and I are spending nearly every minute together. I want to catch up with Milla and then go back home and try to be happy. You should try, too." She began to hum. "What about you, Willow?" Chloe asked. "How are you going to start over without any money? Chase owes you, too." "That's true. I'm still owed my salary for the month of December. Your brother promised to pay me and give me an extra month as a bonus for being so devoted to Paulette, but now it seems as though he's forgotten how to sign a check," Willow remarked sourly. Her voice was so close that James realized the three women had settled into the cluster of lobby chairs behind him. "How am I going to get out of here?" he thought, as he glanced at his watch. "We can't let him treat us like this," Chloe hissed. "He doesn't deserve to be rewarded. He's a greedy, lying, cheating son of a bitch. I've lost my husband, my house, and any hope of security. If I had half of what Chase had, I could start the marine life tour business I've been dreaming about and pay off my debt." "Everything's going to be okay," Willow assured her. "I'm going to get my money, and you can look to your future without so much anxiety. Trust me, if I could handle Paulette Martine, I can handle her son." James listened as the women moved away. As he drove back to the library, he couldn't quell a feeling of uneasiness. How did Willow plan to handle Chase Martin? "It's just Murphy's book that's bothering me," he told himself. "I'll have to survive this last family get-together. After that, maybe I can have some peace." By the time James and a troop of other volunteers were done, the garage of the firehouse looked like a scene from a high school prom. Colorful streamers and glitter-encrusted gold and silver stars hung from the ceiling. Bunches of festive balloons were tied to the backs of folding chairs positioned around the room's perimeter, and a huge banner reading, "Congratulations, Bennett," hung above a wooden podium. "Louise had the risers and the podium brought over from school," Lindy informed James. "And the drama teacher is rigging the sound system. We're going to have a dance after the mayor's speech. Look, they're putting up the disco ball. And here comes the food," Lucy announced as she carried in a commercial baking tray filled with cookies. "Aren't these awesome?" James waited until she set down the tray and then moved closer. "Why are the cookies shaped like keys?" "Because the mayor's giving Bennett the key to Quincy's Gap," Lucy answered happily. "These are snickerdoodle cookies covered with golden icing. Megan and Amelia Flowers have made hundreds of them. I had to quit the decorating committee just to help ice them." "I didn't realize our town had an official key," James said, reaching out to take a cookie. Lucy slapped his hand. "We didn't, but the mayor had one made to present to Bennett." "Did you bake cookies in your uniform?" Lindsay teased. "No, and I just put the frosting on, though I stopped to lick my fingers at least 20 times. Lucy smiled. "Well, I have to run. I'm part of the escort bringing Bennett straight here from the train station. See you soon." James smoothed a wrinkle in the tablecloth as Lindy placed 2 flower arrangements in the centers of the longest buffet tables. "Any word from Jillian?" he asked her. "Just an email. I've been calling her all day, but I guess she didn't feel like talking. She wrote back that she needed time to get ready, but that she'd be here tonight, and we shouldn't worry." The 2 friends continued their preparations. By the time they were done, dozens of women had arrived bearing dishes of food. There were side salads of every variety, including green salad, Waldorf salad, ambrosia salad, 3-bean salad, and 3 kinds of potato salad. There were huge aluminum trays filled with fried chicken, macaroni and cheese, lasagna, tuna casserole, baked beans, collard greens, and mini corn cobs. There were baskets of bread, including French baguettes, Italian bread, garlic bread, onion rolls, pumpernickel rolls, and buttered white rolls. The dessert table was so full of pies, cakes, cupcakes, and cookies that the yellow tablecloth was barely visible. James examined the homemade treats with a lecherous eye. Bit by bit, the large garage filled with revelers. Bottles of cold beer were handed out, glasses of cheap white wine were distributed, and the noise rose exponentially. James said hello to teachers and beauticians, Mr. Goodby, the pharmacist, Doc Spratt, the Fitzgerald twins, the employees from the liquor and grocery stores, Sam and the other bartenders from Wilson's Tavern, the waitstaff from Dolly's Diner, the excited postal workers, Dr. Ruth and her sons, Custard Cottage's Willie Kendrick, and even Joan, his ambitious real estate agent. "The sheriff just called," someone yelled. "Bennett's 5 minutes away." As James turned to identify the exuberant messenger, he was flabbergasted to see a woman standing by the door. She was the last person he'd ever expected to see inside the Quincy's Gap firehouse. It was Jane, his ex-wife. Blinking in shock, James stared hard at the woman. Without doubt, it was Jane. He recognized her wavy brown hair, which she had cut into a cute bob, her angular jaw, and her luminous skin. Her figure had grown fuller since he'd seen her last, but the extra weight had made her softer. The areas of her body that had once been tight and sinewy with muscle were now curvy and alluringly feminine. The Jane he had known for over 4 years had always dressed to the nines in form-fitting skirts and glitzy accessories. But the woman smiling at him from the other side of the room wore jeans, a white blouse, and cowboy boots. "She's so beautiful," James whispered, and began to weave his way toward her. When he finally reached her, he didn't know what to do, but Jane took charge. She opened her arms, embraced him warmly, and said, "I'm sorry to show up out of the blue. I didn't mean to give you a heart attack." "Lately, my life has been full of surprises," James replied, as he continued to gawk. In the few years they had been apart, fine lines had sprung around the corners of Jane's eyes and mouth, but she was still one of the loveliest women in the room. "It's good to see you, even though I can't begin to imagine why you're here." Jane laughed. "It's good to see you, too, and you're as handsome as ever. I thought I'd pick a public place to make my appearance. I wanted to make certain there'd be a defibrillator around in case you needed a hasty revival." "That's very considerate of you." James couldn't help but grin. Jane and he had always shared a similar sense of humor. "Did you come alone?" he asked, with a trace of old anger. After all, his wife had left him for a hotshot trial lawyer, and having seen the disagreeable Chase Martin Esquire only hours before, James wasn't particularly fond of attorneys at the moment. "I'm alone. Kenneth is out of the picture," Jane said. "He has been for a while now." She glanced at the floor. "I left a decent and devoted husband for a cruel playboy. I was afraid of becoming predictable, and I longed for excitement. Well, I got it." The pain and misery in her voice stirred protective feelings in James. "He didn't hurt you, did he?" She shook her head, her eyes blazing in anger. "Not me. Someone far more precious." James was just about to ask what she meant by that remark when the sound of a bugle call caused him to whip his head around. The startling noise was immediately followed by unified cheering from the townsfolk as Bennett was led into the room. It was obvious that Bennett had not expected such a reception. His eyes darted wildly over the dozens of shouting, clapping figures, a smile frozen on his face. "I'll be back," James yelled to Jane over the roar of the crowd. "I think he could use someone to lean on right about now." Jane patted him on the back. "You always excelled at that. I've never met a more loyal man than you. Go. I'll catch up with you later." For once, James was glad he had some bulk. for his height and size enabled him to barrel forcefully through tight clusters of well-wishers until he reached Bennett's side. Bennett was clearly thunderstruck. "Can we escape out the back door?" he asked weakly, but the tide of townsfolk gently edged both men toward the temporary stage. "Hang in there. It'll be over in a minute," James assured his friend, and pushed him up the last step leading to the dais. Bennett glanced over his shoulder and said, "That's what they say about executions, but that doesn't mean I want to go to one." The mayor pumped Bennett's hand up and down, and then, throwing decorum aside, gave him a maternal hug. Leaning over the microphone, she asked for the crowd to quiet down. "Welcome home, Bennett Marshall!" She paused to allow for applause. "You've made us all very proud. The world now knows that the people of Quincy's Gap, Virginia, are both smart and sincere, and darn good-looking, too. Wouldn't you agree, ladies?" The women good-naturedly whistled and cheered. "We didn't have much time to prepare you a formal celebration, but your friends and neighbors have fixed a mouth-watering feast, and the Overlook boys will be providing us with some down-home entertainment. But first, I'd like to present you with a very special award. Bennett Marshall, I give you the key to Quincy's Gap." The mayor handed Bennett a shadow frame containing a brass key that had been engraved with the date and the town name. She then gestured at the podium and stepped aside, inviting Bennett to address the crowd. Thank you all for doing this," Bennett said. "I sure didn't expect it, and I don't believe I deserve it." He cleared his throat nervously. "This would be too much even if I'd won. And I don't know if you were watching, but this mailman didn't bring home the trophy." He held out the key to the mayor. "I'm not worthy of this, ma'am." The mayor grinned widely and jerked her head toward the front door. Along with every person in the room, James swiveled around and watched the crowd part as Jillian approached the podium. Jillian looked stunning in a flowing silver dress that shimmered as she moved. Her hair, usually so bright and wild, had been colored a dark auburn and cascaded down her shoulders in loose waves. She floated gracefully toward Bennett, and he seemed utterly dumbstruck with adoration. "She looks like a mermaid," someone whispered. To James, Jillian resembled a modern-day Botticelli Venus. Jillian ascended the stairs and then stopped within inches of Bennett. Placing her hands over her chest, she said, "You did win, Bennett. You earned the admiration of your community and stirred the emotions of countless television viewers." Jillian's next words were a soft whisper, but James was close enough to hear her say, "Bennett Marshall, you have won my heart." Bennett released his pent-up breath and offered her a dazzling smile. With the entire town watching in frozen fascination, he pulled Jillian to him and said, "Kiss me, woman." Their lips met, and they seemed to melt together. The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers. Chapter 13. Artichoke and sun-dried tomato chicken. The sound of his alarm, which reminded James of a nuclear fallout siren, harshly startled him into wakefulness. Glancing at the clock, he was certain there must be some mistake. He'd just gone to sleep, hadn't he? Seeing his wool blanket in a heap on the floor, he realized that the little sleep he'd gotten had been restless. And no wonder, he thought, and ran his hands through his hair. which was sticking straight out like porcupine quills. All that excitement with Bennett and Jillian and Jane. Was my ex-wife really in Quincy's Gap? Or was she a hallucination brought on by too many brownies? Sifting through his closet, James wondered what one was supposed to wear to an ash-scattering ceremony, except that it wasn't a ceremony. Chase clearly planned to toss out the ashes with no fanfare, and had already forewarned his relatives that no words would be spoken. Downstairs, Milla was piling pancakes onto Jackson's plate. She then handed him a jug of pure maple syrup and kissed the top of his head. "I whipped up these pancakes just for you," she said, when James entered the kitchen. "Whole wheat banana pancakes. Tasty and low-calorie. Dr. Ruth would approve. I even substituted applesauce for the vegetable oil, so eat up, my dear." Jackson, who was just about to shovel a forkful of pancake into his mouth, paused. "Wheat's got no business being in a man's pancake. Take a bite, I dare you," Milla taunted playfully. "If you don't like them, I'll dump them right in the garbage disposal." Grudgingly, Jackson chewed without meeting Milla's eager eyes. When he merely grunted in response, she reached out to take his plate, but he lightly smacked her hand away. "I'd rather eat them than fix that damn disposal again. Bananas in pancakes. Humph." Milla exchanged a conspiratorial grin with James, and the three of them devoured the delicious breakfast. James could hardly believe that such savory pancakes were low-calorie. As he loaded the dishwasher, he begged Milla to come up with a few more recipes he could make for himself. "Don't remind me that you're leaving us." She hid her face behind the dish towel. "And don't you worry about food. I'm going to stock your freezer with dinners, and when you're tired of defrosting those, you can come over for a home-cooked meal." She wiped her hands on her apron. "All right, let's get a move on. It's not the ending I wanted for Patty, but it's an ending." Milla began to wrap a scarf around her neck, while Jackson gulped down the rest of his coffee and pulled on his warmest parka. "If Paulette's boy sasses you once, I'm tossing him off the cliff. With both of my men by my side, Chase wouldn't dare," Milla replied firmly, and buttoned up her long wool coat. After adding gloves and hats to their ensembles, the couple left the house, knowing that James wouldn't be far behind them. The phone rang just as James finished brushing his teeth. "Are you on your way to the Overlook?" Lucy asked without preamble. "Yes, and I have to leave now. Jackson and Milla headed out 5 minutes ago." Lucy sighed in what sounded like relief. "So you three have been in the house all morning?" "Where else would we be? It's 7:30 in the morning." James was puzzled. "What's going on?" "The short version is that I did some research on the regulations covering the scattering of human remains at a Shenandoah National Park site. Without obtaining a special permit from the director of the National Park Service, it's illegal." James put on his coat. "What made you look into that?" "Last night at the firehouse, Milla told me how much she wanted to be able to visit Paulette, and how Chase had flat-out denied her request," Lucy said. "My plan was to show up at the hotel this morning in uniform and threaten him with arrest, hoping he might reconsider his plans." "That was really sweet of you, Lucy," James exclaimed. "Well, Chase had already left the hotel when I got there, which I thought was odd. Stranger still, he didn't take Chloe or Wheezy along." James suddenly felt anxious. "I don't like the sound of this. Has Chase run off with the ashes? Is he trying to torture poor Milla?" Lucy hesitated. "I'm standing at the overlook, James. I had to call for backup first, but I wanted to stop the three of you from coming out here. Guess I'm too late." "Would you please tell me what's going on?" James's anxiety level was growing exponentially. "Why do you need backup?" "Chase is dead. His car is at the bottom of the ravine, and it's been crushed like a tin can. I can't get to him, but I have binoculars, and I was able to see enough to know that the paramedics won't be able to revive him." She expelled a deep breath. "He was thrown free of the car, but his body, well, his arms and legs are at impossible angles." His thoughts whirling, James asked, "Was it an accident? Do you think he was drunk or something?" "No," Lucy answered. "This was murder, plain and simple." "You're sure?" "Positive. I'll explain why later." James spluttered. "But if Chase was murdered, then maybe Paulette was too?" Lucy finished his thought. "I'll send your folks back home, but you might want to come out here just in case. I don't want Milla to see Chase like this. After all, he was her nephew." "I'll be right there, Lucy," James promised, and ran out to his truck. Slapping his dashboard, he revved the engine into life. "Come on, old friend. Time for one of our shortcuts." The old Bronco didn't fail him. As though sensing its driver's need, the truck climbed the steep, curving mountain roads and raced through the valleys. Normally, James abided by the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit because thick patches of fog could obscure the road at any time of the day. And even though there were fewer sightseers on the parkway during the winter, one could never tell when another driver would suddenly decide to pull off at one of the scenic lookouts or slam on the brakes when faced with one of the highway's many sharp curves. When James arrived at the overlook, Lucy was speaking to Milla through the open window of her minivan. After parking a safe distance from the ambulance, park ranger vehicles, and sheriff's department cars, James jogged toward the van. "Don't worry, dear. I don't want to see," Milla was telling Lucy. "I'm just trying to get a grip on myself before I put this clunker into reverse. First Patty, and now Chase? I can't believe it. The size of my family is shrinking fast." She removed her trembling hands from the steering wheel and put them in her lap. Reaching over to clasp her hand, Jackson peered at Lucy. "That boy didn't drive himself over that cliff, did he?" Lucy shook her head. "No, sir. We can see where somebody helped Chase's rental car over the side. It was pushed from behind." At the cliff's edge, the park rangers were unwinding lengths of cable. Lucy turned, looked at the action unfolding, and seemed impatient to join the rest of the officials. "I need to get back to the scene, but as soon as you're able, I'd like y'all to go home. Sit by the fire and drink a hot cup of coffee. I promise to call when I have more information." "You're a good girl," Jackson said, and James could see that Lucy was flattered to be the recipient of one of Jackson's rare compliments. The moment Milla's van pulled away, Deputy Keith Donovan strutted over to James. As was his custom, he invaded James's personal space in an attempt to be intimidating. "You're always sniffing around my crime scenes, librarian," he said derisively. "And here I thought you only got turned on by books." "Books are more rewarding than you could imagine," James answered. "It's too bad you don't give one a try. You might widen your horizons, which are about as narrow as the space between my fingers." James held up his gloved hand and pressed his fingers together. Scowling, Donovan turned to Lucy. "While you were having your cozy chat with his folks, the rangers rappelled down the cliff. They're ready to send the body up. I can take over the lead on this case if you'd rather stand around and talk. Even better, you could fetch the men coffee and donuts and let us handle everything." He spat on the ground. "That's the way things should be anyhow." "Piss off, Donovan. You couldn't solve a Hardy Boys mystery, let alone a real one," Lucy declared, and walked away. Realizing that his presence might compromise Lucy's authority, James pretended to return to the Bronco, but he walked in a wide arc in order to take a glimpse over the edge of the overlook. Chase's rental car had fallen nose down, and the bumper had smashed against the rock-strewn bottom of the canyon. The car, which had plummeted at least 100 feet before impact, had folded into itself like a paper fan. James couldn't imagine what Chase's body must look like after seeing the contorted wreckage of metal. "You were an ass, Chase Martin, but I pray you were unconscious when you fell," James whispered into the frosty air. He retreated from the edge, feeling the cold filling his body, wanting nothing more than to be comforted by the presence of stacks and stacks of books, hushed voices, and the murmur of the library's ancient furnace. James got in his truck and headed back to Quincy's Gap. It wasn't his intention to stop at the Sweet Tooth, but when he saw Megan Flowers sweeping the bakery's stoop, his impulses switched to autopilot, and he pulled into a parking space in front of the store. "Good morning, Professor," Megan welcomed him inside. "Staff meeting today?" James nodded in surprise. "I almost forgot. If I hadn't seen you, I would have driven right by." "Lucky you, then. I've made some heavenly cinnamon buns," she said with a smile, "fresh from the oven and covered with a layer of maple walnut frosting." "Those will definitely work," James said, trying to fight his desire for a warm, sugary treat. "But don't let me order anything for myself," he begged. "I'm stressed right now, and am trying to master my cravings when I feel like this." Megan studied James with concern, and then handed him a thin sliver of raisin bread. "You need to chew on something, but it doesn't need to be an entire layer cake. A few plump raisins combined with a crisp, buttery crust should settle you down without ruining your diet." She was right. Munching the fresh bread, with its ribbons of cinnamon and moist raisins, James felt himself relaxing. By the time he finished the snack, his desire to devour a box of pastries had passed. "You're a wonderful woman," James kissed Megan on the cheek. "Can you slice a loaf of that bread for me to take home to Milla and Pop? I believe it has magical healing powers." "You're not fretting over that silly book, are you?" Megan asked over the noise of the bread slicer. "Ugh," James groaned. "I'd forgotten all about that." "Easy to do, what with everybody talking about Jillian and Bennett." "People won't be satisfied with just the two lovebirds for much longer," James said glumly. "Happy endings don't make for good gossip." Megan handed him the cinnamon buns and bread. "I'm afraid that's true. And the ending of Murphy's book definitely isn't happy, even though it's already been adding more dollars to my cash register." "What happens at the end of the book?" "It's too awful to say out loud, so you'll just have to read it for yourself." Megan patted him on the arm, wished him a lovely day, and then busied herself arranging a tray of black and white cookies. James left the shop in a state of befuddlement, but he didn't have much time to think about Chase Martin or Murphy's book during the short trip to the library. UPS had delivered boxes of books the day before, and Murphy's book must have been inside one of the boxes, because when James reached the circulation desk, the twins were each poring over a copy. "This is our only chance to look at this book," Francis explained apologetically. "We have 85 requests for our 4 copies, and I heard Murphy's going to be on the Today Show next week." James was surprised to hear this. It's a run-of-the-mill thriller. Why is she getting this kind of publicity? The show's teaser mentioned the book in conjunction with the death of the Diva of Doe, Scott answered. I think they're going to say that Murphy has an insider's perspective as well as a possible subject for her next mystery. The mystery angle may prove correct. James told the Fitzgerald brothers about Chase's death. Are you sure you should be here, Professor? Francis eyed his boss carefully. We can handle things if you need to go. The young man's compassion moved James. Thanks, Francis, but there's nothing I can do, so I might as well get on with the day. Scott tapped on Murphy's book. I don't know what the Cellulite Club would do, but when our towns faced trouble before, we always looked to your supper club to straighten things out. You're right. James clapped Scott on the back. I'll call a meeting for tonight. We can't allow people to be pushed off our mountains. We need to act. Way to distract him, he heard Francis whisper as he headed to his office. That book is going to cause him all kinds of grief. I wasn't trying to distract him, Scott replied. I meant what I said. Our boss is like a librarian superhero. Dude, that would make an awesome graphic novel, Francis remarked enthusiastically, and the pair moved off, exchanging character, plot, and costume ideas. I hope they don't make me wear a cape, James said with a grin. The supper club members didn't have much time to prepare an elaborate meal for that evening, and since Bennett and James were interested in relatively low-calorie food, the five friends agreed on a simple, well-balanced meal. After exchanging a flurry of emails, James called Milla to warn her to expect the supper club members between 6 and 6:30. Please let me cook, Milla pleaded. It'll give me something to do, and I just discovered the perfect recipe for a healthy entree. How do artichoke and sun-dried tomato chicken breasts drizzled with a nice pesto sauce sound? Delicious, but don't buy too much, he said. Jillian's making whole wheat spätzle, and Lindy's bringing steamed zucchini. And I should make something. You can help me with the chocolate mousse. I know of a sumptuous recipe that uses dark chocolate instead of sugar, and brandy and coffee instead of heavy cream. She lowered her voice. I have to confess, James, that I'm thrilled for an excuse to get your father out of the house. There's nothing on TV about Chase's accident, and Jackson says he can't focus on work without knowing more about what happened. But I know he's really moping because he doesn't know what to paint next. No one's hands are inspiring him. Oh, dear. James knew how ill-humored his father could be when he was between projects. I hope these awful events aren't going to turn him back into a hermit, she added. I wish I could think of a way to bring some sunshine back into our lives. Me too, James agreed. And spring seems a long time away. That evening, Bennett was the first to arrive. He handed James a thermos of spiced cider and dropped into one of the kitchen chairs. My route has never taken as long as it did today. Every man, woman, and dog wanted to discuss my love life. He shook his head wearily. Man, what was I thinking? Doing what I did on TV like that. Too late now, James replied cheerily. He was just happy to see his friend. Besides, you've given Murphy fodder for her next book. That's the other thing everybody's yapping about. What's the big shocker at the end? Bennett asked, as someone rapped on the back window. No clue, James said, opening the door to Lindy, Jillian, and a burst of cold air. I haven't read it. Lindy pulled the book out of her grocery bag, her face dark with anger. I'm on chapter 11, and every page makes me madder and madder. I spent my entire lunch hour plotting revenge against Murphy Alastair." "What's your opinion?" James asked Jillian. Jillian removed a hand-knit turquoise beret from her head and fluffed her hair. "I don't plan on reading it," she said flatly. "Ever. I'm certain I wouldn't be pleased with Murphy's depiction of my spiritual beliefs, and I'd prefer not to have a reason to feel any animosity toward a member of my community. I'd like to continue to treat her with courtesy and respect." "You wouldn't say that if you read the part about how the scented candles you burn while you're trying to communicate with a moody parrot actually cause the bird's death," Lindy grumbled. Jillian's hands fluttered. "What?" "Yep," Lindy went on ruthlessly. "His feathers catch fire and he burns up while screaming, 'Help me! Help me!'" "That little witch!" Jillian ripped the book from Lindy's hands. "What page is that on?" Lindy opened to a section she'd marked with a paper clip. "You think that's bad? Here's where I stripped down to my underwear and lay across the school principal's desk in hopes of seducing him. Luis, whose name is Carlos in this piece of trash, enters his office in the company of one of my art students. The boy takes a picture of me with his cell phone, and I end up on YouTube." She reddened. "Even though it's fiction, I'm terrified to show my face at school." At that moment, Lucy let herself in the back door. Seeing Lindy's expression, she said, "And I thought I had a rough day." She brandished the 6-packs she held in each hand. "I got Miller Lite in case anyone wanted to join me. After looking at Chase Martin's battered body, a diet soda is not going to do it." Everyone accepted a beverage and moved into the dining room. James took a beer into the den, handed it to Jackson, and said, "Everyone's here, Milla. I think we should eat first, and then listen to Lucy's report." "Should I bring you a tray?" Milla asked Jackson. Jackson nodded. "I'd rather watch game shows than listen to all that yammering." As Milla turned to leave the room, he grabbed the sleeve of her sweater. "But I'll sit with you when they talk about the boy. Under all that huff and puff, you're the sweetest man on earth, Jackson Henry." Milla kissed him on the cheek. James set the table while the supper club members carried in side dishes, a pitcher of water, and Milla's chicken entree. They ate hurriedly, exchanging the usual banal small talk. James had been wondering if their gatherings would change following Bennett and Jillian's very public kiss, but the pair acted as they always had. After Milla served chocolate mousse to a chorus of appreciative oohs and ahs, James sensed that it was time to turn to a more somber subject. Catching his eye, Lucy nodded. James put down his spoon and left to fetch Jackson. "Chase Martin was definitely murdered," Lucy said, once Jackson was seated next to Milla. "It appears that he was hit on the back of the head with a blunt object. The ME thinks it might have been a shovel, and then positioned in the driver's seat of his rental car." Lindy gasped. "That's horrible. Was he unconscious when the car went over the edge?" "Most likely. It was a hard blow, the kind that would render most of us senseless," Lucy said. "A small blessing in the midst of tragedy," Jillian declared softly. Lucy paused for a moment before continuing. "The killer wasn't exactly subtle. We found blood on the pavement where the car was parked before it was pushed over the cliff, and there was a cinder block duct-taped to the gas pedal." "All you need is a set of fingerprints," Bennett said. "Unfortunately, the assailant wore gloves," Lucy said. "I'm going to refer to the murderer as a he from now on, but I'm not ruling out the possibility that the killer is a woman." James had listened quietly up to this point, but when his friends began exchanging ideas concerning motive, he cleared his throat. "I hate to say this, but every suspect I can think of is female." He quickly repeated the conversation he'd overheard between Willow, Chloe, and Aunt Wheezy when they were together in the hotel lobby. "I've been spending a great deal of time with Willow lately." Milla's eyes flashed in defiance. "I can't picture her hitting Chase with a shovel and pushing him off a cliff because he owes her a month's salary." "Do you have alibis for the three ladies?" Lindy asked Lucy. "They were all getting dressed for the ash scattering," Lucy said. "Both the hotel maid and the front desk clerk saw Chloe and Wheezy heading out to Chloe's rental car. But no one in Willow's apartment complex noticed her or her car, which is a nondescript compact." Milla grabbed Lucy's hand. "Willow was in the bed and breakfast when Paulette died. She knew how much my sister liked eggnog. She ran errands for Paulette, including grocery shopping. And now you're saying that she has no alibi for this morning?" Milla was clearly distraught. "Despite how things look, I just can't believe she's capable of violence." "There are many layers to every human being," Jillian replied softly. "What's her motive? Revenge?" Lindy asked. "I can see why she'd be angry with Paulette, but why would she go after Chase? Why risk her fresh start in Quincy's Gap? She seemed to be really happy lately." She turned to James. "You saw her at the firehouse the other night. She and Francis were getting pretty cozy, and the girls talked to everyone who'll listen about Quincy's whimsies. Why would she jeopardize her future?" "She has become very optimistic," Milla agreed. "Why, just yesterday, she found out that one of the offices downtown will be available to lease. It's the perfect size and location for our store. And Willow scheduled a meeting with the landlord. She's pretty sure we can open our doors in a month or two. Does that sound like a murderer?" Bennett frowned. "It could be an example of arrogance. She's planning her future because she doesn't think she'll get caught." "Is Paulette's case officially being reopened?" James asked Lucy. "Only by me," she answered tiredly. "There's no new evidence, and the current case will keep us all busy. If Chase hadn't been thrown from the car, we wouldn't even know about the head wound. But the killer forgot to put Chase's seatbelt on. It's the only lucky break we've had." "That shovel won't be easy to find." Jackson spoke for the first time. "Every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got at least one. Snow shovels, garden shovels, shovels to use for cleaning animal stalls." Lucy nodded in agreement. "The park rangers will search the area surrounding the overlook, but the killer could have tossed it in a lake for all we know. No, finding the shovel won't be how we crack this case. I think the answer lies in the motive. Chase became an extremely wealthy man because of Paulette's death. But who stood to gain by his abrupt ending? His wife? Milla guessed. We won't know until we see his will, but I've had the opportunity to view Paulette's, and hers contained an interesting clause. Lucy paused dramatically. If anything were to happen to Chase, then the profits from Paulette's estate would go to Chloe. "And Chloe's in desperate need of money," James exclaimed, and then grew thoughtful. "But she has a solid alibi for this morning, so unless she was working with someone—" Lindy's eyes widened. "Like Willow?" "It's possible," Lucy conceded. "Still, there's no evidence against either woman. These theories are just theories." Seeing the grim faces of his friends, James wanted to take action. "What can we do?" "We can outsmart the killer," Lucy said loudly, startling everyone. "Look at us. We've brought wicked people to justice before, and we're not going to back down now." She lowered her voice. I know this case is tough, but I will not let this person get the better of us. This is our town." Rephrasing his previous question so that it formed a statement, James said, "Tell us what to do." "Go back to the days preceding Paulette's death. I want a timeline showing everything she did, every place she went, every person she insulted." Lucy gave Milla an imploring look. "Can you do that?" "Of course, dear," Milla answered without hesitation. "The key to both investigations lies with Paulette's death. I'm sure of it." Lucy put her palm over her heart. "I feel it. Once Milla finishes the timeline, the rest of you are going to be my foot soldiers. You're going to gather every shred of gossip, hearsay, or eyewitness account regarding Paulette's movements before she was poisoned. Are you willing to be relentless?" "Oh, yes. Your passion is absolutely inspiring." Jillian seized Lucy's hand. "This isn't passion. This is anger," Lucy declared heatedly. "I missed something the first time, and my mistake cost Chase Martin his life. I didn't like him. I doubt that many people did. But did he deserve to have his head bashed in? To be pushed off a cliff?" "No one deserves such an end," Milla whispered. "Exactly!" Lucy raised her voice again. "And we're running out of time. We can only detain Chloe and Wheezy for so long. I believe Chase knew the person who killed him. I think he was mighty surprised to see a shovel in that person's hands. But who did he meet on that overlook? Why did he get there early? I need to know what we missed in Paulette's case that can answer those questions." James and Milla exchanged determined nods. "We'll start right now," James said. "And we'll clean up the kitchen." Jillian pulled on Bennett's arm. "Let's go, mister. You're on wash detail." Spluttering, Bennett followed in her wake as Lindy collected dishes from the table. James fetched a notebook from his work bag, poured himself a large mug of coffee, and prepared for a late night. "I'm ready," he told Lucy. "Milla and I will find that missing piece of the puzzle and end this thing for good." Chapter 14. Honey Barbecue Sandwich. In spite of how late he'd stayed up the night before, James was alert and animated at work the next day. His realtor called first thing to ask if the closing could be moved up to that evening. It seemed the sellers wanted to attend a friend's birthday party and would be grateful if James were willing to take ownership of the house a few days early. "I've already contacted the attorney, and he's available," Joan pressed when James didn't answer right away. "But if it's a financial issue, we can certainly wait until next week. It's your call, Mr. Henry." The check James planned to write to cover the down payment and the first month's mortgage would nearly wipe out his savings, but he'd never been so excited about spending such a large chunk of money. "It's no problem. I can be at your office by 6. "Splendid. We can order Chinese takeout," Joan suggested, and then added, "My treat." Throughout the morning, James dreamed of his little yellow house. Before the day was done, he'd hold the keys to 27 Hickory Hill Lane in his hand. After all these years living in his boyhood room, the most charming home in the Shenandoah Valley would be his. "You have a sparkle in your eye this morning, Professor," Scott said as he passed by James's office with the reshelving cart. "Francis and I figured that after what happened to Milla's nephew, you might be kind of gloomy today." "I'm closing on my new house this evening," James explained, and then picked up the Star. He showed Scott the photograph of Chase's mangled rental car dangling from the end of a huge crane. "It's not that we aren't upset by Chase's death. But we need to come up with a plan to help the sheriff's department find out who did this." James stared solemnly at the photograph. "However, you and Francis have reminded me that we don't need to stand around and wait for a clue to emerge. We're going to actively hunt for whoever did this." "We knew you would," Scott answered. He gave James a small nod and then moved off to organize the disheveled children's section. At 11:45, Lucy called to ask James if he was free for lunch. "I'm not offering anything fancy," she said. "Just sandwiches from KFC. We'll be eating in the car." "That's fine." James was curious. "Does this outing have anything to do with the outline of events we made last night?" "Yes. It might not lead anywhere, but I'm going to investigate every angle. See you in 10 minutes. James spent the next 15 minutes trying to avoid the members of an all-female book club. The women, who were discussing the body in the bakery between 11 and 12 o'clock that day, were very animated and didn't bother keeping their voices down. And because James had no desire to know any more about how he or the rest of the supper club members were depicted in Murphy's book, he hid in his office, pretending to answer emails. At noon, James put on his coat and headed for the lobby, but was immediately bombarded by questions from the book club members. The women literally chased him out the front door. James couldn't remember being so relieved by the sight of Lucy's Jeep. "Is it true, Miss Hanover?" one of the women shouted as James climbed into the car. "Did you and Professor Henry talk over the Brinkley-Myers murder case while you were in bed?" Lucy gave the woman her fiercest scowl. "That book is fiction, Mrs. Wright. Fiction means that it's a made-up story. If you have questions about what Ms. Alastair wrote, why don't you email her? In fact, why doesn't your whole group send her a note?" "That's a great idea," Mrs. Wright said, and rushed back into the library to share Lucy's recommendation with the other ladies. James looked at Lucy and smiled. Nicely done. After all, Murphy created this mess, so why shouldn't she be the one to deal with the readers? Exactly. Here's your honey barbecue chicken sandwich. It won't take us long to get to the goat farm. After releasing his sandwich from its cocoon of aluminum foil, James spread a napkin across his lap and took a large bite. He murmured appreciatively. "Is this the same goat farm where Milla was going to buy her wedding favors?" Lucy nodded and began to eat her sandwich, holding it in her right hand as she drove with her left. James was impressed that no barbecued chicken pieces dribbled out of her sandwich. His own napkin was already littered with bits of sauce-covered meat. By the time they drove out of town, she'd finished her lunch. It was a good thing, too, since Lucy needed both hands to maneuver over the winding, mountainous roads. After briefly consulting the directions she'd written on a piece of scrap paper, Lucy turned off the 2-lane highway onto a dirt road. They climbed up a gravel drive until James felt as though they were either lost or had driven straight into West Virginia. Finally, the ground leveled off and a rusty tin sign hanging from an equally rusty mailbox welcomed them to Cornflower Goat Farm. "Cornflower, like your eyes," James said, as he pointed at the sign. Lucy blushed and seemed about to reply when a man appeared around the corner of the main house, a 2-story log cabin with a spacious front porch. A pair of dogs trailed after him, barking defensively at the sight of the Jeep. The canines had cream-colored coats and tan markings. The man put a reassuring hand on the back of the closest dog and waved at James and Lucy. "What beautiful dogs!" Lucy exclaimed as she slammed her door. "Are they shepherds?" The man nodded. "Anatolian shepherds. Best livestock guard dogs in the world. This here's Night, and the gal is Lady. My daughter named them." He held out a weathered, calloused hand. "I'm Kyle Mills. How can I help you folks?" Lucy began by praising the goat's milk soap and lotion Milla had purchased in December, and then casually asked Kyle if he remembered Milla and Paulette's visit to the farm. "Sure don't, ma'am." Kyle scratched Night between the ears until the dog's pink tongue lolled out of his open mouth. "I've owed the missus a vacation for nigh on 10 years now, and she said if I didn't get her someplace warm for Christmas, I could go hunting for a new wife." He gestured behind him at the rustic barn, the rectangular cement building James assumed was used to create and package the goat's milk products, and the vast stretch of pasture land. "Farmers don't get much time off. I have one kid, but she's at college and has her sights set on being a nurse," he added with pride. "I hire some local boys to lend a hand now and then, but I couldn't leave for a month without some real help around here." "Sounds like you found someone suitable," Lucy prodded. Kyle grinned. "The answer to my prayers dropped right out of the sky. The boy we got could take care of animals and customers. He even showed me how to sell my goods on the computer. Made back every dollar I spent taking the missus to the fine state of Texas. Anyhow, Russ'd be the one who helped your lady friends." "Could we speak to him about ordering more favors?" Lucy asked. "We only need a few minutes of his time." Lady walked over to James and sniffed his shoes. Obviously deciding that he wasn't a threat, she stuck her wet nose against the palm of his hand and gazed up at him with twinkling eyes. James rewarded her friendliness by stroking the soft fur on the back of her neck. "I wouldn't mind, ma'am, but Russ isn't here." Kyle looked sorry to disappoint them. "He needed to run on back home for a week or two." "He's not from these parts, I take it?" James said. "No, sir. He's from Natchez." James did his best not to elbow Lucy. Wheezy, Paulette, and Milla had grown up in Natchez. Now they were being told that a young man named Russ, a young man who possessed both the physical hardiness to run a goat farm and the mental acuity to create an online business for his employer, had suddenly disappeared. "Milla was so thrilled with the goat's milk products she bought from your farm that I believe she'd like to stock your products in her new gift store, Quincy's Whimsies," James told the farmer. "That'd be swell." Kyle beamed, his weathered face crinkling in pleasure. "She may also want to carry local food products, like homegrown eggs," James continued. "Do you have chickens here, too?" Kyle seemed surprised by the question. "Funny you should mention that. Russ wanted to raise some laying hens, so he built a coop and bought the birds and feed." The farmer ruffled the fur on Night's back as he spoke. "Guess it didn't work so well, though. The chickens all got sick, and Russ scrapped the whole notion. Whole pen was gone before I even got home. I can't say I'm too upset," he confessed. "I'm not right fond of chickens. Damn birds stink to high heaven in the summertime." Acting as natural as possible, Lucy checked her watch. "Well, our lunch break is nearly done. We'd better get back to work. James, why don't you take down contact information for Mr. Mills and his assistant, Russ?" She turned to Kyle. "What is the young man's last name?" "DuPont," the farmer answered. "Russ DuPont." James pulled out Dr. Ruth's business card from his wallet, flipped it over, and wrote down the phone number for the cornflower goat farm. He then handed the farmer one of his own cards. "Please call as soon as Russ has returned, and we'll talk about placing regular orders for the shop." "Will do." Kyle smiled and whistled softly out of the side of his mouth. "Walk up," he commanded, and the shepherds bounded away toward a fenced pasture behind the barn. On the way back to the Jeep, Lucy paused to gaze around the farm. James followed her lead, assuming that she was looking for where Russ lived. There was a large pasture behind the barn, and trees embraced the main house. "Maybe he stayed in their guest room," James said. Squinting, he thought he saw a break in the trees. "Is that a path?" He pointed to the right of the house. Shielding her eyes from the winter sunlight, Lucy nodded. "Come on, we should check it out while we're here." Because Kyle Mills was headed in the opposite direction with both dogs, James agreed. "But let's hurry. If Mr. Mills gets suspicious, we might never hear from him again." He and Lucy trotted over the rough path, which wound through the pines and sloped gently downhill. Irritated at how quickly he became winded as he jogged behind Lucy's toned form, James vowed to be more disciplined about hitting the gym after work. "Now that Bennett's done with his studying, we can work out together again," he thought, and decided to email his friend as soon as he got back to the library so they could schedule some cardio and weightlifting sessions. "Look!" Lucy stopped abruptly as a small cabin came into view. "This must be where Russ stayed." With a burst of speed, she raced down the path. By the time James caught up, she'd already knocked on the front door, tried the knob, and peered in all 4 windows. "I can't see a thing," she sighed in frustration. "Dark curtains, a locked door. Damnation, I don't dare force my way in. I'll have to do things the right way and come back with a warrant." Relieved that Lucy hadn't hurled a rock through the nearest window, James also tried to peek inside, but the navy curtains were tightly closed, leaving no line of sight into the one-room cabin. He and Lucy walked around the perimeter once more, searching for clues. Aside from a stack of firewood, there was nothing of note near the cabin. "It would have been nice to find a bloodied shovel right here," Lucy frowned as she gestured at the woodpile. James noticed an object resting on the top of a stack of kindling. "Turtle shell," he said, passing the tawny hull to Lucy. "And here's another one." Accepting the shells, Lucy inspected them carefully and then returned them to the woodpile. Grabbing James by the elbow, she exclaimed, "We're done, but we're not leaving empty-handed. We have a lead, James, and I need to get back to my computer right away." She winked at James, her face flushed with excitement. "I'm going to run to the Jeep now. See if you can keep up." Back at the library, James had trouble focusing on his regular tasks. As he assisted patrons in finding books or helped students figure out how to conduct research on their latest school project, part of his mind kept trying to conjure an image of Russ DuPont. What did this mysterious young man look like? Did he have a strong, muscular body and a pair of dark, hate-filled eyes? Did he quietly plot acts of violence as he went about his tasks on the cornflower goat farm? How did he tie in to the murders? He couldn't have known Paulette when she was a child in Natchez. He wasn't even born when she left for Paris, destined for a future of fame and wealth. Yet he came to Virginia and tried to raise laying hens, James thought. During a lull in activity around 4 that afternoon, James settled in front of one of the computers in the tech corner and searched for articles on salmonella. Several of the resources he found concentrated on how to avoid being exposed to the harmful bacteria, while others described the physical symptoms. "Ugh," James grimaced as he read. "What a messy illness. You're going to experience vomiting, diarrhea, cramps, or all three if you ingest that nasty bug. You'd better come down with salmonella in the privacy of your own home." "Excuse me, Professor." Scott apologetically peered over his boss's shoulder. "I need to know what you're investigating. You're making all sorts of funny faces." Tapping the computer screen, James replied, "I'm wondering how eggs get tainted by salmonella. I know that the bacteria can be found in eggs and poultry, meat products, unprocessed milk, and even water. But why are some eggs more susceptible than others?" Fascinated, Scott's fingers flew over the keyboard. "Unhealthy chickens can lay eggs with thin shell walls," he read from an online medical encyclopedia. "If the chickens live in an unclean environment, such as, sitting around in their own feces, they lay eggs with thinner than normal shell walls. That makes it easier for the bacteria to pass through the shell and into the egg." He grimaced. "Gross. So if someone bought sick laying hens and deliberately kept them in a polluted environment, the chickens would produce infected eggs," James mused to himself. Scott was completely absorbed by a microscopic image of the bacteria. "Man, I'll have to remember not to eat raw turtle or lizard eggs if I end up stranded on a deserted island." He turned to whisper to Francis, who was wiping off the computer screens using a specialized cleanser. "Do you think any of those Survivor contestants ever got salmonella? I'm sure at least one of them has eaten undercooked lizard." Intrigued by the subject, Francis told his brother to search for the most exotic foods eaten by the reality show's contestants. As the twins groaned in distaste over the idea of consuming crickets, beetles, and maggots, James decided someone should man the vacant chair at the information desk. "I'd never eat a grasshopper," Scott whispered in horror. "Way too crunchy." "Crunchy's better than gooey," Francis argued. "You could pretend a grasshopper was a potato chip with legs. I don't think you could talk yourself into believing larvae were anything but larvae. Totally revolting." "Totally," Scott agreed. James filled the copier and sundry printers with fresh supplies of paper, took care of a few transfer requests, and tidied up the bookmark displays and a stack of printouts detailing library events. That done, he spent a few minutes assisting a young mother select several cookbooks featuring meals that could be made in 30 minutes or less. "If only there were a book that could teach me to put my kids in a harmless trance for half an hour," she joked. "I'm sure we have books on hypnotism," James grinned, and patiently listened to the woman describe her chaotic household. She declared that by the time he saw her again, she might need a reference book on battling fatigue and insanity. James recalled hearing this complaint from other patrons raising small children. Rushing to the stacks, he grabbed the book he'd heard several moms rave about. It was called Time Out for Mom. "I think you need this one, too." "I sure do." Thanking him, the woman left the library with a new lightness to her step. Feeling satisfied with his day's work, James surveyed his peaceful kingdom and was once again shocked to recognize the face and figure of his ex-wife, standing near the children's corner. As though sensing he was watching her, Jane glanced up from the book she held, smiled, and walked over to him. "Sorry to pop up like this again," she whispered. "It was great to talk to you the other night, but I felt like I picked a really bad time to seek you out." "There were quite a few things going on," James admitted. "But for you to just disappear," he trailed off, no longer feeling angry about her behavior, merely puzzled. She reached across the desk and covered his hand with hers. I wasn't trying to be dramatic, I assure you. I have some things to tell you, but it's a conversation that requires quiet and privacy. And it so happens this is the perfect setting. More mystified than ever, James could only nod. First of all, I wanted you to know that I'm no longer teaching at William and Mary. I'm at James Madison now, she smiled. I love it. What a gorgeous campus. And the students are wonderful. Wow, you're so close. He was stunned. Did you change colleges because you and Kenneth broke up? Partially, she said enigmatically. But like I told you before, Kenneth's been out of the picture for quite a while. I moved to Harrisonburg to start a new life. Getting rid of Kenneth was just the first step toward that goal. James stared at Jane as she talked, noting how she spoke with much more composure than when they were married. There was a serenity and contentedness to her, as though she'd discovered the secret to happiness. He couldn't believe she was the same woman he'd once known. She was so approachable, so comfortable in her own skin, and so incredibly lovely. Stop it, he chided himself. You have enough going on without falling for your ex-wife all over again. Still smiling, Jane said, "Follow me for a moment, would you?" James came around the desk and gazed at her searchingly, but she didn't elaborate. She led him toward the children's corner, where a young boy who looked to be about 4 years old was slowly turning the pages of an oversized picture book featuring zoo animals. Jane took James by the hand and nudged him toward a wooden chair. "Hold on to the back of that chair," she commanded in a friendly tone. Utterly confused, James glanced at the boy again. He had light brown hair and was dressed in jeans and a gray sweater. His scarf was covered with race cars, and his bright green rubber boots were shaped like frogs. Suddenly, he looked up from the book and looked directly at James. "Good God," James breathed as he stared at the child. From the golden brown eyes to the smattering of freckles across the nose to the rather serious face, he was the spitting image of James as a 4-year-old boy. "This is Elliot Henry," Jane whispered softly. "I named him after my favorite poet. He's your son." At these words, James felt his world turn upside down. His heart beat in hummingbird time, and a buzzing sound rang in his ears, as though hundreds of bees were swarming inside his head. Somehow, he sank into the chair. He gripped the edge of the wooden seat in an effort to keep himself upright. His knuckles were white with shock. "James?" Jane grasped his shoulder. "Are you breathing?" James could not take his eyes off the boy. Even as his mind started to question the validity of Jane's statement, his heart stopped the thought from fully developing, for it knew she spoke the truth. His eyes confirmed what his heart felt. The boy was a Henry through and through. "Elliot," James murmured, spellbound by the name, by the sweet young face, by the sheer joy that coursed through his body and threatened to force him to explode like an overfilled balloon. "I found out I was pregnant soon after I left you," Jane whispered into his ear, careful to make sure that the boy couldn't overhear. "I didn't know if the baby was yours or Kenneth's. You and I had had that one night together a week or so before I took off, so I couldn't be sure. I'm sorry, James. I handled so many things so badly. It wasn't until Kenneth and I were on the rocks that I finally had a DNA test. A part of me always knew that Elliot was yours, but I was a fool, and I wanted things to work out with Kenneth. I thought that by having his baby, we'd be a happy little family." She shook her head regretfully. "Like I said, I was a fool." She paused, her voice trembling. "It wasn't until Elliot was 2 that I realized you must be his real father. Kenneth became aware of it too. It wasn't just that they looked nothing alike, but they never bonded either. That's when things really changed between us. He began to be cruel to Elliot. At first, the attacks were verbal. They usually occurred after Kenneth had been out drinking with his law partners. But one day, James stared at Jane in horror. He didn't. Swallowing hard, Jane continued. Kenneth slapped him for spilling a glass of red wine. It was a simple accident. Jane's face twisted in anguish. Kenneth said that Elliot had done it on purpose and smacked him so hard across the face that I thought Elliot would lose all his baby teeth then and there. That's what it took for me to wake up. Elliot paid the price for my insecurity and stupidity, but he'll never suffer because of me again." She wiped tears from her cheeks. "We moved out that night when Kenneth went out for drinks with the guys. Since we weren't married and had separate bank accounts, it was a quick and total break. We've never looked back. Elliot doesn't even remember Kenneth." As though fearing the boy might disappear if he looked away from him, James returned his focus to his son. He couldn't stop drinking in the sight of the sweet face, the small hands, the thin limbs, the curious eyes darting over the images in the book. "My son," he whispered. His heartbeat had slowed, but he couldn't wipe the jubilant grin from his face. Grabbing Jane's hand in both of his, he kissed her palm several times, quickly. "Thank you, Jane. Thank you. You may have made mistakes, but you've also made me the happiest man in the world. You brought me the greatest gift." He pointed at Elliot. "A miracle." Fresh tears fell onto Jane's cheeks. "I hoped and prayed you'd react this way," she sniffed. "But I never doubted that you'd want to know, or that you'd want to be a part of his life." James stood up, pulling Jane close to him. He looked at her intently. "Of course I want to be a part of his life. I've already missed too many years, too many moments." He knew he had a right to feel both rage and scorn toward Jane for the poor decisions she'd made, but nothing could eclipse the joy flooding his heart. There was no room for any emotion other than absolute bliss. "Where do I start?" His question came out as a plea. "How do I become his dad?" "Let's begin with introductions." Jane's smile was blinding. The two parents knelt down in front of the little boy. Jane took hold of one of his small hands. "Elliot, remember how I told you that you were going to meet your daddy today? Well, here he is. This is James Henry, but you can call him Daddy." The boy studied James for a moment.
"Do you like books?"
he asked quite seriously. "Oh, yes," James declared, thrilling in the sound of his son's high, slightly slurred voice. "That's why I work here. I love books."
"Cool."
Elliot glanced around the room appreciatively.
"Can I come here again?"
"As often as you like," James answered warmly. "Whenever your mom can bring you, you can come. We can read lots of stories together. I can read you my favorites, and you can show me yours." Without any indication that he was about to do so, the boy stood up and gave James a brief hug.
"Then I'll see you tomorrow, Daddy."
James drank in his son's aroma of chocolate milk, apple-scented shampoo, and dirt. It was the most beautiful perfume he'd ever inhaled. With the greatest effort, he released Elliot and gripped Jane's arm. "Don't leave yet. I don't even know where you live. I'm not ready to let him go. Not when I just met him. When I just learned that I have a son." Nodding in comprehension, Jane pried his fingers off her arm and pulled a sheet of paper from her purse. "Here's our address, phone number, and my contact numbers at work." She pointed at the paper. "This is where Elliot goes to preschool. I put you down as an emergency contact. I have to give a lecture tonight, so we need to get going, but I'd love to bring him back tomorrow if you're free. Maybe we could all have pizza?" "Pizza? Yes." Feeling a little less anxious, James clung to the contact information. Jane handed him a photo album with a blue leather cover. "I made you a scrapbook, too. I thought it might help you make it through the next 24 hours. Elliot's not far away, James, and when we get together tomorrow, we can talk about setting up a visitation schedule. Elliot's as much yours as he is mine, and I'll never keep you apart again. That's a promise." Jane laid the book on a nearby table and took Elliot's hand. Mother and son waved goodbye and headed out the door to the parking lot. James raced to his office window and watched Jane buckle Elliot into a booster seat in the back of a Volvo station wagon. "That's my son," James said, his voice filled with awe. "My son. Elliot. My son." He repeated the joyful mantra over and over again, long after the Volvo was out of sight. He wasn't even aware that he was crying. Chapter 15. Beef and Broccoli. James didn't remember driving to the realtor's office. It seemed as though he was at the library in one moment and at Joan's conference table with a pen in his hand the next. She pointed to the highlighted sections on the thick stacks of legal-sized paper and asked him to apply his signature to dozens of pages. James followed her directions, enveloped in a bubble of happiness. Occasionally, phrases like inspection or home warranty or escrow account would penetrate his bubble, but it wasn't until Joan pointed at a line in the contract and mentioned removal of adhesive stars that he finally paid attention. "Can you repeat that, please?" he asked her. She smirked. "I thought you'd fallen into a coma. Don't worry. It's normal for first-time buyers to feel overwhelmed by all of these terms. Why don't we take a supper break? It'll give you a chance to ask questions." James noticed the cardboard takeout containers from the dim sum kitchen. His stomach gurgled in anticipation. When did this arrive? "You really were in a trance," Joan laughed. "My assistant brought in dinner while I was reviewing the guarantee of title insurance." Noting the blank look on her client's face, she handed James 3 containers. "I took the liberty of ordering you the healthiest things I could find. I remembered your mentioning seeing a nutritionist, and I didn't want to get you in trouble by ordering General Tso's chicken. Instead, I got you miso soup, steamed rice, and beef and broccoli. Enjoy." "This is really nice of you," James said gratefully, as he popped off lids and pulled open a carton of white rice. She waved aside his thanks. "I owe you one. Not only did I get a commission from the sale of the Hickory Hill Lane house, but I got a delightful finder's fee for placing your friend in a Mountain Valley Woods apartment." "Oh, right. Willow." James hungrily slurped his soup. "What did you make of her?" Joan poured reduced salt soy sauce on her rice. She told me what it was like to be Paulette Martine's assistant. I used to work for a horrible woman when I first got into the real estate business. She was the tyrant of Northern Virginia, I tell you, so I could identify with Willow. Willow seems much happier now than when I first met her, James said. I just hope she can make some friends her own age. She seems keen on one of the library twins. Joan was clearly animated by the idea of exchanging gossip. Is the feeling mutual? James didn't expect Joan to mention the name Russ DuPont, but he had to find out if there was a connection between Willow and Russ. So he decided to encourage his real estate agent to share all that she knew about Willow's personal life. I believe he does, but Willow needs more than one friend. Did she mention anything to you about friends? Let me think. Using her chopsticks, Joan expertly lifted a clump of soy sauce-saturated rice into her mouth. She spent most of her time talking about Quincy's whimsies. I think the space they want to lease downtown will be perfect, by the way. And she adores Milla. Apparently, Milla reminds her of her mother. Other than that, the only other people she mentioned were you and your supper club friends. She's very obliged to you for giving her a fresh start. James decided to change direction. I thought the apartment complex she chose was kind of pricey. I guess she must have gotten a decent security deposit back from her New York studio, because she doesn't have an income right now. She must have more than the security deposit by now, Joan said. My friend who handles the leases for that complex told me that Willow marched into her office 2 days ago and paid for 6 months' rent in advance. The large piece of broccoli James was about to swallow stuck in his throat. He took a large swig of diet soda and tried not to allow his surprise to register. Where did Willow get all that money? Maybe her folks are helping her out, he said aloud, and then quickly gestured at his paperwork. What was that you were saying about the star stickers? Taking the bait, Joan pointed at the contract. The sellers took $300 off the final price because they didn't have time to remove all those glow-in-the-dark things from the ceiling of the second bedroom. As James recalled the dozens of stickers affixed to the white ceiling, he was struck by a delightful vision. He saw Elliot lying in a twin-sized bed, staring up at the illuminated planets and shooting stars with a sleepy but contented smile on his sweet face. Oh, I don't mind the stickers. Either way, I'm sure you could use the extra money, Joan said. You have a whole house to furnish. Including a room for my son, James thought, and he was instantly too overwhelmed to speak. He was dying to shout the news for the entire world to hear, and even though Joan had been especially pleasant to him, she was not the person he most wanted to tell. After dinner, James signed the rest of the documents in a state of polite impatience. It wasn't until Joan placed an envelope containing the house keys in his hands that he allowed himself a moment's pause. He dumped the 2 sets of keys onto his palm and was satisfied by the weight of their cool metal against his skin. Feels good to hold something solid, doesn't it? Joan smiled at him. I never get tired of watching people receive their keys. That's why I'm a top seller. I just love what I do. After gathering up the folder containing his paperwork, James gave Joan a brief hug. He thanked her, rushed out to his truck, and headed for home, practicing what he would say when he got there as he drove through the blue-black evening. The words of his well-plotted speech deserted him the moment he entered the house, however. He hung up his coat, cast his eyes around the clean kitchen, and spent a moment listening to the peaceful gurgles of the dishwasher. Jackson and Milla were in the den watching television. The quiet was only interrupted by the voice on the television and the rhythmic clicking of Milla's knitting needles. James tiptoed in, holding the photo album under his arm. He waited in the threshold for a commercial break, and then bounded forward and switched the TV off. "What are you doing, boy?" Jackson scowled. "I'm not ready for bed." "Pop?" James knelt down in front of his father and looked into his eyes. Taken aback by his son's proximity, Jackson shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "If you're thinking of proposing, I'm already taken." "Something happened to me today, Pop," James said softly. Jane showed up at the library. "What the hell for?" Jackson snarled. "She back to drum up more misery?" "No," James shook his head. "Jane's really changed. I know that sounds like a cliché, but I think she's truly different now. She has a compelling reason to be a better person." "Why are you yammering to me about this?" Jackson raised his furry eyebrows in an impatient arch. "I'm watching Law and Order." Glancing at Milla, James could picture her teaching Elliot how to bake the perfect chocolate chip cookie. She looked up from her knitting and smiled at him, and her warmth made him grin in return. He turned back to his father. "Pop, Jane's moved to Harrisonburg. She started a whole new life, but I'm going to be a part of it again." He raised his hand to ward off any interruptions. "Jane was pregnant when she left me, Pop. She thought the baby's father was her boyfriend, Kenneth. That's the guy she left me for. But Kenneth wasn't the baby's father. I was." "What did you say?" Milla leaned forward in her chair, her knitting forgotten. Still focusing on his father, James continued. "I have a son, Pop. He's 4 years old, and his name is Elliot. I met him today." Jackson blinked. He opened his mouth, closed it, and opened it again. "You have a kid?" Instead of answering, James placed the scrapbook on his father's lap and opened it to the last page. This is how he looked today, except when I met him, he was wearing a race car scarf and green frog boots. "He sure looks like a Henry," Jackson said, his voice infused with pride. "Strong hands, even for a little tyke. Look at him. Bet he's smart, too, like his daddy." He smiled at James. "Lord, I think he's got my chin." James examined the photograph closely. "I believe you're right, but let's hope he didn't get your eyebrows." "Or your back-talking tongue," Jackson shot back cheerily. "Milla, there's another Henry loose in the world. Come on, we need to pour a glass." He tapped rapidly on the scrapbook page, a brilliant grin lighting his face. "I'm gonna tell the boy to call me Pop-Pop." "My goodness gracious, you have a son!" Milla was openly crying, her wet eyes shining with delight. "When do we get to see this child of yours? I can't wait to get my hands on him. I bet he's cute as a button." "He's perfect, and you'll meet him soon." James hugged her and then poured 3 glasses of cutty sark. His hands were shaking as he passed out the drinks. The threesome toasted Elliot Henry. After another hour of speculation about the little boy's family resemblance, mannerisms, and likes and dislikes, they all said goodnight with smiles on their faces. As for James, he lay awake making mental lists of the books he needed to buy for Elliot's room at 27 Hickory Hill Lane. Somewhere between Goodnight Moon and Caps for Sale, he fell asleep. The next morning, James was showered, dressed, and in his truck before 7. He didn't notice the bitterness of the air or the old bronco's reluctance to travel through the slumbering town. "This is your new driveway," he told his beloved truck, patting it affectionately on the steering wheel as he turned off the engine in front of his little yellow house. Practically skipping to the front door, James fit the key in the lock and stepped into his new home. The first thing he did was switch on all the lights. He then inspected the empty rooms one by one. The previous owners had hired a cleaning service to give the place a thorough once-over, and the aroma of pine sol clung to the floorboards. Digging a color palette from his coat pocket, James held the cheerful hue he had chosen for the kitchen against one of the walls. "You get painted first," he informed the room, and pointed at the paint square. "Honeydew for the kitchen, and desert dune for the living room. Milla thinks that'll look good with the red sofa I ordered." He swiveled around in the empty space. There were so many things to do. Paint supplies had to be purchased, new carpet for the bedrooms ordered, furniture deliveries scheduled, and a pizza dinner with Jane and Elliot arranged. "I think I'll bring them here," James said, tapping on the kitchen counter. As he glanced out the window at the dormant grass and leafless trees, he saw 2 squirrels chasing each other across the boughs. Watching their antics, he was struck by an inspirational idea of how to make his first meal with his son memorable. Whistling, James locked up his house and drove to the hardware store to pick up paint, drop cloths, rollers, and brushes. He also bought a few cans of spray paint, some rope, and pliable wire. When he arrived at the library 30 minutes before opening, he saw 2 young women chatting together on the front steps. When Lottie noticed James, she waved goodbye to Willow, walked over to the book bin, and slid 2 novels through its slot. They fell into the metal cavity with a clank. "Good morning," James called to her, and was rewarded by a hesitant smile. He then turned his attention to Willow. "Are you really this excited about checking out a book? Or are you here to see me?" "I need to talk to someone," Willow murmured, displaying traces of her former downtrodden self. "I've already smoked half a pack of cigarettes, and I haven't done that since Paulette died." Unlocking the front door, James beckoned her inside. "Let me crank up the heat and put on some coffee. While I'm doing those things, would you mind switching on all the lights and computers? It'll keep you from smoking the rest of that pack." Moments later, James took a grateful sip from his new favorite coffee mug, which was embellished with a black shelving card and the words, "That's how I roll." He watched Willow cradle her warm cup in her hands and softly invited her to share what was on her mind. "I know it's only a matter of time before Lucy comes knocking on my door, so I thought I'd practice my confession on you." She spoke with a catch in her voice. "She's bound to arrest me, and the life I wanted to begin here will be over before it ever started." Observing the young woman carefully, James asked, "Why would she arrest you?" Willow didn't answer immediately. She looked at the window, drank from her cup, and then ran her pale blue eyes over the items on James's desk. "With Chase's murder, the police are bound to review Paulette's death, too. I didn't kill her, Mr. Henry, I swear. But if she was murdered, and I think she was, now that Chase is dead, I'm in for it. I was with her at the bed and breakfast, and I hated her." "And Chase? Did you hate him, too?" Distracted by the sounds of the twins' laughter in the parking lot, Willow glanced in that direction and smiled. But the happiness on her face vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "I didn't hurt Paulette, but Chase may have." Suddenly, James had a theory about Willow's influx of cash. "You were blackmailing Chase, weren't you?" Willow didn't bother to deny it. "Chase and Paulette got into a huge argument the night before she died. He came to the Widow's Peak to ask her for a loan, but she told him he had enough money and that she wasn't going to give away her hard-earned cash, so Chase could jet off to Europe with one of his mistresses." "Ouch!" James let out a little laugh. "I bet Chase was surprised that his mother turned him down. After all, he was Paulette's favorite." "Not that night he wasn't," Willow said solemnly. "He actually replied, 'Isn't that how you got your start, Mother? As someone's mistress in Europe? And then a TV producer's mistress in New York, and so on?'" James was shocked. He said that to his own mom? Trust me, they were two of a kind. Willow didn't seem at all shocked. Anyway, at the end of their conversation, Chase promised that he'd get the money from Paulette one way or another. He was very calm. It didn't sound like a threat, but after she died, I had to wonder. "Why didn't you tell Lucy about this right away?" James demanded. "I honestly didn't think he killed her. He respected her," Willow protested. "Besides, her death was ruled an accident." "In your opinion, did Chase love his mother?" Willow shrugged. "I don't think Chase or Paulette loved anybody but themselves. They lived for money and recognition, and the freedom to treat regular people like dirt." She sighed. "When Chase came back to town for the ash scattering, I told him that I'd overheard his last conversation with his mother. At first, I was just trying to scare him into giving me my final paycheck, but he offered me much more. After all I'd been through with the diva, I figured I'd earned it. So I took the money." Suddenly, the promise Willow had made to Chloe and Wheezy in the hotel lobby that she would take care of Chase made perfect sense. James had eavesdropped on the three women right before Willow decided to blackmail Chase. She'd been successful, and Chase had supplied her with a generous payoff. Though she'd made an error in judgment, James doubted Willow was a killer. If she was, then why confess to blackmail? "I'm certain you earned every penny," James told the distraught young woman. "Paulette underpaid you for years." Willow seemed surprised by James's compassion. "As much as I've tried to justify my behavior, I know it was wrong. When I heard about Chase's death, I knew I had to tell someone, but I was afraid to go to the sheriff by myself." Her face crumpled. "What will Milla think of me now? And what about Francis?" "They'll think you're human, just like the rest of us." James walked around his desk and pulled Willow from her chair. "I'll ask Lucy to come over and listen to your story. While we're waiting for her, why don't you go out to the circulation desk and ask Francis for a book recommendation? That would make his day. And might I suggest you also tell him about your mistake? If you two are going to be a couple, you don't want secrets between you." James waited for Willow to leave the office before phoning Lucy. "I'm with Wheezy right now, trying to figure out if she knows Russ DuPont," Lucy whispered into her cell phone. "I'll be over as soon as I'm done." By the time the library officially opened, Francis and Willow had their heads bent behind a spinner rack of science fiction paperbacks. Scott was near the checkout desk, placing books onto the shelving cart with unusual roughness. He looked completely dejected. "What's wrong, Scott?" James asked. "I went outside to empty the book bin, Professor," Scott answered, as he gripped a book called Women in American Journalism, A New History, and I saw boot prints in that muddy spot that never dries up between the sidewalk and the book drop. They were the same boot prints Francis and I noticed during our Christmas Eve stakeout. "Uh-oh," James said. It didn't take much brain power to figure out who checked out the books in the bin, because there were only 4 inside. 2 were borrowed by Lottie, and 2 by Mrs. Finke. I've seen Mrs. Finke in here for years, and there's no way she wears high-heeled boots. That means those boots are Lottie's. He put his head in his hands. My girlfriend is Glowstar's kidnapper. James frowned. He couldn't argue with Scott's logic, and he didn't have the faintest idea what had motivated Lottie to perpetrate such a cruel prank on her own boyfriend. James felt furious on Scott's behalf. I'm sorry, Scott. James put his arm around the lanky young man's shoulders. I don't know what to say. That's okay, Professor. This is no time for words, Scott said heatedly. I'm already planning what to do. First, I'm going to send a certain reporter on a little goose chase. Next, I'm going to get Glowstar back. And then I'm going to drink Red Bull and play video games until I go blind. Before you lose your sight, I wanted to talk to you about something. Doing his best to contain his happiness in the face of Scott's misery, James told Scott about Elliot. He then explained what he wanted to create before he saw his son again that evening, and begged for Scott's assistance. You're going to be such a cool dad, Scott exclaimed when James was done, momentarily forgetting about his own plots of revenge. The 2 men returned to their librarian duties, leaving Francis free to sit with Willow until Lucy arrived. Can you ask Milla to head down here? Lucy asked on her way into James's office. The name Russ DuPont meant nothing to Wheezy, so everything depends on Milla's memory now. There has to be some connection between their past in Natchez and the 2 deaths. Milla may be the key to solving this entire puzzle, whether she realizes it or not. James hurriedly complied and phoned his father's house, but there was no answer. He left a message, and then turned his attention to an elderly patron who needed help searching the internet for the best airfare to Fort Lauderdale. James then tackled the monthly budget, and by the time he was done paying bills, Willow, Francis, and Lucy had vacated his office. Willow shot James a look of gratitude and left the library with Francis glued to her side. Assuming his employee was merely walking his new girlfriend to her car, James settled at his desk and checked his email. His face glowed as he read a message from Jane. Elliot is so excited to see you again. Where would you like to meet us? We have supper at 6, and he likes cheese pizza. Those few words were enough to light up his morning. He quickly typed his answer. I'd like you to be the first guests in my new house, number 27 Hickory Hill Lane. 5:30. I'll be serving dinner. I can't wait. Lucy tapped lightly on his office door. Were you able to reach Milla? No. A flash of lavender passed by his window. Hold on. She's here. I just saw her van pulling into a spot. While James handled a telephone query, Lucy shepherded Milla and Jackson into his office. It took every ounce of James's concentration to complete his phone call and calmly hang up the phone. In all his time as head librarian of the Shenandoah County Library, his father had never stepped foot inside the building. Milla was slowly changing Jackson back into the social creature he was before James's mother had passed away. It's nice to see you, Pop. Jackson raised an eyebrow and then scowled at Lucy. Let's get this over with. Milla's got a list a mile long, and I want to be home by supper time. Ignoring Jackson's grumbling, Lucy led Milla to a chair and sat down next to her. I'm going to ask you to try really hard to remember something from your childhood. Take your time to think about my question. Try to recall families from school, your neighbors, church members, store clerks, anyone and everyone. I'll try, Milla promised. Satisfied, Lucy leaned forward. Did you ever know a family named the DuPonts? 3 pairs of eyes focused on Milla as her gaze drifted around the room, finally settling upon James's coffee mug. She grinned as she read the slogan, and then her eyes grew distant. Her observers could almost sense her journeying back in time, shuffling faces and names through her mind, discarding one, and then searching for another. After 2 full minutes of silence, she shook her head. No ringing bells. I'm sorry. Something Milla had told him back in December suddenly came back to James. Milla, do you remember when you were telling Pop and me about Paulette's girlhood? You said she was called Patty then, and there was a woman who taught her how to bake. What was that woman's name? Milla sat erect in her chair. Mrs. D. Her shoulders instantly slumped again. But that's all I know. Just the initial. I don't know if that stands for DuPont or not. What about the street address? Lucy's predatory look flared in her eyes. I could call some neighbors. I could ask Wheezy who the old-timers are in your former neighborhood and talk to them. I'm reaching here, but I'm getting a strong feeling that we're on the right track. Closing her eyes, Milla murmured, We lived on Idle Day Drive. To get to Mrs. D's, I'd walk down our street, turn right onto the main road, and then left onto... I can almost see the street sign. That big live oak always blocked the first half of the word. Something. Cobblestone Court. She smiled triumphantly. The house number was 1. I remember that because she had 1 dog, 1 cat, and 1 child. I don't think she had a husband either. Seems to me she lived on a wing and a prayer, and by selling her baked goods. Scribbling the information into her notebook, Lucy asked James if she could use his phone. He led his parents back to the checkout desk and spoke to them in between accepting late fees and handing patrons their scanned books and receipts. Your materials are due back February 23rd, he told a little girl who had checked out 5 books from the Babysitters Club series. Milla watched the child walk away, her pigtails swinging back and forth like a metronome's needle. Wait until Elliot learns he can bring home piles of books from his daddy's library. She moved closer to James. I'm sorry you couldn't get me on the phone, dear, but me and Jackson were busy. We got married this morning. You did? James looked from her beaming face to Jackson's. He noted that his father's expression showed a mixture of both pride and relief. That's wonderful. You just went ahead and did it, eh? Congratulations. He hugged Milla tightly. You're not angry. Milla sighed in relief. I was worried that you might feel excluded, but my dear, I was in such a rush to make things official. When I meet your boy, I want to be his grandma, not just Pop's girlfriend. Jackson tapped the face of his watch. My wife's been on the run all morning. The van's loaded to the roof with crap. Toys, pictures, lamps, curtains, a rug. I think she bought out the damn toy store. I haven't even had my 3rd cup of coffee yet, he growled. Milla linked her arm in Jackson's. I couldn't help myself. I've wanted to be a grandma so badly, and now I am one. James, get ready, because I plan to spoil your son rotten. Your son? Lucy's voice came out as a croak. She stared at James in disbelief. Did I hear that right? James hadn't stopped to consider how this news might affect others, like his supper club friends. He'd simply assumed that everyone he knew would share his joy and would congratulate him on his happy reunion with his son. But there was an ashen appearance to Lucy's face that made him realize the revelation that he had a child with his ex-wife might not be welcome news to some people. As he struggled to speak, James suspected that if Lucy still harbored any romantic feelings for him, they were about to be irrevocably destroyed. As his parents sidled quietly away, James opened the scrapbook he kept close at hand. He opened to the last page and showed the photograph to Lucy. "It's true, Lucy. I only found out yesterday. This is Elliot Henry, my son." Without making a sound, Lucy glanced at the picture, looked up at James with wounded eyes, and fled. Chapter 16. Thin Crust Cheese Pizza. James gave the gum-chewing, iPod-wearing pizza delivery teen such a generous tip that the young man actually removed his earbuds in order to say thanks. Smiling, James shooed him from his doorstep, slid the pie into his warmed oven, and then put the finishing touches to the makeshift dining table. The doorbell sounded at exactly 5:30, and James leapt to answer it for the second time that evening. Waiting on the other side of that solid piece of wood was his 4-year-old son. "I love this house," Jane exclaimed as soon as she stepped inside. "You have a huge yard and a front porch. It's just perfect for sipping lemonade in the summer and setting out jack-o'-lanterns in October. Right, Elliot?"
Can we make a scary one?
Elliot asked James.
Like a monster from where the wild things are?
"When Halloween comes, we can carve whatever face you'd like." James was dying to scoop the little boy into his arms and cover his face with kisses, but he settled for ruffling Elliot's wavy, soft brown hair. "I know the world's best pumpkin patch. We can have a hayride and jump in a giant bin of corn kernels, and you can go on a pony ride." Elliot nodded.
I like ponies, especially the ones with spots.
"Me too. And I'm glad to hear that you're an animal lover," James said warmly, "because we're having supper at the Hickory Hill Zoo tonight." Cocking her head quizzically, Jane unzipped Elliot's coat and, after removing her own, looked around for a place to put them. "I'll just toss these on the kitchen counter. Elliot, you go with Daddy and find out what this zoo is all about." Elliot reached out his hand, and James enfolded it inside his own. "Daddy," he thought. "I'll never get tired of hearing that word." James led his son into the living room, which was illuminated by battery-powered lanterns. James had spent his lunch hour in a bout of frenzied painting and had managed to transform the largest of his cardboard moving boxes into zoo animal chairs. There was a zebra, a lion, a giraffe, and an elephant. The heads were made out of shoe boxes, and the giraffe's neck and elephant's trunk had been formed using part of a dryer vent. Scott and Francis, who'd built the cardboard furniture while wolfing down bacon double cheeseburgers, had rigged all the heads with wire so they bobbed gently when touched. Given their uncanny technical skills, the twins weren't happy until the animals were given added features. James was delighted when they showed him how to attach a battery to narrow wires in order to activate the small bulbs that would light up eyes inside each animal head.
They're not real, right?
Elliot asked, his high voice growing shrill in amazement. "No, they're not. That's probably a good thing, considering our dining room table is a crocodile," James said with a wink. Scott and Francis had transformed another oversized box into a green reptile with a long, spiked tail and jagged teeth. To make the beast less threatening, the twins had painted the croc with neon pink polka dots and a Cheshire cat grin. James had set their plates, napkins, and cups on the table and placed another hurricane lantern in the center to enhance the safari-like atmosphere.
Mommy!
Elliot screeched happily.
We're eating pizza on a crocodile!
He pivoted around the room.
I'm going to sit on the lion's chair.
James served Jane and Elliot pizza on animal-shaped plates. When Elliot asked to have his pizza cut up, James smacked himself in the forehead for not considering that a 4-year-old might not want to eat pizza with his hands. Jane seemed completely unfazed, however. "You're supposed to be a young lion," she admonished their son playfully, "so act like one. Rip that pizza apart with your giant lion teeth. Like this." She tore at her slice and chewed with a satisfied growl. Giggling, Elliot copied her.
"How does a giraffe eat?"
he asked James. James sat very straight in his chair, stretched his neck taut, bit off a mouthful of pizza, and chewed using only his molars, thus exaggerating the side-to-side motion of his jaw. Jane agreed that zebras chewed much like giraffes and mimicked James's absurd style of pizza eating. Soon, all 3 of them were laughing up a storm. After dinner, while savoring raspberry frozen custard pops from the custard cottage, Elliot told his parents what he had done at preschool that day. He went into great detail over which kids were his best friends and which ones made him mad because they'd repeatedly knocked down his block tower. As he licked his custard, Elliot listed all the words he knew that began with the letter G, and confessed that he'd eaten most of the marshmallows he'd been given to glue onto a sheet of blue construction paper. He explained that he decided he'd rather have an extra snack than a snowman on his paper. By the time his ramble was done, everyone had finished dessert, and Elliot had begun to yawn and rub his eyes. "I think we'd better head home," Jane said. James nodded reluctantly. He didn't want the evening to end. "Can I show him something first? I'll be quick. I can see that our young zookeeper is getting tired."
"Go ahead. I'll clean up and bring your trash bag out to my car. It's pickup day at our place tomorrow, and since you haven't officially moved in yet, I assume you don't have a garbage can."
She smiled as James confessed that he didn't even know when his trash day was.
"It's okay," she said. "Everyone goes through this when they move. It's going to take a while for you to figure out the rhythm of this place."
"At least I know who my mailman is," he said, and felt comforted by knowing that Bennett would be routinely coming to his house. Beckoning Elliot to follow him, James led his son into the small bedroom facing the backyard. "Okay, you need to lie down on the floor for the magic to happen. Nope, roll over. You should be on your back for this trick. Good. Now close your eyes. Ready?" James turned off the lights and settled next to his son. "You can open your eyes now."
"Wow!" Elliot's voice came out as a whisper. "Magic stars! How'd you do that?"
"The house just came that way," James answered. "Do you think you'd like to hang out in this room? I mean, would you like this to be your room?" Elliot leaned back on his elbows and surveyed the space.
"I like it," he said, and then asked, "Am I moving here, Mom?"
Jane stood in the doorway, gazing up at the stars. "You're going to have 2 homes, Elliot. Isn't that cool? Sometimes you'll sleep at my house, and sometimes at Daddy's." She glanced quickly at James. "But you and Daddy need to spend more time together before you start having sleepovers, okay?"
Her eyes met James's, and he nodded in recognition that what she was saying was both wise and true. He did need to become more familiar with his son's habits, likes, temperament, and mannerisms before taking charge of him without Jane being present. "Listen, buddy." He touched Elliot lightly on the hand. "I'm moving into this house over the next few days, but I haven't picked out stuff for your room yet. I don't really know how to decorate it. If you told me the name of your favorite book, I could make this room really special for you." Yawning again, Elliot replied,
"That's easy. I like Curious George the best. He's always getting in trouble."
"Come on, little monkey. Time to go," Jane said, putting her hands on her hips. Elliot gave James another of his quick, fierce hugs before submitting to being bundled in a coat, hat, scarf, and mittens. "Are you free Sunday afternoon?" James asked Jane as she took Elliot's mittened hand.
"We sure are.
Let's spend some time going over our calendars then. I figure Elliot's going to need to stay with me during the weekdays so he can get to school on time, but you could come to our place in the evening, and he can come here on weekends. You know, not overnight at first, but for the day." She drew Elliot close. "Why don't I take care of supper Sunday night? I've actually learned how to make a few dishes, believe it or not." Recalling what an atrocious cook Jane had been during their marriage, James shook his head. "Pop's wife will never speak to me again if she isn't allowed to stock my fridge. I know it's early on in this whole getting to know each other thing, but could Elliot's grandparents stop by for a bit Sunday? Maybe just for dessert? They want to meet him so badly."
"Of course,"
Jane responded, and then instantly lowered her voice.
"But I remember your father all too well. Is he going to hurt me after how I treated you?"
James shrugged. "If Pop comes at you with his fists clenched, just use Elliot as a human shield. He'd never hit his only grandchild." Giving him a playful punch in the arm, Jane waved goodbye. She gave their weary son a piggyback ride to the car, humming to him as she trotted down the front path. James watched as she buckled Elliot into his booster seat and then turned on the Volvo's engine. Elliot placed his small hand against the glass of his window and wiggled his fingers in farewell. The car rolled slowly down the driveway and turned onto Hickory Hill Lane. James stood on the front porch until the bright red taillights grew as small and distant as the winter stars. Saturday was painting day. James dressed in a ratty sweatshirt and jeans and filled a thermos with hazelnut coffee. Carrying a portable CD player and a copy of Curious George under his arm, he used his free hand to unlock the front door to his new house. He paused just inside the threshold for several moments to savor images from his pizza dinner with Jane and Elliot before preparing to paint the kitchen. As he listened to Carrie Underwood's new CD, he removed switch plates and applied tape around the windows and woodwork trim. Dipping his brush into a can of white primer paint, James wondered what his friends were doing and when they'd get together in order to talk about the case. He wanted to tell them about Elliot, too, but that kind of news had to be delivered in person. He'd just finished the primer coat when the doorbell rang. "Surprise!" the supper club members yelled and filed into his house. Jillian strode into the center of the living room and plunked down a green hemp purse embroidered with lavender dragonflies. "Everyone stop right there. I'm going to perform a cleansing ritual called smudging that is practiced by the Native Americans of the Northwest." She dug an apparatus resembling a torch out of her bag and lit it with a purple Bic lighter. I'm going to allow the smoke from this cluster of sage, cedar, and sweetgrass to graze the walls in every room. I'd like the rest of you to quietly visualize James living a life of peace and happiness in this house while I purify the air." Murmuring to herself, Jillian spun around the room, directing the torch smoke into each corner. Bennett stared at her in a state of bemused mystification, but Lindy stood with her eyes closed and her hands clasped, inhaling the pleasant scent of the burning herbs. James decided this might not be the best time to ask where Lucy was, or if she had spilled the beans about Elliot. When Jillian left to purify the master bedroom, Bennett strolled into the kitchen and picked up a paint roller. "In addition to burning bushes in your new house, we're here to work. What color should I paint these walls, my man?" "I can't believe you guys." James was touched by the offer. "It's enough just to see you. You don't need to spend your day off painting." Lindy threw her coat on the hall floor and folded back the sleeves of her artist's smock. "Many hands make light work. Lucy'll be here by lunchtime, so let's get something done before then. Where do you want me, James? Should I start priming the living room?" "Oh, look at these adorable animals." She pointed at the crocodile table. "Those look like the twins' handiwork." Picking up his copy of Curious George, James said, "Scott and Francis are the marvelous animal creators, yes, but I'm also in need of your particular artistic talents, Lindy. I'll tell you why in a second." James waited for Jillian to reappear in the living room. She had him extinguish the torch and asked him to inhale its revitalizing fragrance. Only after she'd waved the smoke over every inch of his body was he permitted to gather his 3 friends around his scrapbook. They received his announcement exactly as he had expected them to, with shouts of joy, warm embraces, and dozens of questions. "And you want me to paint his room?" Lindy dabbed at her eyes. "I'm so honored." Bennett clapped James on the back. "I can't wait to see your mini-me. Elliot Henry. Congrats, my friend. Congrats." "Oh, I just adore children," Jillian sighed rapturously. "And to know that a part of your essence is encapsulated in this child. James, I can't wait to lay my eyes on this boy." She looped her arm through Bennett's. "I feel jittery already." "That's it, woman," Bennett teased her fondly. "No more tree bark tea for you. I'll introduce all of you, I promise. But I don't want to overwhelm the poor kid. He's going to meet his grandparents tomorrow night. I have another reason to be happy because Milla and my father are now officially man and wife. They had a quick wedding down at the church." James drew in his breath. "Oh, no. I've been so wrapped up in my own affairs that I haven't done a thing to celebrate their nuptials. I haven't even bought them a gift. I was going to send them on a nice honeymoon, but I don't have the money now that I've closed on the house. What am I going to do?" "We'll brainstorm while we paint," Jillian suggested. "The cadence of our bodies moving our brushes and rollers up and down might just stimulate the creative centers of our minds." "Don't let that woman near your CD player," Bennett warned. "She'll put on some yoga mumbo-jumbo." The friends looked through Elliot's scrapbook and then got to work. They bantered, painted, and chatted all morning long. By noon, the kitchen and living room looked clean, fresh, and bright. Elliot's room had been primed and was ready for Lindy's hand-painted designs. "Do you have a nice, serene color chosen for your bedroom?" Jillian asked. "I'm certain we could get it finished today." James shook his head. I hadn't expected this painting party, but I could go buy some. I think Lindy's going to need more colors for Elliot's room, and I'd love to treat for lunch. It's the least I can do."
"Hello," Lucy called out as she let herself into the house. "Lunch is served."
Bennett moved forward to take one of the 2 plastic bags from Lucy's hands. "What have we here?"
"Meatball subs, except for Jillian's, of course. She's having provolone, mozzarella, tomato, and a pesto spread on herb focaccia."
James pushed a $20 bill into Lucy's hand. "Hi," he said shyly, as she looked down at the money.
"I'm not taking this."
She breezed past him into the kitchen and laid the bill on his counter.
"I missed half of my painting shift, so the least I could do was pick up lunch."
Gazing into the living room, she smiled.
"I call the zebra chair."
"I thought you might be angry with me," James whispered to Lucy, after the food had been handed out and the rest of the supper club members were making themselves comfortable in the living room. Lucy feigned great interest in a Benjamin Moore paint chart.
"I was just shocked, that's all. You're my friend, and I'm happy for you. Seriously. Now relax and eat your sub. I have an update on our investigation."
After settling in the lion chair, she spread a napkin on her lap.
"I ate half of my sub in the car, so let me take a few bites while it's still warm, and then I'll tell you about the phone calls I made to Natchez."
James couldn't believe how famished he was. Is there a chemical in the paint that induces hunger? He wondered. Lindy passed out bottles of water, while Bennett tossed snack-sized bags of baked potato chips to each of his friends. "Okay, Lucy, what have you got?"
"Russ DuPont is Mrs. D's grandson," Lucy began. "Russell DuPont's mother never married. She also died at a young age from alcohol poisoning. According to the neighbors, she'd always been a wild girl. Russ often went without meals or electricity, and he missed more days of school than he attended."
She pried open her bag of potato chips and paused her narrative in order to eat one.
"That poor boy," Jillian said.
Lucy nodded in agreement.
"I think he's lived a hard life. After his grandma's death, followed by his mother's a year later, he was placed into foster care, and if I can believe what these Natchez ladies told me, he was one angry boy. He was in trouble all the time."
She raised her sub to her lips.
"He has an extensive juvenile record, from vandalism to petty theft to selling his grandma's prescription drugs on the street. This kid's done it all."
"The neighbors told you all that?" Lindy asked in disbelief.
Shaking her head, Lucy said, "I called the sheriff's department and told them all about our case. They were very interested in helping me get a full picture on Russ. I guess he's got them out of bed more than once with his criminal activities. They're faxing me copies of his records."
"So we've got a hostile young man who drove to the Shenandoah Valley and got a job on a goat farm where he produced bacteria-infested eggs that he gave to Paulette." James examined his meatball sub greedily. "Sounds like a complicated and deliberate plan. Russ is no dummy." Lindy looked perplexed. "Am I missing something here? Why would this boy hate Paulette? Did she do something to his mother or to his grandma?"
"That's the question I'm hoping you can answer." Lucy turned to James. "If not you, then Milla."
A thought had been forming in James's mind while Lucy had been speaking, and now he spoke it aloud. "Milla told me about their neighbor, a Mrs. D. She was an older woman who'd created hundreds and hundreds of recipes. She had shoeboxes filled with them. What if—"
"The diva stole her recipes," Lindy cried, "and published them as her own."
"And became rich and famous off them," Bennett added.
While the DuPonts stayed poor and downright miserable, Paulette was autographing cookbooks and hosting television shows. They all chewed on their sandwiches as they tried to imagine Russ DuPont discovering that his grandmother's recipes had made another woman extremely wealthy.
"Our line of reasoning makes sense," Lucy said. "If Paulette made off with the recipes, it would explain why she never returned to Natchez. Still, without a confession from Russ, our theories are circumstantial."
"And there's no sign of Russ," James pointed out. "Do you think he'll go back to the goat farm? Or is he done exacting his revenge and is now on the run?" Jillian drew in a frightened breath. "Is Chloe in danger?"
Lucy considered the question. As the next beneficiary of Paulette's estate, she may be. But if Russ is following the diva's money trail, then he won't leave town. He must be lying low until he can get to Chloe. We've called dozens of hotels, but none of them have Russ DuPont registered as a guest. Still, he could be checked in anywhere under a false name.
"I'll tell you one thing." Bennett balled up his trash and scrutinized the crushed foil in his hand. "Aunt Wheezy won't be much help fending off an angry young man."
"Don't worry," Lucy assured him. "Chase's death lit a fire under Sheriff Huckabee. With all the media attention zeroing in on Quincy's Gap because of Murphy's damn book, he doesn't want to look inept. He has 2 deputies keeping an eye on Wheezy and Chloe. Someone's watching them around the clock."
"Ugh, that book." Lindy spat out the word. "Would someone please tell me what happens at the end?" James pleaded. "I know it's off subject, but everywhere I go someone mentions the shocking ending. Would someone just put me out of my misery?"
Lindy shook her head in refusal, but Lucy gave her friend a crooked smile. "Don't worry, Lind. I know Murphy's written it so that I get shot in the face in the final chapter. Donovan's read the section aloud in the station 6 times by now."
"She kills your character?"
James was aghast.
Only the danger of his last meatball falling from its cushion of bread was able to distract him from such a shocking announcement. "That's so nasty, cruel, vindictive, abusive, and childish."
Jillian supplied him with several apt adjectives. "I've pretty much summed up all our characters right there."
"I thought you weren't going to read it," James asked in astonishment.
Jillian toyed with a tendril of hair. "I gave in to temptation, and I regret it, too. My character doesn't die," Lucy yelled. "I just get disfigured." When James spluttered in indignation, Lucy held up both of her hands. "Hello, we have a murder case to solve. Can we just forget about that dumb book and—" She trailed off, but James noticed that her eyes had darted toward Elliot's scrapbook. "What are our options?" Lindy asked. "If Chloe is under guard until she returns to Florida, there's nothing we can do."
James sighed. "Russ has to be caught going after Chloe. That's the only way the authorities will know he's the killer. We need to have some kind of event, a reason to keep Chloe and Wheezy around town a little longer."
Bennett stroked his mustache.
"Yeah, like a big, loud get-together. If there's a bunch of folks around, Russ might feel like he can get to Chloe. And if Miller's bought goat's milk goodies from this guy, she'd be able to recognize him. She could whisper in Lucy's ear, and our favorite deputy would take him down." He looked at James. "Is there going to be a funeral for Chase?" "Not here," James answered. "His widow phoned Miller and said that she felt that the father of her children should be buried where they live. Personally, I think she wants to dance on Chase's grave, but Miller wanted the girls to be able to visit Chase. much like she wanted to visit Paulette.
Then let's forget about funerals. Why not focus on joy and host a surprise party instead? Jillian grinned. I believe you are quite close to a couple who have recently exchanged commitment vows. Right, James? A party for my parents, he exclaimed, to celebrate their wedding. That's a brilliant idea, Jillian. His face fell. Except for the fact that I'm broke. Lindy waved dismissively. This is Quincy's Gap, James. She leapt up, grabbed her purse from the hallway, and pulled a pocket calendar from inside. I believe Wednesday would be a lovely evening for the supper club to host a surprise wedding reception in honor of Jackson and Camilla Henry. Does everyone agree? We do! James's friends shouted in unison. Laughing and chatting excitedly, they returned to their painting duties. Ideas and party plans were batted about as brushes and rollers covered the walls with warm hues. At one point, Lindy came into the kitchen for more paint. Brandishing her cell phone at James, she said, "You stay out of your son's room until I'm done. I'm going to create the ultimate Curious George bedroom for him and call in a few favors from our friends and neighbors. We teachers are all blessed with the ability to multitask." As she disappeared down the hall, James slung his arm around Bennett. If Luis doesn't kneel down on one knee pretty soon, I'm going to have to take a baseball bat to his leg. Well, that would get him on his knees, Bennett mumbled pensively. But Lindy didn't say she was looking for a proposal. What she wants is for him to show the rest of the world he's her man. Like you did on national television, James teased. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that, Bennett grumbled. And no, that's not what I'm saying. I believe a good old-fashioned kiss would do the trick. In front of a group of people, such as the throng we're going to gather for our surprise party? James asked. Bennett winked at him. I couldn't think of a better time for that man to lay one on Lindy. We'll just have to make sure that happens now, won't we? Yes, we will. James dipped his brush into a bucket of primer. But I'll bring my baseball bat anyway, just in case. Chapter 17. The Diva's Praline Pecan Cake. The next morning, James went to church with his parents. After the service, he told them he was looking forward to seeing them for supper and hurried off, eager to stock his kitchen at 27 Hickory Hill Lane with food. He also wanted to arrange his new pots and pans, dishes, and eating utensils so that his family wouldn't have to eat off animal-shaped paper plates. Having borrowed the Diva's latest cookbook from the library, James planned to bake a stunning cake for his loved ones. Despite these lofty intentions, he found himself standing in the middle of the baking aisle at Food Lion, staring dumbly at the ingredient list for the Diva's perfect praline pecan bundt cake. You look lost. Willow pulled her cart alongside James's and peered at the open cookbook. She made that one for the TV show in December, remember? It's really delicious. It sounds like a perfect wintertime cake, James sighed. Too perfect. I'm not an experienced cook by any means, and I'm feeling daunted by these instructions. Willow began scanning the shelves. She grabbed a box of cake mix and put it in his cart. This situation calls for a shortcut. That cake mix is almost as good as the made-from-scratch batter, but it takes half the time and only 3 ingredients. Just concentrate on the icing and the candied pralines. Since you're making those 2 by hand, no one will suspect that the cake itself wasn't homemade. James reviewed the directions for the frosting and pecans and decided they weren't too challenging. "Thanks, Willow. You're a lifesaver."
"No problem. I'm going to be using a few shortcuts as well, since I'm in charge of dessert for Wednesday night's party." She looked pleased to have been asked. "I told Lindy that I plan to make cupcakes instead of a multi-tiered cake. Since we don't have an army of waiters, cupcakes are easier. Your parents will get a miniature cake, of course, but I thought they might prefer a pair of white doves instead of the traditional bride and groom toppers."
James laughed. "I suppose there aren't too many toppers of gray-haired couples. Thanks for being so thoughtful, Willow, and for taking care of the dessert." James tossed a bag of pecans into his cart.
"I really wanted to do something for Milla. She's been so good to me."
A thought occurred to James. I wonder how I'm going to get those goat's milk products out of the house and packaged up before Wednesday. They're in Pop's shed, and he never lets anybody inside when he's not around.
"Your friend Lindy has that covered. She's going to visit your father this afternoon as a representative of her mother's art gallery, and plans to find a way to sneak the party favors out."
James frowned. "Poor Lindy. She might not get the warmest reception. Pop's been in a bit of a painting drought lately."
"That happens to all creative types. Something or someone will get him back on track. Besides, 2 people who were supposed to be at his wedding are dead now. That must have affected your father. Throwing him a surprise party ought to cheer him right up."
"You're only saying that because you don't know Pop. He's going to hate being the center of attention," James replied. Then he thought, "But to catch a killer, it's worth a little discomfort on his part." Quickly adding the rest of the cake ingredients to his cart, James also stocked up on toilet paper, paper towels, garbage bags, and cleaning supplies for his house. He nearly passed out when the total appeared in neon green digits on the cash register. Digging his credit card from his wallet, he muttered under his breath, hi-ho, it's into debt I go." It was impossible for him to stay cross while filling the refrigerator and pantry in his newly painted kitchen. The room was too warm and welcoming to accommodate grumpiness. Switching on the radio, James prepared the box of butter pecan cake mix. He was thrilled to be able to use the steel bowls, rubber spatula, measuring cups, and hand mixer Milla had given him, and when he slid the bundt pan into the oven, he decided to work on becoming an accomplished cook. After all, I'll be feeding my son on a regular basis. With thoughts of his son fresh in his mind, James wandered down the hall to examine Elliot's room for the 3rd time that afternoon. The supper club members had painted until well after dark the day before, and when Lindy finally exited Elliot's room, she had looked tired but immensely pleased. "It has to dry overnight," she'd warned James before she would let him enter. "And you should tell the carpet guys to be really careful on Monday." "Stop stalling and show us your masterpiece," Bennett had finally shouted. James, Jillian, Bennett, and Lucy had filed into Elliot's room. Glancing around, they'd exclaimed in delight and congratulated Lindy on a job well done. Their artistic friend had gone all out in order to create a room that any monkey lover would appreciate. First, she'd divided the wall in half so that the upper walls became a cobalt blue sky and the lower half was a tropical forest floor. Trees, exotic plants, and flowers bloomed everywhere, and several monkeys resembling Curious George swung from jungle vines. Butterflies, dragonflies, hummingbirds, and macaws also populated the forest canopy. On the wall where James planned to place Elliot's bed, Lindy had painted George flying through the air as he clung to a bunch of balloons. The monkey wore his trademark grin, and the shiny balloons looked so realistic that James believed that if he stuck a pin into one, it might actually pop. "You're a lady Picasso," Bennett had praised Lindy. Lucy had nodded in agreement and then, a trifle sourly, asked, "What happens when Elliot outgrows Curious George?" "His Aunt Lindy will paint him something else," Lindy had quickly responded, smiling at James. Now, standing in the charming room, James felt as though there were too many hours between now and 3 o'clock. But in truth, he didn't have that much time to finish his cake and assemble the kitchen table he'd hastily purchased from the local furniture store. The owner attended the same church as the Henrys, and when James explained how desperately he needed his table and an extra 2 chairs delivered that afternoon, the man promised to drive the items over himself. The tile-top table and 6 ladder-back chairs arrived by 2. And though James only had to screw the legs to the table base, he also had to bake the candied pecans, which would serve as the cake garnish, mix the frosting, and move the bouquet of yellow carnations he had sitting in the sink to a glass vase. By the time the cake was cool, the kitchen table was set up and the flowers were arranged. James was quite pleased with himself when he overturned the bundt pan and the golden cake dropped effortlessly onto a cranberry-colored cake plate. James spooned the frosting over the top and sides, enjoying how it slowly dripped down the lines and crevices in the cake. Frowning at the puddle of icing pooling in the middle, he realized he'd probably poured on too much at once. "Ah, well, I'm not exactly the diva of dough," he told his creation, and then he meticulously placed the candied pralines in a ring around the top of the cake. He ate half a dozen while he worked, wondering how Paulette had stayed so slim while constantly being exposed to such tempting ingredients. "It's a good thing library books aren't edible," he said to himself. When Jane and Elliot arrived, James covered his son's eyes with a dish towel blindfold and led him down to his bedroom. "Something smells delicious," Jane exclaimed as she walked behind them. "And it's not the new paint, either." "That's the aroma of my homemade dessert wafting through the house. And, as I mentioned on the phone this morning, Milla's taking care of the rest of our dinner, so prepare yourself for a sumptuous feast. I thought we'd play with Elliot's Legos until they get here. Milla bought so many blocks that Elliot will be able to build a whole city." Elliot stopped in his tracks, almost causing James to collide into him.
"What are Legos?" he asked.
James directed a tisk-tisk at Jane. "Has this child been raised by wolves?" He laid his hands lightly on Elliot's shoulders and prodded him forward. "Come on, son. I believe a few monkeys are waiting to meet you."
"This is the best room ever!"
Elliot yelled when the blindfold was removed. After spinning around and around, he performed 2 somersaults in the center of the floor. "Thanks for nothing," Jane murmured, and poked James playfully in the ribs. "Now his room at my house is going to be unlivable in comparison." "I wasn't trying to make this a competition," James apologized sincerely. Jane poked him again, and he let loose an involuntary giggle. "I'm kidding, you big orangutan. This room is awesome. One of your supper club friends is the artist, right? Tell me more about her." As the 3 of them settled on the floor and began to build fantastical houses out of Legos, James fondly reminisced about how he and the supper club members had first met. Naturally, this led to the subject of how the five of them got involved in their first murder investigation, and before he knew it, James was confiding to his ex-wife how hurt and angry he felt about Murphy's book. "I'd say this writer took poetic license to the extreme," Jane said sympathetically. "Why would she do something so cruel to Lucy's character? Did the women dislike one another?" She handed Elliot a red square. The boy was so intent in his building that he paid no attention to his parents, humming songs under his breath as he constructed a tower of colorful blocks. James spun the wheels of one of the Lego cars. "Murphy was always jealous of Lucy. You see,
Let me guess, you dated them both."
When James blushed, Jane laughed.
"Oh, goodness, James Henry, the Casanova of Quincy's Gap is right in front of me."
"And now?" Her voice turned serious, but her eyes still twinkled with mirth.
"Who holds the key to your heart these days?"
"He does." James pointed at their son. At that moment, the doorbell sounded. "Ready to meet your grandparents, Lego master?" he asked Elliot, and the boy mumbled,
"Sure,"
without bothering to halt construction. James fully expected his father to exude a chilly attitude toward Jane, and at first his demeanor was definitely frosty. But as the evening progressed and Jackson was able to witness what a fine mother she was, he eventually thawed. He and Elliot liked each other right away. When Elliot asked Jackson if he should call him Grandpa, Jackson leaned down and whispered something in the little boy's ear. Jackson winked, and Elliot rewarded him with a smile before returning to his room. Elliot stayed there while his grandparents toured the house, but as soon as the adults were settled in the kitchen, the boy sidled up to Jackson and tugged on his shirt.
"My tower keeps falling over," he complained. "Can you help me, Pop-Pop?"
That simple utterance was all it took. Jackson smiled and marched off to his grandson's room to show him how to create solid building foundations. Milla had her turn with Elliot, too. Eventually, he wandered back to the kitchen in search of a glass of water, and before James knew it, Elliot was standing on a kitchen chair using the hand blender to whip the potatoes. James cringed when he saw the flecks of white all over his clean countertops, but when Milla noticed his expression, she informed him that all good cooks were messy.
"Am I cooking, Grandma?"
Elliot shouted over the whir of the mixer.
"You are, darling, and you're a natural, too,"
Milla replied, her eyes shining. The dinner was a success. Milla made a roast chicken with stuffing, green beans, mashed potatoes, and biscuits. Everything that wasn't slathered in butter was drenched in brown gravy, and James knew there'd be hell to pay when he got on the scale the next day, but he didn't care. He served his praline pecan cake with decaf coffee for the adults and a cold glass of milk for his son, and he was delighted by the compliments lavished on him by the two women. "It's fair passable," Jackson grumbled, when Milla demanded that he comment on his son's culinary skills. Elliot turned to James and repeated his grandfather's statement word for word in the same grouchy tone. Everyone laughed. "We've got a smart aleck at our table, eh?" Jackson asked, obviously pleased to have a mimic. All too soon, it was time for Jane and Elliot to leave. He gave his grandparents kisses on the cheek and then approached James for his customary hug.
"You're a good cake maker,"
he whispered into James's ear. He then snuggled against his chest for a moment before taking his mother's hand. Once more, she carried him off into the night. "Is this part ever going to get any easier?" James asked Milla after the Volvo disappeared from view. "Probably not," she said with a compassionate smile. "I'm gonna cry every time you leave our house." "You cry over toothpaste commercials, Mrs. Henry," Jackson said. "Come on, get your coat on. It's gonna snow. That damn dog next door has been howling his head off since lunchtime." He turned to James. "This is a good house, son, and your son is a fine boy. I'm gonna paint him tomorrow. My head's right stuffed with pictures." "That's great, Pop." James was thrilled to see the eager twitch of his father's fingers. As though embarrassed by his candidness, Jackson gestured toward the kitchen. "You're gonna bring the rest of that cake home for us to eat, right? I'll find a place to hide it so you won't mess up your diet." "So you did like it?" James teased. "Yes, I'll bring it. But I may have another piece. After all, this is my last night sleeping in my old room. I might need some comfort food." "Oh, don't remind me," Milla cried. "I feel like we'll never see you again." James embraced her fondly and thought, "Next time we have dinner, it won't just be with me. It'll be with half of Quincy's Gap." Jackson, or rather the dog, living next door to the Henrys, had been right about the snow. It fell all night long, but in timid flakes that appeared to lack direction. All signs of precipitation had disappeared by the next morning, but on Tuesday afternoon, a much more determined front descended upon the Shenandoah Valley. A surreal pink sky preceded thick clouds and a cascade of vigorous flakes. When Wednesday dawned, the world was completely muffled in white. "The weather is a nice compliment to your parents' party," Mrs. Waxman said, arriving for the evening shift 2 hours early. "The way the drifts have formed on the lawn, they almost look like piped icing, and the snow on the sidewalk is like a bridal veil." She patted James on the arm. "Enough of my metaphors. You'd better get a move on. And don't forget to save me a cupcake." James saluted his former middle school teacher and said, "Yes, ma'am." He took care driving to the church and was delighted to note that Lindy, Bennett, and Jillian's cars were already in the parking lot. His friends were busy stomping their boots on the mat in the front hall when he entered. "What have we here?" Lindy asked, helping him with his bags. James poured out the contents of 2 other bags onto the buffet table in the fellowship hall. "I pretty much bought anything the store had that was white or remotely connected to weddings." Bennett held up a 100-count bag of white balloons. "And who's supposed to blow these suckers up?" "I bought a little hand pump." James clapped Bennett on the back. "Do you think you could make an arch over the far end of the hall? That's where the wedding cupcakes will be. 300 balloons ought to do it." Spluttering, Bennett requested another job, but Jillian grabbed the hand pump from him and smiled. "You pump, I'll tie. I have very nimble fingers. Don't I know it?" Bennett smiled at her affectionately. James left them to their project and began to thumbtack glittering snowflakes, silver wedding bells, and cutouts of white doves hanging from curly white ribbon onto the ceiling tiles. His hands shook a little as he worked, and a feeling of anxiety began to swell inside his chest. Would the killer attend their celebration? Would the supper club members be able to conceal the fact that their eyes would be scanning each and every face in the crowd in search of the dangerous stranger? Would Russ DuPont wear a disguise or wait in the janitor's closet for a chance to ambush Chloe? Perhaps this entire affair is a grave mistake, James thought worriedly. We're being so arrogant.
to play with Chloe's life this way."
James was just hanging the last pair of doves when the Fitzgerald twins breezed in carrying a stereo system and 2 sets of speakers. After renting the hall and paying for a weekend getaway to Asheville, James didn't have enough funds to hire a disc jockey, but Francis and Scott assured him that they owned enough CDs to keep the party going all night.
"Let's hope it's not that much fun. We all have to work tomorrow,"
James had told them earlier that day. He had then showed them the printout of Russ DuPont's photograph, which Lucy had acquired from the sheriff's department in Natchez.
"Be on the lookout for this guy. He probably murdered Paulette and Chase, and he may try to harm Chloe tonight. We're going to need every pair of eyes, so memorize this face."
The twins had studied the photograph for a long time.
"Man, he doesn't look like a killer," Scott had said. "That makes him even more dangerous. Dark blonde hair, blue eyes, about 6 feet tall,"
Francis read from Lucy's notes.
"He won't stand out in a crowd."
James stared at the young man's face for the 100th time.
"He'd better stand out tonight. Someone's life may depend on it."
As the twins got busy hooking up the stereo, Lucy arrived with Deputy Truitt in tow. He was to come to the party as a guest, but a guest carrying a concealed gun. Lucy was armed and told her supper club friends that she had a police radio in her purse, just in case she needed to alert Sheriff Huckabee or Deputy Donovan. Huckabee was already camped out in the church office, which would serve as the law enforcement command center for the duration of the party. Donovan was in charge of outdoor surveillance. James relished the idea of Keith Donovan, his nemesis since junior high, sitting on the cold gray leather of his black Camaro, drinking cupfuls of noodle soup and coffee in an effort to keep warm, while the rest of them congregated in a heated room, enjoying a bountiful feast. Surveying the room, James felt his anxiety ebb a little. It looked like a winter wonderland, with the glossy white balloon arch, the glittering silver and white cutouts twirling from the ceiling on satin strings, the ivory tablecloths, and the white amaryllis centerpieces. The room glowed with enchantment. For a moment, James wished Jane and Elliot were attending, but he didn't want his ex-wife and son within miles of Russ DuPont. And though Jane's voice had been fraught with worry when he explained the situation to her on the phone, he promised he wouldn't do anything foolish.
"I'm a father now," he'd said to Jane. "Elliot is the #1 priority in my life. Trust me, I want nothing more than to be with my son. And with you too, of course."
"Hello," Lindy snapped her fingers in front of his face. "You're daydreaming, James." Jillian opened her arms wide and twirled around, her batik skirt opening outward like a flower with rainbow petals.
"And why not? This place looks like a dream. And those cupcakes Willow made. Divine. Come see."
The trio walked over to the dessert table and gazed at the rows of luscious cupcakes. Each confection had been frosted with an inch of creamy vanilla hazelnut icing, topped by a white chocolate heart. "Try one of the hearts," Willow said, as she placed a petite wedding cake in the center of the cupcakes. She gestured at a bowl of white chocolate hearts. "I thought we might sell them at Quincy's Whimsies." James plucked a candy from the bowl and popped it into his mouth. The buttery chocolate melted on his tongue.
"It's heavenly."
All of the supper club members helped themselves to candy hearts. As they showered Willow with compliments, the first guests began to filter into the room. no one came empty-handed. People either carried a wedding gift or a tray of food, and it didn't take long for James to experience a bout of nervousness. "Who are these people?" he asked his friends. "Students from Milla's Fix and Freeze classes," Lindy answered calmly. Lucy was in charge of drumming up volunteers to supply food, and she had the brilliant idea of inviting a bunch of guests who also happened to be darned good cooks. "You're amazing," James told Lucy, and she flushed with pleasure. He walked over to the far side of the room and introduced himself to the dozen people arranging dishes on the buffet table. Reading the placards positioned in front of each warming tray, James was astonished by the assortment of gourmet food Milla's students had created. There was apple and cranberry-stuffed pork loin, maple-glazed salmon, medallions of beef in a cognac cream sauce, lemon dill tilapia, cornbread-stuffed portobellos, spinach tortellini and roasted tomatoes in pesto, and chicken breasts in a sauce of white wine. As James moved down the line, making a mental checklist of which entrees to choose, more unfamiliar people appeared around the table. Men and women of all ages unveiled platters of sides, including risotto cakes, squash medley, wasabi whipped potatoes, wild rice pilaf, and glazed carrots. It was with some relief that he recognized Megan and Amelia Flowers as mother and daughter set out bread baskets of Asiago cheese muffins in the center of each dining table and added an enormous platter of wedding bell cookies to the dessert table. All was ready. James looked around the room and found Chloe and Aunt Wheezy standing by the drinks area. Willie, the jovial owner of the custard cottage, had volunteered to make virgin and champagne-spiked punch. Despite the chill in the evening air, folks were lined up to accept glasses of punch, and Willie's jolly, booming laugh echoed through the large room. Suddenly, the lights blinked on and off 3 times, Bennett's signal that Milla and Jackson had pulled into the parking lot. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Lindy asked at the last moment. "Your folks aren't exactly young. What if we give them a heart attack?" "If anyone's going to get hurt, it'll be me," James joked, momentarily forgetting about Chloe. "Pop detests surprises. Here he comes, like any other dutiful new husband, accompanying his wife to what he believes is her first choir practice. Instead of listening to the sweet melodies of a dozen robed figures, Pop's about to be set upon by 75 well-wishers. Considering he cast off his hermit-like existence fairly recently, I don't expect him to be thankful." He glanced at Lindy's pink face, which was aglow with excitement. "Luis is coming, right?" She nodded. "He has to ditch the PTA ladies first, but he'll be here." As soon as she finished speaking, Bennett flicked the lights again, and the murmurs of the crowd abruptly ceased. In the silence, the dual footsteps of Milla and Jackson striding down the tile-floor hallway caused James's heart to race. His eyes swept across the guests, but everyone's faces matched Lindy's. All the expressions were the same, that of jubilant anticipation. Even the undercover deputies, Lucy and Glenn, had their gazes fixed on the closed door leading from the fellowship hall to the corridor. And then it eased open. "Surprise!" came the deafening, unified shout. Jackson's jaw dropped, and Milla's hands flew to her heart. James rushed forward to grab her by her free arm in case she fainted, but Milla merely repeated, "Oh my, oh my, oh my." while Jackson looked as though he might hurl himself through the closest window.
"What have you done, James Henry?" Milla asked when she'd caught her breath.
"It wasn't me," James protested gently. "A few of your friends wanted to throw you a wedding reception." Avoiding his father's desiccating stare, James leaned toward Milla and whispered, "You sped up your wedding plans for Elliot's sake. The least this son could do was to ensure you celebrated properly." Milla threw her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek.
"And where's my darling grandson?"
James squirmed. "I didn't want him to come.
Oh." Milla's eyes grew round. "You don't want him around Chloe and Wheezy in case that young man—"
She, too, trailed off. And at that awkward moment, Scott and Francis hit a play button on their stereo, and the Crystals belted out, "Going to the Chapel." Most of the guests immediately began to sing along. James turned to his father. "I know this isn't your idea of fun, Pop, but it's just dinner and dessert. After that, you can go back home." Milla tugged on Jackson's earlobe.
"Say something nice, dear. He went through so much trouble to put this party on for us."
"It's nice," Jackson grumbled, and James left his parents to mingle with their guests. For the next 30 minutes, he circulated around the room, smiling, chatting, and never ceasing to look for Russ DuPont. All through dinner, as he sat on Milla's left and sampled the savory entrees her students had created, his eyes scanned and searched. He made certain he was never far from Chloe, and if she moved too far away from him or went out of the hall to use the restroom, Lucy took up the watch. The Fitzgerald twins played Sinatra, Neil Diamond, and Pavarotti tracks throughout the meal, and when Willow led Milla and Jackson to the dessert table, they queued up "It's a Wonderful World." Hand over hand, the newlyweds cut their miniature wedding cake and fed each other a morsel of Willow's gift. When they were done, James saw his father reach out and snag a cupcake on the way back to his seat. When James bit into his own treat, he was astonished to taste a creamy raspberry filling inside the sheet-white dough. He wondered if the cupcakes were Willow's recipe, Paulette's, or Mrs. DuPont's. "Did you taste Willow's chocolate hearts?" he asked Milla. "Your new shop is going to make a fortune." Milla beamed.
"I hope so, because we signed a lease this morning. I'm planning on a Valentine's Day grand opening. What do you think?"
A blast of music from the speakers behind his head prevented James from answering. He recognized the smooth and sonorous voice of Elvis, but couldn't understand why Scott and Francis were playing "Can't Help Falling in Love" at a decibel level that was sure to garner everyone's attention. And then he saw that it wasn't the twins who were looking for notice, but Principal Luis Chavez. Standing behind Lindy's chair, Luis tapped her on the shoulder, and when she turned, he got down on one knee and presented her with a single long-stemmed red rose. He then took her by the hand and slowly pulled her to her feet. As she gazed at him in astonishment, he led her to the front of the room and began to waltz her around the floor. The guests sipped their coffee and watched the couple dance. James met Bennett's eyes, and they exchanged winks. It had been Bennett's idea to give Luis the red rose, along with some friendly advice, and it seemed as though the dashing principal had heeded the mailman's wise counsel. The song came to an end, and Luis dipped Lindy low to the ground. Holding her there, he gave her a tender, lingering kiss on the lips. As he raised her up again, the guests clapped and whistled. Milla grabbed Jackson's hand. "What a perfect party," she said, and released a sigh of deep contentment. Suddenly, James realized that Lindy's dance had distracted him from checking on Chloe's whereabouts. His stomach lurched when he saw that the chair she'd occupied during dinner was now vacant. Rising to his feet, he peered up and down the room, frantically searching for the familiar hue of Chloe's yellow dress. Lucy must have been looking for Chloe, too, for when her eyes met James's, they were bright with fear. The party was over. Chloe was gone. Chapter 18. Champagne Punch. Lucy broke eye contact with James and rushed for the exit. As she ran, James saw her reach into her purse and pull out her radio. By the time she brought the device to her lips, Deputy Truitt was already moving. He'd noticed Lucy's abrupt departure and was following closely on her heels. Meanwhile, Milla and Jackson had left their table and were bidding goodnight to their guests. A group of women circulated through the fellowship hall, collecting the dinner plates and taking them into the kitchen. They talked and laughed noisily as they worked. James was frozen into a state of inaction. Between the guests making preparations to leave, the women tidying up, the loud banter, and the music pulsing in the background, the overall cacophony prevented him from forming a single intelligent thought. Think, he muttered under his breath. The deputies have the exits covered. But what if Chloe is somewhere inside the church? We should split up and search. Yes, splitting up is key. Hustling toward Chloe's seat, James saw that her purse still hung from the back of her chair. Aunt Wheezy was standing by the refreshment table, ladling herself a serving of the spiked punch. The older woman didn't seem in the least perturbed, but James would need to ask her if she knew where Chloe had gone before he went racing around the church halls and offices. He picked up Chloe's handbag and headed toward Wheezy, but Lindy and Louise jumped out of their chairs and blocked his path. "This has been the best party ever," Lindy beamed. "Louise and I—" "Listen," James interrupted crisply. "Chloe's missing. Can you check the restrooms? If she's not there, look in every closet, open every door, and under every pew in this building." "Oh, Lord." Lindy's hands flew to her cheeks. "I completely forgot about Chloe. When Louise and I were dancing, James touched her arm. "We were all distracted, I know, but we need to hurry now." Jillian and Bennett, who'd clearly realized something was amiss, quickly approached James. Jillian reached out, wordlessly took Chloe's purse from him, and hastily inspected its contents. "Her wallet's here. So are the keys to her rental car." Jillian's lips formed a thin line of worry. What would have coaxed her from the room without her purse? Women rarely leave their valuables unattended, even in a place of worship. Her eyes traveled toward the kitchen. "There's a back door off the kitchen, right?" "But Donovan can see that exit from his car," James argued. "She couldn't have been taken that way. I'm going to talk to Wheezy. Maybe she knows something. We'll check out that back exit." Bennett grabbed Jillian by the elbow. "With all this snow, Chloe would have left a trail of footprints. Even dummy Donovan could follow." People tried to stop James on his way to the punch table to congratulate him on a wonderful party, but he only cast brief smiles their way and pressed forward. By the time he reached Wheezy, she was placidly refilling her cup, and when she turned to look at James, he saw a mad glint to her eyes that raised gooseflesh on the back of his neck. She knew about Chloe's disappearance. He was certain of it. She knew, and she didn't care. "Aunt Wheezy, are you okay?" he asked.
studying her carefully.
Course. Why wouldn't I be? It's such a nice party. I love balloons and cupcakes. They're yummy.
And you love punch, James thought ungraciously. Have you seen Chloe? The old woman shrugged and used the ladle to push around the orange slices floating on the surface of the crimson punch.
Nope, I'm sure she's nearby.
She left her purse on the chair and the party's breaking up, James pointed out impatiently. We should find her so you two can head back to the hotel. You both have early flights tomorrow, right? Wheezy moved to take a sip of punch, but before her lips closed around the rim of her cup, James could have sworn he saw them curve into a grin.
Up with the rooster, she said when she was done drinking. Cock-a-doodle-doo.
How are you going to get to the airport? James asked bluntly. Is Russ DuPont going to drive you? Or will the two of you forget about flying and take his car back to Natchez?
Oh, smart boy,
Wheezy replied with a crooked smile and poked him on the chest. Repelled by her yellow teeth, which were partially stained pink by punch, James retreated a step. You've been involved all along, he whispered in mounting horror. You and Russ have worked together from the beginning, haven't you? Wheezy stared into her punch cup like a diviner and hummed, Itsy Bitsy Spider. James recalled the old woman's warped eulogy at Paulette's memorial service. You weren't kidding about dancing on your sister's grave. You were never interested in forgiveness. Your visit was all about revenge, and you got it. Wheezy's face remained impassive, so James went on. And Russ DuPont got his too, didn't he? Did you know his grandmother?
Sure did. She was a delightful woman, poor as a church mouse when she passed.
Wheezy stared in the middle distance.
Patty wrecked that whole family, just like she ruined ours. But that's all in the past now. It's all over.
She raised her cup, and some punch sloshed onto her white blouse, staining the fabric red. Spurred by a righteous fury, James ripped the cup from her hand and tossed it on the table. Where is Chloe?
In heaven, maybe, the old woman said. Or maybe not. Don't really know the girl.
You could make things better for yourself if you help me save her. She did nothing to you, Wheezy, he pleaded. She's an innocent.
That dirty money would have turned her into Patty sooner or later. Look at that miserable son of Patty's, breaking the hearts of his wife and kids. Patty's bad blood flowed in Chase, and it flows in her daughter. At least the girl can go to the Lord without being tainted the way Chase was.
And how will you and Russ go to him? James snarled, pointing at the cross in the nearest stained glass window.
I reckon we've suffered enough. The wrongs done against us will balance things in heaven's books.
Wheezy spread her hands in a show of helplessness.
Reckon I'll know soon enough. See, dear boy, cancer runs in our family. Daddy had it in his lungs, Mama had it in her womb, and I've got it up here.
She tapped the side of her head and flashed another twisted smile.
Not long left for me now. They can put me in a cell, a hospital bed, down a hole. It don't matter. My hourglass is running dry.
James searched his memory for a name, desperate to find something, anything that would convince Wheezy to tell him where Russ had taken Chloe. Alberto, he shouted. Won't Alberto be upset when he learns you let an innocent young woman die? Wheezy's mask slipped, and all traces of her Joker's smile vanished.
Al's gone.
So you were never together? That was all a lie? The old woman's face crumpled.
He got married when I was 22. Had a bunch of kids. He lived right down the street from me, and I was in love with him all these years."
Her eyes were filled with pain.
"Not long ago he moved away. I had nothing left to live for."
James couldn't help but pity Wheezy. Betrayed by her own sister, she'd lived her days as a lonely, bitter woman, and during her time in Natchez, she'd somehow made a connection with another victim of Paulette Martine's duplicity. Perhaps Wheezy's discovery that she had terminal cancer came at the same time as Milla's invitation to come to Quincy's Gap to celebrate her wedding. Wheezy may have viewed the situation as providential. She and Russ had probably acted immediately, and Russ had obtained a position at the goat farm so that he might create several batches of bacteria-laden chicken eggs. Still, there seemed to be so much left to chance. "How could you be certain that Russ and Milla would cross paths?" he asked.
"Russ talked to her outside the grocery store. He'd worked on a bunch of farms in Mississippi and knew his stuff. Made some goat's milk samples and handed them out when Milla went shopping. He knew she'd be there because he followed her."
Wheezy snorted.
"I just love her purple van. It's so pretty. And making bad eggs is easy. Start with bad hens, let the eggs sit in poop, and smear on some turtle dung for extra measure. That's the recipe for bad eggs in a nutshell."
James recalled the website's warning about reptiles carrying the salmonella bacteria. The image of the pair of turtle shells resting on the woodpile outside the cabin at the cornflower goat farm made him shiver. Yet Wheezy's mention of her other sister gave James an idea, a definitive line of attack. "What about Milla, your sweet, loving sister? She's done nothing to harm you or Russ. Yes, Paulette hurt you. No one could argue that she did you a great wrong. But you're destroying Milla's happiness with your actions." Pointing at Milla, James pressed on. "Does she deserve to be miserable?" Wheezy waved in her sister's direction.
"Milla was always sugar and spice. I can't help that these things had to be tidied up during her wedding." She sighed heavily. "I'm worn out, boy. No more talking now. I'm gonna sit back in my chair until they come for me."
And with that, she shuffled back to her seat, looking older than she had at the beginning of the party. There was a sickly, almost greenish tinge to her skin, and the flesh below her eyes seemed almost bruised.
"James!"
Lucy yelled, causing James to turn toward the front of the hall.
"We have Chloe! She's all right!"
Rushing forward to meet his friend, James gripped Lucy by the hand. "What happened?"
"Russ was hiding in Milla's van. Someone must have taken the keys from Milla's purse and put them in a specific location for him. Chloe said Wheezy asked her to carry wedding gifts to the van, but when she opened the rear doors, Russ pulled her inside, tied her up, and drove off."
"What was Donovan doing?" James spluttered. "Taking a nap?"
"Chasing a red herring," Lucy answered. "Russ gave a teenage boy $50 to wear a hooded sweatshirt and slink around the perimeter of the church. Donovan was on him like sugar on a donut, so Russ made his getaway, but he didn't get far."
"Why not?" James asked.
"Lottie heard Donovan screaming into his radio, and thinking she'd overheard a future headline coming across her scanner, jumped into her car and headed over here like an indie driver."
Lucy edged her way to the punch bowl.
"We got lucky because her maniacal driving caused her to crash into the van. Not hard, mind you, but with enough force to send Russ into a ditch. The sheriff heard the noise, radioed us, and we got there in time to apprehend our murderer. Donovan actually got to perform a pile driver on the guy."
James looked out the nearest window, but couldn't see a thing through the colored glass.
Where's Russ now?
Lucy scowled. With Huckabee. The sheriff wants to play the hero. It's an election year, after all.
Serving herself some virgin punch, she drank down a cupful in several swallows.
Of course, Donovan's there, too.
James served himself a glass of spiked punch. You still have a major role to perform, Lucy. Huckabee only has one of 2 guilty parties at the station. He quickly explained Wheezy's role in the killings.
Some dying wish, Lucy mumbled when he was through. Her sister invited her to a wedding and she came to seek revenge? Aren't people supposed to live their last days giving to charities and making peace with enemies?
In a perfect world, yes. Lucy placed her hand on James's shoulder.
This will be the hardest arrest I've ever made.
James was surprised to hear this. Why? Wheezy's expecting it. I doubt she'll struggle or make a dash for the back door.
That's not what I meant. Lucy's blue eyes were sorrowful. I have to bring an old, sick woman to jail. A woman who's wasted her life because of some man.
She removed her hand from James's arm.
That'll never be me. My life belongs to nobody else but me.
James watched her walk away. He didn't agree with Lucy's sentiment. He wanted nothing more than to belong to someone, and to have that person belong to him. He wanted to need someone, to love someone so completely that he wasn't fulfilled without that person. Elliot's sweet face rose in his mind, and James felt revitalized by the very thought of him. Searching for Jackson and Milla, James saw them standing near the doorway, speaking with Lindy, Jillian, and Bennett. "My family," he whispered. "I'd be nothing without them. Nothing at all." As he didn't want Milla to see Lucy take Wheezy away, James hurried over to his parents. Handing his father the keys to the Bronco, he ordered them to go straight home. "Russ has been apprehended, and Chloe's just fine," he told Milla when she began to protest. "I'll check on her right away, and then I'll call and tell you what I know."
All I know is my poor van's been in an accident. But your friends are telling me that Lottie actually saved Chloe's life by crashing into my van? She rubbed her eyes wearily. Jackson, honey, I had no idea that living in Quincy's Gap was going to be so exhausting.
"Take Milla home, Pop. I'll see to everything here." His father nodded. "I'm more than glad to oblige." With his parents gone, James relaxed a little. Lucy waited for them to drive away before helping Wheezy into her coat and leading her to the Jeep. Anyone observing them would simply think that Lucy was chauffeuring an old woman back to her hotel. In fact, most of the guests left the party without having the slightest idea that anything out of the ordinary had occurred. "Is there anything we can do?" Lindy asked James after the last guests were gone. "You should all get some rest." James embraced Lindy and Jillian and slapped Bennett on the back. "I'll go down to the station because Wheezy confessed to me, and if she's gone quiet all of a sudden, I'll be able to fill them in on how she and Russ DuPont killed Paulette and Chase." He rubbed his tired eyes. "Besides, I think I'll take Chloe to my parents' house. My old room still has a bed in it, and she might not want to be alone tonight."
"The poor girl must have been terrified," Jillian exclaimed. "She'll need to be completely cleansed after this experience. Maybe I should drop by in the morning with incense and tea."
"Pop wouldn't let you in the door," James said with a smile. "Before you all go, I want to thank you, not just for throwing this party, but for always being there for me. You're the best friends a guy could have."
Lindy's eyes grew moist. "This is what friends do, James.
We support one another, protect one another, and stick together no matter what. She put her arm around his waist. This investigation had an ugly ending, but we'll get through it. If you or Milla or Chloe need anything, remember that we're just a phone call away. On their way out the door, James saw Bennett take Jillian's hand. Come on, I'll take you home. Home is what James wanted, too. The only furniture he could afford in his new bedroom was a bed and a single nightstand, but he'd slept soundly for the past 2 nights and would like nothing more than to burrow between his soft sheets and roll himself like an enchilada inside his down comforter. Instead, he finished cleaning up the fellowship hall and then headed to the sheriff's department. Deputy Glenn Truitt directed him to a small office, recorded his statement, and gave him a few papers to sign. Knowing that James would ask, Glenn told him that Lucy, Donovan, and Huckabee were busy interviewing Wheezy and Russ DuPont. "I've never even seen this guy," James muttered darkly as he handed Glenn the forms. "That makes everything that happened to us since before Christmas feel unresolved. I mean, Russ DuPont murdered 2 members of Milla's family, yet he remains a complete stranger to me. To all of us." Glenn stood and escorted James toward the station's front door. "You're not going to see him now, either." His mouth formed a conspiratorial smile. "I will tell you that he's a nasty piece of work. He's back there ranting away, shouting and carrying on something fierce." He opened the door for James and gestured for him to leave. "So you can see him all you want at the trial, though it's going to be a short one. 12 kindergartners could pronounce that boy guilty in about 5 minutes. "And Wheezy?" James couldn't help himself, but he hated to think of the old woman lying in a jail cell, her body aching and her mind addled. "I imagine she'll be in the hospital by tomorrow. She ain't well, and we can't give her any of the drugs she says she needs." Glenn held out his hand, allowing a cluster of snowflakes to fall like confetti on his palm. "It's right hard to see the state the old lady's in, but if you take up a sword against justice, you got to pay the price." Eyeing Glenn with interest, James also reached out to touch the falling snow. "I'd like to take Chloe to my parents' house. Can't I at least wait for her?" Glenn shook his head. "She's gonna be a while, but I'll run her over there myself. You have my word on that. Good night, Professor." James drove home through empty, slick streets. His body was heavy with fatigue, and it felt good to slip off his clothes and put on a pair of warm flannel pajamas. He sat on the edge of his bed and knew that his mind was still too unsettled for sleep. Knowing what Jillian would recommend, he boiled some water, and after fixing himself a cup of chamomile tea, sat down at the kitchen table. He turned off all the lights and sipped his tea, while gazing out the window at the snow. "Tomorrow, everything will look fresh again," he whispered, knowing that though the picturesque scene he and his friends and family would see in the morning might serve as a slight restorative, the days and weeks ahead would be filled with pushy reporters, nosy neighbors, and court dates. Normally, James would have trudged to bed feeling gloomy at the thought of these future challenges, but the clouds on the horizon were silver-lined. Milla would hurt, but Jackson would comfort her. Lindy had Louise, and Bennett had Jillian. Lucy claimed to be completely fulfilled by her job, and if that were truly the case, then her February would be both busy and rewarding. "And I have a new mother, 4 best friends, and Jane and Elliot to see me through," he thought.
wrapping himself in the knowledge that he was loved by such a remarkable group of people. He fell asleep with their precious faces floating through his mind. Epilogue. Conversation Hearts. James checked his watch again. It was almost 5 in the afternoon, and he was itching to leave the library. He couldn't wait to be the first person allowed inside Quincy's Whimsies before tomorrow's grand opening. He was just about to head back to his office to collect his coat and lunchbox when Lottie walked through the front door. Scott's former flame had been harassing the Henry clan in an attempt to obtain a statement about Russ and Wheezy's arrests. Considering she'd called James at home and at work, staked out the library, and even accosted him in the grocery store, the pushy reporter was one of the last people James wanted to see. "I've told you before that I have no comment," he growled at her as she approached the desk. "If you want the story on Russ and Wheezy, go ask them yourself. I won't set eyes on Russ until our court date, so stop bothering me." Lottie held up a red gift bag in one hand and made a peace sign with the other.
"I'm not going to ask you about the murders. Murphy's back in town, and she's taken over the story and everything else." Her tone carried a hint of resentment. "I'm covering dog shows and farm auctions again, even though I ran the whole paper while she was off on her book tour."
"I guess journalism is a cutthroat business," James replied, without a trace of sympathy.
"Well, this reporter is moving to a new small town," Lottie declared. "I still want to work at a newspaper, but not if I lose everyone I care about in the process."
"Where are you going?" Lottie smiled.
"To Warren County. It's far enough away that I won't offend people in this town anymore, but close enough for me to see Scott. That is, if he'll see me."
"You're moving for Scott's sake?" James was impressed. Maybe there was more to Lottie than he thought.
"Is he here?" She looked around nervously. "I have something for him before I go."
James pointed to the non-fiction section. "He's shelving new material. You can't see him from here because he's deep in the stacks." As Lottie moved off, James saw Mrs. Waxman removing a pair of galoshes in the lobby.
"That melting snow is making such a mess," she said, as she breezed past the security gate. "And it's supposed to drop below the freezing mark tonight. I hope the sun comes out for Milla's big day tomorrow."
"Me too. I'm going to check weather.com before I leave." James darted back to his office and examined the local forecast for the upcoming weekend. He was interested in the freeze warnings, but he was also reticent to leave Scott without knowing whether the young man would need someone to talk to. Francis was off on an office supply run and probably wouldn't return for another half an hour. So if Scott required a sympathetic listener, James was his man. Relieved that the sun was supposed to make an appearance the next day, James read some uninteresting emails and was just about to shut down his computer when Scott entered the room. Smiling, he pointed at the red gift bag. "Look who's returned, Professor!" He whipped Glowstar out of the bag with a flourish. "He's had quite an adventure." "I'm very glad to lay eyes on our resident elf again," James said, searching Scott's face. "But I'm more pleased to see you happy. This hasn't been the easiest winter for you." "For either of us." Scott collapsed into one of James's guest chairs. "Lottie asked for a second chance, Professor, and I'm going to give it to her. I really, really like her, despite how she's acted." He dug around in the gift bag again. "We're in our 20s. That's when people are supposed to make big mistakes. This is when we're all still figuring out what kind of lives we want to lead, right?" James laughed. "I don't think there's an age cap on mistakes, Scott. But if you truly care about her, then you've made a good decision.
Thanks, Professor. I knew I'd have your support.
He pried the lid off a box of chocolates and offered the box to James.
Lottie and Willow have been hanging out lately. Willow taught her how to make truffles. Want one?
It took an immense effort for James to shake his head. I'd better not. When I saw Dr. Ruth yesterday, I was 2 pounds heavier than when I first met with her.
Well, you have been through the ringer, Professor. So you ate a pizza or a piece of cake here and there. It's not like you did drugs or turned to liquor when things got tough.
Smiling, James said, "That's pretty much what Dr. Ruth said. Besides, I plan to get back on track. I'm totally motivated. I want to be able to chase Elliot around the yard in the spring, dash through the sprinkler in the summer, and dive into big piles of leaves in the fall."
Speaking of time flying, Scott gestured at his watch, I know you have someplace to be, and that you were just waiting to see if I was all right. Thank you for that, Professor.
You can make it up to me tomorrow. Buy Lottie's Valentine's gift from Quincy's Whimsies, James said, threw on his coat, and drove 1/2 mile to Milla's new store. He parked right in front and knocked on the locked door. Willow opened it a crack and whispered,
Milla just got here. She went to visit her sister in the prison hospice again.
"She's a saint," James murmured. "Did she read to her again?"
Yes, from Walt Whitman and the Bible. Wheezy's been speaking to Reverend Emerson, too. There's been a great deal of talk between the 3 of them about forgiveness. So there you have it. Milla's a saint and a magician. She raised a finger. Wait there until I turn on all the lights, and then you can see the store's magic for yourself.
James turned his back to allow Willow to make her final preparations.
Come in, darling,
Milla's voice called out, and James stepped into a fantasy land. His first impression was of rainbows. The entire ceiling had been covered in lengths of gauzy fabric in vibrant colors, and the carpet below was awash in pools of colored light. White shelves were stocked with beautiful handmade pottery, candles, and luxurious bath products. A picnic table to the left of the entrance was covered with Valentine's Day-themed gift baskets for men, women, and children. As James moved deeper into the store, he noticed that Milla had decided to incorporate a section of locally crafted toys. He ran his palm over a hand-carved wooden train, a checkerboard, and a display of puzzles featuring several popular children's names. On a wall above the toys hung darling artist smocks, bibs, and burp cloths. The children's apparel merged into a beautiful assortment of aprons, tea towels, and embroidered hand towels. Floral and toile oven mitts and pot holders came next, and it wasn't until James wove his way back to the center of the store that he noticed the lengthy glass case stuffed with candy, jams, and sauces. "I knew I smelled chocolate," he said, inhaling the divine scent.
Free samples for our first 50 customers,
Milla trilled, and handed James a plastic bag tied with a pink ribbon. The bag was filled with chocolate hearts. James embraced his stepmother. "It's enchanting. You did it, Milla. No one will be able to resist this store."
I hope you're right, Milla replied with a twinkle in her eye, because my life savings is invested in this shop, but it'll be worth every cent to see my grandson's face when he comes through that door.
Then you'd better look sharp, Willow warned. I see the Volvo pulling up.
Oh, my stars.
Milla fluffed her hair and smoothed her apron, which was covered by red hearts on a field of chocolate brown. Jane and Elliot slowly opened the front door
and craned their necks as they tried to take in the host of sights, scents, and colors. Elliot bypassed the gifts and toys and headed right for the candy counter.
"Grandma,"
he yelled.
"is all this candy yours?"
Milla chuckled as she gathered the boy in her arms. "No, dear. Grandma's selling it, but you can have a small bag of whatever candy you want." She looked over Elliot's head at Jane. "I'll let your mama decide how much you can eat before dinner." Elliot jumped up and down in excitement and then carefully examined the selection of truffles, heart-shaped chocolates, rock candy lollipops, toffee bites, chocolate-dipped strawberries and apricots, and oversized conversation hearts.
"I like the hearts with the words, Grandma."
"One order of hearts with words coming right up." Milla buried a silver scoop into the tray of hearts and dropped the pastel candies into a bag. As she prepared to tie the sack with the store's signature pink ribbon, Elliot ran behind the counter and cried,
"Wait!"
Concerned, Milla bent down and asked, "What's wrong?" Elliot gestured for her to come closer, and then he leaned forward and whispered in her ear. Milla nodded in understanding. "Got it," she said, and rummaged through Elliot's bag. She then placed a single green heart into Elliot's hand. Walking purposefully to the front of the counter, Elliot marched up to James and beckoned for him to bend down. James immediately complied. Next, Elliot told him to hold out one of his hands. Elliot placed the green heart, which read, "Love ya," in the center of James's palm.
"This is for you, Daddy."
An electric jolt of pure joy shot through James. Daddy. It was the first time Elliot had called him that. Tears sprang into his eyes and blurred the image of the green heart. "Is it okay if I keep this instead of eating it?" he asked his son when he could speak.
"Sure, Daddy."
Unaware of the happiness he had given his father, Elliot then ran over to his mother and gave her a white heart. She kissed him on the cheek and popped the heart into her mouth. While Milla showed him the wooden toys, Jane took James's trembling hand. "I will never grow tired of hearing him say that," James whispered to Jane and wiped his eyes. Jane smiled. "I do believe it's time for you to host your first father-son sleepover. Is tomorrow too soon?" "No," James answered. "Tomorrow is perfect." The next day, there was a line of people waiting to be let inside Quincy's Whimsies. Whether it was the ad in the Star announcing free samples of chocolate, or the bright winter sunshine that caused people to show up en masse, James drove by the sidewalk crowded with customers and honked his horn at his friends and neighbors. He spent the day assembling a wooden bookshelf to hold Elliot's books, which he then covered with 2 coats of forest green paint. When Elliot arrived, James led him into the kitchen. After a dinner of nuggets dipped in honey mustard and a side of peas, James allowed Elliot to frost his own heart-shaped sugar cookie and decorate it with red, pink, and white sprinkles.
"Can I play Legos before bed?"
Elliot asked, when all that remained of his cookie was a pile of crumbs. "Let's get your teeth brushed and pajamas on first. You can play while I clean up the kitchen." James hummed to himself as he loaded the dishwasher and sorted through a pile of mail. He picked up Friday's paper, which featured a mugshot of Russ DuPont and a headline reading, "The Diva's Killer Gets Life." The article rehashed previous stories detailing how Paulette and Chase had died, profiles of Russ and Wheezy, and statements from guests at Milla and Jackson's party, as well as those from the sheriff's department. Lucy was quoted frequently, and James knew that she'd enjoyed being the official spokesperson for her department. Lucy wasn't the only one who was doing well. In fact, all the supper club members appeared to have recovered from their latest investigation and were looking forward to an uneventful February. "This case was weird," Lindy had remarked at the last meeting. "We didn't have a moment's contact with the murderer. It almost makes it harder to close the book on the whole thing."
"Well, Chloe had contact with him, and she doesn't seem the worse for wear," Bennett had added. "What's a little car crash in exchange for your life and a bank account with $1 million balance?"
Indeed, when Milla and James had driven Chloe to the airport, the young woman had seemed absolutely fine. Her whiny demeanor had completely vanished, and she was filled with a renewed sense of hope and energy. She assured the supper club members that Paulette's money would be put to good use, and that hundreds of Florida's marine animals would benefit from her newfound wealth. Milla, who'd watched Chloe walk resolutely inside the terminal, had turned to James and said, "I'm ready to start over too, dear. Let's get back to Quincy's Gap and do just that." Recalling her words, James folded the newspaper in two and tossed it in the recycling bin. The paper landed on top of an invitation to listen to Murphy Alistair read from her novel and to hear a teaser from her upcoming work, The Body in the Diet Center. James started the dishwasher and put the heart cookies in the monkey-shaped cookie jar Jane had given him for Valentine's Day. He took one last glance around the warm, clean room and then went down the hall to read a bedtime story to the love of his life. This concludes The Battered Body by Ellery Adams, narrated by Karen White, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2015 by Ellery Adams. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bookends, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.